should just pick up your phone. You know I hate to sleep alone. Late night rendezvous, oh, I wait for you. Oh baby, love me now. Say that I'll turn your heart around. Oh baby, love me now. Listen to me closely, this time I won't let this go. You're the reason I'm confused, no, I will lose control. Oh, if you'd open up your eyes and let me know, I think we could be something so good. Oh baby, love me now. Say that I'll turn your heart around. Oh baby, love me now. Mess with my mind, turn on the lights, you know. I'm so into you.
It only hurts me when you play with my mind. Don't even see that you've been crossing the line. So far so good as long as you think it's fine. You crossing the line.
Oh baby, love me now. Say that I'll turn your heart around. Oh baby, love me
Capturarse. My hope is that the people in this audience and audiences like find ways that we can tear down these barriers. We have a shared fraternity a diversity that reaches beyond language, beyond culture, beyond borders with each other, no matter where we are, no matter what we think, no matter where we started, no matter what we have.
Reclaiming your sovereignty of controlling your assets, controlling your data.
It's more than just a conference, it's an IRL movement.
It's exciting to see this movement continue growing, advancing this mission.
There are things that are appealing to everybody, and that doesn't mean we hate the pop, but it does mean we respect the difference. We embrace it and we nurture it so that we can have new things, that we can have better things, without losing our appreciation for the things that we do.
Please welcome from NEAR Foundation, Davin Bassi.
Hello, good morning, GM, GNEAR. Welcome to day 2 of Redacted, the conference, the event, the IRL movement. My name is Davin Bassi. I'm legal counsel at the NEAR Foundation, but more importantly, I am your MC for this morning's session. Now, I'll level with you guys. I'm a lawyer. My game is pushing paper. I'm not used to being up on stage like this. So naturally, I asked some of my friends for a little bit of advice. They gave me 3 key pieces of sage advice. Number 1, don't worry, nobody cares about the MC. That's fine with me. Number 2, don't fuck it up. No pressure. And number 3, be yourself, Davin. Which is possibly the worst piece of advice I have ever heard. But anyway, I'm genuinely very excited to be here. Thank you all for being here. It's genuinely inspiring to see so many of you working so hard together to help people reclaim their sovereignty. But before we get started, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to some of our sponsors, and thank them for their support. Agoric for sponsoring the amazing registration party on the first day. The Sweat Foundation for keeping us nice and hydrated, and Modern Line who are kindly hosting the closing party tonight. It's going to be epic, it's going to be lit, do not miss it. Right, so we had some pretty crazy announcements yesterday. I mean, we saw a new meme coin being launched live via a chatbot, which was absolutely crazy. And we also saw cross-chain swaps being executed seamlessly using chain signatures. But don't you guys worry, we have a phenomenal lineup ready for you guys today. We're going to be talking about DeFi, we're going to be talking about chain abstraction, intents, governance. It's going to be absolutely epic. So without further delay, let's get started. I'm going to hand you over to my very good friend, Harshit Tiwari, who is the head of ecosystem strategy at the NEAR Foundation, and is going to talk about the future of DeFi in the NEAR ecosystem and introduce a very exciting project building with the NEAR tech stack. So please give it up for Harshit.
GM, how's everyone doing? Day 2, I hope you had a good night's sleep, enjoyed day 1. I'm very honored to be here and talk about the future of DeFi on NEAR. So day 1 was AI, today it's all about DeFi. We'll hear from a bunch of stellar speakers. It's an action-packed agenda. I'll keep it quick. So the title of my talk here is The Future of DeFi. But let's first talk about the present state of DeFi on NEAR. So the biggest critique we've had, we heard for a long time was that there was nothing exciting to do in the NEAR ecosystem in terms of DeFi. We were lagging behind other ecosystems. Builders could not do anything unique. We had like basic money Legos. The slides here, we had nothing special, frankly. So what we did was we took some time, went back to the drawing board, we collectively as an ecosystem, and figured out what kind of primitives we need to have, what teams do we need to onboard, what sort of infra as well as consumer applications we need to have for all verticals. And so far, we've not only made our money Legos more robust, but we've onboarded a ton of new teams institutions alike, and we've identified key weaknesses, vulnerabilities that were that we needed to fix, and here we are at with a more robust DeFi landscape on NEAR. So we're laying the foundations of a thriving on-chain economy on NEAR. The past 12 months were very exciting. I'll let some numbers speak for themselves. So we had less than $100 million in TVL, which wasn't great by any measure. We're almost 5x now, more than 5x. And then we had less than $35 million in natively issued stablecoin. Now we have not only native USDT, but native USDC, as well as Frax on NEAR. And we have 20x our stablecoin count on NEAR. Can we have it for the NEAR Foundation and the ecosystem? Awesome. Thank you so much. So our job's not done. 700 billion in stablecoin. We want to continue to grow these numbers, not only for builders in the NEAR ecosystem, but unlock net new flows of value for all chains and everyone in DeFi. Now, we've heard a lot about the future of DeFi and what we did in the past year, but let me start with a quick question. How many of you here own ETH? Show of hands. Great, as expected. How many of you do DeFi with your ETH? Awesome. Now, let's go to the more fun part. How many of you own Doge here? Rookie numbers. Trump just won. We need more hands. Okay, cool. How many of you would be interested in doing DeFi with your Doge? Great. So that's the future we envision that will be unlocked with chain signatures, where without wrapping assets, without bridging assets, users will be natively able to do DeFi with even non-smart contract assets. So before proceeding, I'll play a quick video of what we've been working on with new teams in the NEAR ecosystem. These are teams which are not copy pasta of just a compound fork on NEAR or an Aave fork on NEAR. These are net new primitives built by solid rockstar teams on NEAR. So let me play this quick. It's the new chain abstraction cohort on NEAR. 9 new teams building the future of cross-chain DeFi. So we had a very sort of uninspiring DeFi landscape 1 year ago. Now we have not only these 8 new teams, but deep liquidity on the books. Users can plug into new use cases. So to just give an example, we have a variety of use cases such as native Bitcoin restaking, liquid staking, as well as cross-chain derivatives, cross-chain perpetual debt issuance, cross-chain lending, cross-chain swap, cross-chain margin, like you name it, and the ecosystem now has it. Imagine the future of DeFi across the NEAR ecosystem once these teams launch on the mainnet. So the cohort has already launched officially as of today, and these teams will be going through the cohort throughout winter. And going into 2025, all of these teams will be on the mainnet. You can expect a lot of cool stuff you can play with. So this is what the future of DeFi on NEAR will look like in 3 to 6 months when all these teams launch. So as you can see, it's a stark contrast to the first slide, where we not only have more stable coins, more money Legos, but we have unique verticals possible only on NEAR, powered by NEAR intents and the liquidity layer that was unveiled yesterday. And we have a bunch of these teams plugging into NEAR intents, the chain abstraction stack, and unlocking novel use cases, net new flows of value for crypto. So we have one special announcement as well. One major critique we've heard was, well, onboarding into the NEAR ecosystem, it sucks. We have no clear differentiator. Onboarding is hard. So for DeFi builders to have easy access to the NEAR ecosystem, Aurora Labs, which is a major contributor to the NEAR ecosystem, they spent 8 months building something that no other layer 1 has. We are, as of today, the only layer 1 outside of Ethereum to have native Ethereum wallets. Can we have it for Aurora Labs? So starting right now, users can log into key DeFi apps on NEAR, Ref, Burrow, you name it, with all the wallets that are compatible with Wallet Connect. You can log in with your MetaMask account. It will be no different than your Ethereum experience. It NEAR's just a chain like Ethereum for you. And yeah, have fun without even downloading a NEAR wallet. So let's do a quick recap of NEAR intents. Alex discussed what the NEAR intents vision was, what can be unveiled, and then Ilya gave a high-level explanation of how NEAR intents will be a fundamental pillar in building the future of AI as well. So what are NEAR intents? For those who are interested, it's a new multi-chain transaction framework for crypto, wherein NEAR intents will not only enable a new way to transact across all chains seamlessly, but also power off-chain actions through a NEAR smart contract. The NEAR intents team has been building a set of APIs for builders to integrate a variety of front ends, and then use cases such as seamless multi-chain swaps of native assets across chains, smart contract and non-smart contract alike. And then the cool part here is the introduction of a concept called AccountFi, where users will be able to trade their entire NEAR accounts with not only assets, but things like reputation, soulbound tokens, and everything that can be associated with that asset across any chain by transferring the public keys, swapping on that. And then we have a solver network. Now, the cool part about the solver network for NEAR intents is it won't just be humans, but AI agents as well, which can be solvers, executing intents on-chain, off-chain, financial, non-financial for users at the speed of light, building the future of DeFi. Now, quick note of gratitude. It's been an honor opening the day here, and I want to acknowledge all the hard work that's gone into building the cool DeFi primitives we have. Today is the culmination of what we were collectively working on for the past 12 months. Now, a glimpse into the future. When we are able to successfully deliver what we are promising today, NEAR will be home to trillions of AI agents, powered by billions of dollars of assets on-chain, enabled by millions of intents, and built by thousands of DeFi and AI builders, and we'll have hopefully hundreds of unicorns on-chain. So I invite people to take a quick picture of this QR code on the screen, where we have some stalls for merch and food outside. You can earn SOV from this QR code and redeem it on the stalls. It's also on-chain, by the way. There's a team called Keypom that's building it. So it's chain abstraction on the go. We'll wait for everyone to scan. 10 more seconds. Perfect. Now, I'd like to introduce two very special guests, two people that I greatly admire. These fine gentlemen are here from the Infinex team. Kain, who's a co-founder of Synthetics, he needs no introduction to anyone who's been in crypto. And then his co-founder and CTO, Jed, who's a React legend. I'll hand over the mic to them and invite them to speak about Infinex.
Hey everyone, thank you very much for having us. We're very excited to be here. I am here to tell you that however excited you are about chain signatures, you are not bullish enough. What we are going to be implementing inside Infinex with chain signatures is going to absolutely change crypto. We have an issue at the moment, and we've had an issue for a long time. We're building this amazing technology. We built amazing technology starting from Bitcoin, and yet, very rapidly, from the moment Bitcoin was launched, we've been taken over by databases. And this started like super early on. The first database that was able to kind of take over Bitcoin and control a lot of the on-chain transactions was actually not even built as an exchange. It was built to trade Magic the Gathering cards. That's how dark it is. It's pretty grim. We've had this play out throughout the history of crypto, from Mt. Gox all the way through to Coinbase, Binance, and then eventually FTX, where no matter how good our technology got from a decentralization standpoint, databases were always ahead of us. Centralized platforms were always ahead of us. They've been better. To the point where, like DeFi summer, we had Uniswap. Uniswap was amazing, and we were all doing victory laps because Uniswap on one day was able to compete with the spot volume of Coinbase. One day, right? This is, just really problematic. As an industry, we need to be able to build platforms that use the technology to do the things that we want to do. And if all of the transaction volume that's happening inside crypto is happening in people's databases, then something's gone wrong, right? And so we need to fix this. But we haven't been able to fix it for a number of reasons. So I built synthetics. I was building in DeFi early on, and what I learned is that we needed to build for enthusiasts. We didn't have end users, so we had to build things almost from an ideological standpoint, right? If what you were building was not ideologically pure, it would get a little bit of FUD. And if you want to validate that, go and check out some of the Reddit threads about the early Haven days. So we have this problem where we were building things for a group of people that kind of had different incentives to what the average user has, right? They actually wanted things to be hard in some ways. They wanted things to be weird. They wanted to have to do these deep dives into the technology. And they wanted it to be both censorship resistant and decentralized. And the challenge when you need to satisfy both of those two things is that it's very hard to build good UX, right? And we haven't been able to until, it's basically in the last 3 months, right, that we've had the technology to be able to do this with chain signatures. We can actually compete with these centralized exchanges, finally, right? There's a whole bunch of other things that have come about, but it's really critical that we have chain signatures, because the problem that we had building DeFi is that we tried to get people to do things the way that we wanted them to do it. So if someone would turn up to DeFi and say, hey, I'm really excited about what you guys are building, how do I use my XRP? We would say, get out of here, right? Like, we don't want XRP, we don't want your bad token. And Cardano, Litecoin, Bitcoin Cash, all of these things, right? Any of the assets that you can think of, we couldn't support them, but we also didn't want to support them. And that's really not going to work. When you look at the top 20 assets by market cap, most of them are these assets that are not smart contract chains, and they have large market caps because they have large adoption. And if we exclude these users, we're not going to be able to bring on the average user that's on Binance or Bybit or Coinbase. And so we've had to basically figure out a way to support all these different assets. And the way that we've been able to do this now is through chain signatures. We have the ability to use chain signatures to enable people to deposit Litecoin. But we have to do it in a way that is both non-custodial and has good UX. And so this is where my friend Jed comes in. Jed and I have known each other for a long time. He's been building in Web 2, and he's got some thoughts about the whole Web 2, Web 3 dichotomy as well, which I'm sure you can talk to him about afterwards. But I realized when we were building Infinex that we were off. Like, we were getting something wrong. The way that we were approaching it was not quite working. And I was like, we actually need to bring some web people in so that we can figure out how to actually build something that will have good UX. And the way that we sort of landed on this was that we needed to build an application, which sounds wild, but I'll hand over to Jed, and this is how we actually build an application in crypto.
So let me introduce Infinex quickly. It's an app. Infinex is on-chain, but Infinex is also I think, one of the better apps you would find on the internet anywhere. And we've done that not just by building an app in the way that it normally happens in crypto. We've got a platform behind it. We've got a vertically integrated stack that goes all the way from the UI that you interact with, the signing experience, the database, the distributed compute platform underneath that, and eventually the blockchain that all of the operations actually end up happening on. And so when Kain sort of pitched me on Infinex a year ago, he was saying, we've got the technology, I think, to finally solve this problem, but what we need to do is point it at UX instead of just building the functionality that we think people want to come on chain, because we've tried that, we've got it all, and it hasn't really worked. We just don't have the users. So we realized that we had to actually combine both of these strategies. And there's a lot of prior art in Kain's head about what being on-chain means. We spent quite a bit of time sort of working this out and distilling it down to really the core principles that we built Infinex on top of, and there are 3 of them. There is, we want users to be self-custodial. We need to be non-custodial for this to work. Otherwise, we haven't moved the needle far enough. With self-custody comes the problems of funds recovery. What happens when someone loses access or control to their private keys? How do we solve that? So that was number 2. And number 3 is everything has to be on-chain. Right? We have on-chain transparency under everything you do. And I think that's the biggest one that sets Infinex apart from what the other applications most people are using to interact with crypto, like Binance or all of the other ones are, right? Something like FTX doesn't happen if you have on-chain transparency. So we tried to combine the best of these 2 approaches together, but it leads to more problems, right? Because the next thing you need to do if you're focusing on UX is solve how do we do genuine across-chain UX, right? And that introduces a hard problem, which is the multiple sources of truth problem. And we spent quite a bit of time this year working around that as well. And some of the stuff that we've shipped already, like the patron sale, is really cool cross-chain user experience. You can farm access to the sale on Base using some assets that you deposit on Arbitrum. You can then use some Sol to buy an NFT on Ethereum, and you don't actually see the chains that you're using really mentioned anywhere in this experience, right? And as we're working through this, we realize this is actually the secret to what the centralized exchanges have done to make it easy as well. Right? They don't mention chains. They just talk about tokens. They talk about what you want to do, not how you need to do it, and definitely not where you need to go in order to do it. Right? So this kind of really, I think, is just the tip of the iceberg of what people are going to want to be able to do on chain without knowing how. And this has brought us to cross-chain signatures, because even in that example, we've only solved a part of the problem. Right? I'm talking about all the DeFi tokens, and as Kain mentioned, we actually need to solve for more than that. We need Bitcoin, and so what we've said is that once you can custody Bitcoin on Infinex, it will be real Bitcoin. And it's cross-chain signatures that will allow us to do that. If we have a look at what custody means, like I said, it's only half the story. You need recovery, right? We can translate a passkey, which is a big part of our UX, into an on-chain signature, but what happens if someone loses it? We need a smart chain underneath the hood that we can actually program with a contract or a program to sort of deal with what happens next. And so near chain signatures actually lets us build the smart contracts and the logic that we need to, whilst also controlling these assets on chains that don't have native support for the functionality that we need. So yeah, this is a huge unlock, and we see chain signatures as the way to get to our vision of what people want to do on chain in a way where they don't really realize it.
So where do we go from here? So we have the technology now to beat Binance. Like, if you think about what the last 15 years has been, it's been this era of crypto happens inside someone's database. And we've done DeFi, and we've kind of made some inroads, but we haven't really been able to crack it. We haven't been able to beat Binance, beat Coinbase. We can't even beat KuCoin, honestly, which is, we can do better than this, right? So what chain signatures allows us to do is to build an experience that is fully on-chain and support any asset, every asset, not just a selection of assets that we want to support, not just SPL tokens, not just ERC20s, but all of the assets. And this is going to usher in a new era. Like, we will be finally doing all of our crypto transactions on-chain. We won't be doing them in someone's database. We won't be giving up custody. We'll be doing it the right way. And it's pretty amazing when you think about the fact that like it's taken us this long to get there. But once we do, it's a huge unlock. Because at the moment, if you are in Binance, you have access to some functionality, right? You can do staking, you can do margin trading, you can do perps, but there's a whole bunch of applications that you can't access unless you go on chain. And right now, the barriers to entry to getting on chain are just too high, right? And so the question that we've been asking is, how do we improve the onboarding experience? What can we do to get more people on chain? And one of the things that I think many people in this room would agree with is that it used to be that we would onboard people, right? On-ramping and onboarding are actually different things, right? Like fiat on-ramps are one thing. How do you get fiat into crypto? But the onboarding of someone into crypto, how do you get someone access to crypto is challenging, right? And it used to be that we would go around and we would onboard people one by one, manually, right? We would go and set someone up with a Bitcoin wallet or set someone up with an Ether wallet. And we got to a point where we stopped doing it. Because if you do that long enough, eventually you get a phone call 3 years later where they say, those words, I wasn't really supposed to write them down, right? And you're like, people will get wrecked, right? And so what we've figured out is that there is a way for us to onboard people using a platform that is a rich application where you can essentially give someone a link, they can follow that link, you can have already sent crypto to them so that when they open the link and they set up an account, they have a passkey that can sign messages for them, can sign transactions, and they now have crypto in their account. And you've onboarded them without having to go through KYC, fiat on-ramping, et cetera. And now they can start to actually do things inside crypto. They can do on-chain transactions. The problem is that Infinex as it stands is still a walled garden. It's a little bit unsatisfying, right? Like we've replaced Binance with another kind of wrapped thing, right? So how do we break out of that? How do we allow people to access the long tail of exciting stuff that's on chain? The way that we do that is we let them take their Infinex account and sign into a dApp. And when you let them sign into a dApp, what you can do is take all of the chain abstraction that we built inside of Infinex and actually extend it to the rest of the long tail of crypto applications, which is amazing. Like as an unlock for DeFi and for on-chain platforms, it's going to make that barrier that right now is too high for the average user to get off of Binance disappear. And then people can just go and use every application. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if it's a prediction market or if it's lending or if it's some social application or a game. They can get access to anything.
So one of the things we've spent a lot of time talking about is actually the education problem that exists around crypto, right? The things that you need to learn in order to use it, and our goal is to remove the need for that education. If you sign up for Binance, it's just like signing up for online banking, and the more familiar we can make the patterns involved in crypto, while still being genuinely non-custodial on-chain behind the scenes, I think the better off we're all going to be. So we've got some plans in that area, but we're also out of time, so we'll leave it there. But thank you for listening and enjoy the rest of the conference.
We're gonna bring you another microphone. We can't hear you.
Testing. Oh, I think that's loud enough. So I would describe myself as a bit of a meme coin connoisseur. So I'm very excited about this next session. We're talking about memes, agents, and narratives, getting and holding mind share in the 2025 token market. So we will have Zaki Manian, a Cosmos and chain abstraction pioneer who will be leading this session. So please give a very warm welcome to Zaki.
All right. I'm Zucky. Let's see. I've been in blockchains for 10 years. I used to do only tech stuff, so I did like consensus algorithms and cryptography. Now, and then I did the go-to-market for Cosmos. Now I guess I'm like a kind of unusual person in sometimes I do a cryptography, sometimes I make a meme, sometimes I launch an NFT collection. I've been helping the NEAR Foundation think about how to take these components, the relatively mature NEAR blockchain tech, the emerging NEAR AI tech, and the chain abstraction tech, and turn this into some sort of coherent whole. I'm not really laying out a vision for this. This is more like your general reminder of a regular reminder of what blockchains actually are. What does it take to win in this world? What are the interesting experiments? So that's what this talk is about. So the first and foremost thing is blockchains are social coordination technologies. What does it mean to be a social coordination technology? Social coordination technologies are basically how humans come to agreement, figure out how to operate relative to each other. It's primarily what blockchains are. And when you have, and so we tend to get lost in all of the mumbo jumbo about TPSs and L1s and L2s, and it sort of tends to distract from why we build blockchains, which was to find a new way. So we've had historical ways of coordinating socially, companies, companies, tribes, nation states, etc. Blockchains are the first new one in a long time. That's why this is an interesting space. It's trying to build social coordination through distributed databases and through cryptography as a trust mechanism. So but ultimately, what we need to make anyone use this is come up with shared stories. The optimal story is a story that are self-reinforcing through self-talk. This is what people say when they're hey, this blockchain is a cult. Because I'm sure anyone who has been in this space says such and such cult. There's the Cardano cult is kind of the classic example. Cults work best. So the optimal way is to move a story from something that is sort of disseminated in a top-down mechanism. So you have a Twitter account, you have a set of people at a foundation, you have a founder who's telling a story, to the sort of wider universe of people who have buy-in and skin in the game in the story are actually propagating the story, extending the story, and coordinating their actions through their own internal mental representation of the story. So I think that's when people sort of positively look at something like Solana, and the journey that Solana has been through for the last 2 years, it sort of has seemed to have gone through this transition from a system where people were primarily interacting with it on the basis of, hey, what are there's the Solana Foundation, their super team who are pushing out a message, to now everyone is in that ecosystem is kind of coordinating the story within themselves. So monies are the most powerful story that humans have ever created. And it is a story that is constantly reinforced through self-talk. Every time we think about, am I getting paid enough? How much money am I going to make? Trading a token into and out of a stablecoin, I'm reinforcing this concept of money. So when we try to build secure distributed systems, so blockchains, protocols, all of these things, they're incredibly time consuming, and it's really hard to iterate quickly, because you don't, the cost of iterating quickly is eating everyone's money to either North Korea or the void. So this is more like building a bridge or an airplane than building a website. Narratives are the fast iteration side of this business. So they support rapid experimentation, iteration, and novelty, which are, I think, really, so some narratives took a long time. So the modular narrative I think Ekram gave a talk at like the GTM Con yesterday, where he was like, it took us a year. I helped work with him. I remember when Ekram like first came up with the word modular. He was like, this is going to be our narrative. I was like, this is smart. It took us a year to like sort of get buy-in on crypto Twitter into like the modular narrative. But it took 5 years to build Celestia. So like, we definitely built the narrative faster than we built Celestia. And in general, the narrative side is like the way faster things. So like, narratives are like low risk in this sense. Like, you can pick a narrative, try it in the market, probably find out in 6 months or a year whether or not it has any legs, iterate on it. Whereas when you're like building secure decentralized technology, it's going to take you years typically to build it. So like, these things have to happen. So your chain abstraction, your next generation DeFi, your FHE, your MPC, your TE, your stablecoin will not have any users without these self-reinforcing stories. I think like one of the things I think that is a little bit surprising to people on the tech side is in previous cycles, you kind of had these like KOLs, YouTube people. I remember this from 2021. We had this with Cosmos, right? Like we had the narratives and the stories that people that were onboarding users didn't really come from any specific place. Instead, there were these people who kind of self-appointed themselves as KOLs and sort of built these stories around your thing. I mean, you've seen that still in this cycle with like what Ansem has done for Solana. But I think in general, this pattern is not going to be the pattern going forward. KOLs are not going to create your stories around your tokens for you. And I think the next thing that we're going to see is like the commodification of narrative creation. And I think AI is basically going to do this. So the idealized crypto founder for the last few years has been the 24/7 crypto Twitter reply guy who's constantly advancing a narrative. Like Anatoly and his Twitter account is like the perfect example of this. I think we see this fully commoditized into like AI agents in 2025. Where like the idealized crypto founder is now like truth terminal. Where you have an AI agent that is like constantly sort of interacting with Twitter, constantly advancing a narrative. You know, this stuff sort of works today, but I think we're going to start seeing this working in reality. And so now we're going to start seeing a world in which like all of this tech that we build is going to be armed with strong adaptable memetics. Like there's this sort of meme there's this sort of thing being pushed about like sort of the dynamic like adaptable meme coins and like all of these AI meme coins. I think this is like generally what the future of marketing looks like in this space. And so for every piece of technology, you must have the 80 IQ version of the narrative in order for your thing to be able to take. This is like sort of the left curve, right curve, midwit meme. But the time of accidentally stumbling into this is probably long past. So that's my talk. Does anybody want to have ask any questions or chat about anything, and then I can go. Any questions? Yeah. Who is the most interesting person on crypto Twitter? See, I'm like a truth terminal fanboy. I think the most interesting person is like this art project that is like part Andy, part LLM. I think this like idea of like sort of like an AI augmented thing, like crypto founder, is like the most interesting thing going on right now. I think in general, the efforts of crypto founders to like drive narratives that are the like old way that we have done this in the past seem to be running into like more and more problems. I think like a lot of people have like struggled with this in this like last 2-year cycle, because it was like, you know, people blame the changes in the Twitter algorithm, and they were like, it's the Twitter algorithm that's preventing us from like achieving any sort of like narrative cohesion. But yeah, so like you've had all of these things that like, you You know, like we went through the era of like the anon Twitter accounts, the like balloon lovers and base 16zs, as those were the like interesting Twitter accounts. Now they seem lame. The like always online crypto founder is sort of becoming commoditized. So I think we're like ready for something new.
How important is it going to be for deeply technical founders to cater to the DGen audience on Twitter?
I don't think of this as like the DGen audience. I think this is like if you can't figure out a way, like because this stuff is social coordination technology, there will always be this narrative element. Like you can't just be like, look, I have solved this problem for you, use my tech. Because there are no moats in crypto. Like if you're just solving a problem and there's no narrative around you, your model is just going to be commoditized by somebody who's like, well, I've like also solved this problem, right? Like I think this is like across is a good example of this. Like, yes, it's generic, like interrupt technology and a direct generic interrupt, like intense protocol, but it's like Hart and Brian fighting on Twitter that like gives it some mimetic bandwidth, and like maybe this will work, but there's no other moat, and like what other choice do they have? So that's kind of where I think this is going. So like, I don't know, if you have a project, go find someone to fight on with on Twitter. That might be like a good model. Like you do have to like define your enemies, define your enemy, define who you're going to ignore. You have to create narrative tension. So like actually having a defined enemy is, I think, is a good model. You know, being like the thing you're against. So, you know, like Celestia did a great job of this. You know, they like created this like sort of artificial monolithic versus modular, like, you know, we're like 3 years in and everybody has agreed that there's just like all blockchains look the same in 5 years. But like, you know, that created some narrative tension and generated some momentum.
Do you think NEAR is a blockchain for AI?
Yeah. I do. I do think NEAR is a blockchain. So there's a bunch of specific things I will say about that, and that's like a good way to end this, which is the last 2 years, the like ChatGPT era of AI blockchain has been like you either had a meme or you had a reality, and if you tried to combine a reality and a meme, they would annihilate each other. So like, you know, you have like Fetch, which is like a $30 billion Cosmos chain, maybe it's more today, with like doing AI agents where there are no AI agents. But like if you like added AI agents, that thing would be worth actually much less than $30 billion. I think that like right now we're like on this like threshold of moving from like crypto plus AI being purely meme to actually being like some reality to it that can be self-reinforcing. I think these AI agents like are showing the way, and I think that can feed back into each other and like make the NEAR blockchain for AI thing actually work. Thank you very much.
Right guys, don't forget to scan that to get yourself some really cool swag. Even if you don't want your tokens, you know, feel free to send them to me, wild_unicorn39, please give tokens. That was a great talk by Zaki, thank you so much. I feel like I'm always operating on 80 IQ. That's probably the best I can offer you guys. But anyway, next up we have a showcase, this time from our chain abstraction cohort. I absolutely love these because you get to see what teams are actually building. So I'm going to leave you in the safe hands of Jared Barnes, a good friend and a legend of ours at the NEAR Foundation. He's the head of our founder success team. But first, I think there's going to be a video playing, so I'm going to remove myself.
right. Well, good morning, folks. Not every day you get a hype video before a panel discussion, but very excited for this conversation today. My name is Jared Barnes. I'm head of founder success at the NEAR Foundation and have the opportunity to work with all of our founders and builders who are deploying amazing products on NEAR. You heard earlier today from Harshit, the Infinex team, and just now from Zaki about all the innovation happening in the DeFi space on NEAR. And now I'm excited to actually have a conversation with the folks who are building those solutions and actually doing the work of innovation. So we have three amazing founders here today who I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves and really dig in. And of course, it wouldn't be a panel if we didn't spend time on predictions for the future. So if we have time, we'll get into that as well. But we can start here with Franco. Please feel free to introduce yourself.
All right. Thank you for having me. So my name is Franco. I'm the co-founder of Omnilane. I got my co-founder there as well, Federico. I have a background on electronics. Was also a dropout and then started my entrepreneurial path. I built Radar Labs, which is a software development company, about 130 people now. It's gotten quite successful, and also built other projects more on the AI side. We built an AI system for interviewing people. We built also TranscribeMe, which is one of the fastest WhatsApp applications on LATAM. It's gotten 3.5 million users, and other stuff as well during all this time. Now we're building Omnilane, which is essentially kind of unifying liquidity across chains. It's a liquidity layer that's built on top of chain signatures that hopefully will allow users to experience a seamless UX across any different chain and any different protocol.
Amazing.
Alan Hampton, co-founder of Covenant. From a background perspective, a mixed bag. PhD in artificial intelligence, then management consulting, still recovering, and have been doing a bit of AI. And before Covenant, started with a couple of friends, a fully licensed US bank.
My name is Royal Fool. I'm an engineer by background. I'm building Templar, which is a chain-abstracted modular borrowing protocol that allows you to deposit assets on any chain as collateral and borrow against them.
Amazing. So I really want to dig in on each of your use cases, but I also want to dig in a little bit to what led you to arriving to the solutions in which you're building today. And maybe, Royal, we can start with you. First, if you're comfortable, can you give us the backstory on Royal Fool as a name?
Yeah, it's related to Templar. The Templar Bank was the first international bank and pioneered a number of financial innovations. The traveler's check, international finance, the actual estate, and a lot of other things. So that was the inspiration that we took for the company, and going with the medieval theme. The Royal Fool is the king's jester. He's always free to speak his mind, which I enjoy doing. So that's kind of the background on the actual name there. And then the inspiration for what we're building comes from a problem that I myself faced, as well as many other people that holds crypto, and that is, namely, with the assets that you hold, if you want to do something IRL with those assets, unfortunately, there's a bit of a crypto acceptance problem, right? So if you want to, it's not just purely like an adoption problem. It's a regulatory problem. If you own Bitcoin, ETH, NEAR, etc., you can't just go and buy a house with that. Right, there's a bunch of regulatory headaches for that, tax implications, KYC, all this stuff that they really try and block you. So a good solution to that is that you borrow against your assets. Now this presents several benefits. One is you retain the upside potential of the asset that you're holding as collateral, and two, there are no tax implications. This is something that is widely available to banking private clients who have millions of dollars in assets. They're able to just borrow against those assets via a line of credit. Now, this is not something that's widely available to people, and crypto borrowing protocols democratize access to those services. But with each one of those solutions, they may work on a given chain, like for example, Aave, on ETH, but that requires wrapping and bridging of different assets to ETH. But we live in a multi-chain world. So being able to take any assets you have on any chain and borrow against them is a huge unlock.
Absolutely, and definitely want to keep building on that a little bit further. And maybe, Alan, to you, building somewhat of a similar solution in a different context, really tackling tradable perpetual debt. And as I was preparing for this, I had to really Google tradable perpetual debt. I'm like, what? Hold on, let's back up. So maybe for someone who isn't deeply into DeFi, first, can you explain tradable perpetual debt? And then also share a little bit more about, again, how you arrived at your solution.
Well, you had a very interesting insight when we were out there, and you were like, oh, that sounds like bonds. And I was like, well, not really, but yes. So tradable perpetual, basically what we're building is the ability to issue debt against any asset, same thing. But if you think about what's happening on chain right now, and the biggest use case is all about swapping existing tokens and basically getting margin loans against that. It's like basically, can you actually lever up your positions? And all of these positions are usually very fungible. Then the question becomes, how do you move on to credit? How do you actually then underwrite or take loans against things that are not as liquid, that are not as fungible? And there's when you start going sort of into credit. And solutions that are there right now and in the real world is like peer-to-peer. Like I give you a loan, I get whatever I have, bar of gold, and I'll give it for you for something. You'll give it back to me. But that doesn't scale. And here's where there's a bit of an inspiration from the real world. I always believe there's like certain solutions in the real world that solve problems. In this particular case, it's liquidity, and lending has a liquidity problem on chain. And the solution is really like, let's not get all these assets to be lent out. It's really like, can we mint debt and then have that be a fungible asset itself, right? And if you look at the world from a credit perspective, it's really, there's about 200 trillion in debt. 100 trillion of that is the bond market, basically mostly treasuries, US governments issuing debt. And then another 100 trillion is really bank deposits. But that bank deposit is basically minting money, a very senior tranche of debt against loans, very non-fungible loans. And so we're pretty much building that, the ability to like issue debt that's tradable. Key difference that's only enabled on-chain, and this is a bit of an unlock, is that you don't have maturities anymore. Like if you think in the real world, everything has a maturity and then you have to roll over and whatnot. Ours are perpetual. It's an instrument that goes on forever, but the price it trades at it indicates what is the risk of that asset and hence the interest rate that that asset is accruing. So it's a very big unlock in terms of like how to provide liquidity to like not as liquid assets, basically.
Yeah. And folks, you can see the theme of big unlocks in the context of DeFi here. And maybe Franco, to go to you as well. I mean, you're taking also, a larger scale approach by looking at eliminating bridging in oracles entirely. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that insight just came to you and the OmniLane team and how that's informed your approach?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, we have a background on blockchain development companies. See a lot of clients coming up to develop new blockchains. You see Unichain launching as well. So kind of looks like the future is going to be blockchains for applications with specified use cases. So in order to build onto that future, you need a truly scalable solution that doesn't rely on infrastructure and a lot of infrastructure being deployed on each chain. So that means if you have a cross-chain swap and you need a bridge for that to work, or you need an oracle for that to work, that's a lot of infrastructure that moves really slow. So there's a lot of unattended markets right now because they don't have such infrastructure. So that's one issue. And the other issue is that nowadays a lot of cross-chain swaps or bridges, they use AMMs models. So that means that a lot of the money is used as sandbags to provide price resistance for swapping. So what we came up with is a solution that's truly scalable because it has almost 100% capital efficiency, meaning that if I have 100 USDC, it's not like each USDC is going to be more expensive the more you trade. I can trade that amount at spot price. And then we can truly deploy on any chain because we don't rely on oracles and we don't need all those parties for our protocol to work. The key for that is our secret sauce is cumulative state consensus, which is an algorithm that allows essentially the two parties involved on a trade to share all the information required and consent and kind of reach this consensus about the cumulative deposits of the counterparty for the trade. So yeah, that has been our approach, and that has been our vision.
Love it. And I think what's so powerful is how each one of these solutions kind of interact and compound on top of each other. And maybe, Royal, we can go back to you. You gave us, again, high-level context on what informed the origin of Templar. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you've brought this solution to life, particularly a little bit more about your go-to-market? I know you're looking at targeting chains that don't necessarily have native DeFi solutions. Yeah, can you expand on that a little bit more for folks, just on your go-to-market strategy and how you're bringing this to life?
Yeah, our go-to-market strategy is focusing on assets that don't have native DeFi, right? So Bitcoin, Doge, even Ripple, Litecoin, Cardano, these are all assets that people are holding in trillions across exchanges and wallets. And their options are they trust a centralized custodian, which happens, in which Celsius happens, right? So that's not desirable. You can alternatively wrap and bridge those assets, which not only is a high friction, poor user experience, but it just doesn't, it adds extra risk layers as well. So the go-to-market is really focusing on those assets that are unmet. They have untapped demand. And then we can also address the long tail of assets as well via our modular design. They can just permissionlessly deploy vaults for those assets as well. So it's really going after an untapped market to start, and then expanding from there, given the fact that it is omni-chain via chain signatures.
And Alan, similar question for you, but I also have to imagine, just given the nature of what you're building, price discovery for that debt matters so much. Can you also expand a little bit more on how you've brought this solution to life via go-to-market, but tell us a little bit more about price discovery and how you've just navigated probably the inherent opportunity and challenge with that as well.
I'll give two answers to that question in many ways, because the product that's live now uses sort of existing fungible tokens in many ways, like things that could be used as collateral for margin loans, and we're basically testing and having a use case for tradable debt, right? But I see the next step, and that's the path, and especially related to counter abstraction, is I see a future where there's going to be multiple chains where real-world assets are being tokenized, and there's two aspects there. One is price discovery of all of these assets, and there's a bit of a real-world connection. But the second, I think, more interesting is how do you underwrite the user, right? Like basically, a user will not have all their assets on one chain. They will have their assets in different chains that are purposely built for whatever assets being held there. And then when you start thinking about minting debt for that user from an intent point of view, that's when you start thinking like, okay, can I see the user across all chains? Connecting a little bit to AI from yesterday's talks at NEAR, like can I have agents that go through all your assets across all chains, agents and do the underwriting, and that's the price discovery. But then put it all together and then basically mint debt against all of your assets. I don't know if that answers the question.
Very much does, above and beyond. And then Franco, for you as well, given the nature of what you're building and truly, kind of flipping DeFi on its head a bit, curious if you've faced any challenges just with adoption overall, because the behavior is so ingrained, I think, in the minds of folks in using the existing DeFi primitives. Obviously, this curates a better experience, but would love to hear a little bit more about how you've navigated that in bringing truly an innovative solution to market.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we have launched on testnet so far. We're looking to launch into production at the end of this year. So far, our users have been mostly tested users, and particularly, part of our go-to-market strategy at first was to reach out to potential projects that could integrate the technology in order to allow their users for kind of this seamless cross-chain application experience. I think the feedback we got so far from these initial potential integrations has been very positive. It's the simplest way to tell about it is that for the user, for example, on lending protocols, users could use their Bitcoin to be supplied on Templar or on Covenant, or they could use their USDC on Polygon, and the way that it will work is by our layer of composability that will allow for first do a cross-chain, either bridge or swap into the destination chain, and then once it arrived, you can swap for, if let's say it's a meme coin and there's no liquidity on OmniLane for that, you can simply bridge USDC, and then once it arrived, swap to the meme coin and then supply that as collateral, or you could repay debt. I see, user experience is more and more scattered. You got tokens on one chain on the other, and then maybe you have to repay $100, and you have 20 there, 15 there, and you need to do something quick. OmniLane can be kind of a clear venue for that, to simply use the tokens directly into the protocol and don't have to kind of go through that painful experience of bridging, find the bridge, waiting, and then kind of your position is more and more risky. I would say so far so good.
Which is great to hear. And I know we've spent a fair amount of time talking about solutions, and I think sometimes as a founder, the hardest thing to do is talking about solutions. So I actually want to zoom out and talk about the market a little bit. And Franco, you brought it up of and I think all of you are eliminating kind of pain points for users along your way. And curious if there's been a unique behavior or unique insight from the users or customers that you're engaging that has surprised you, just in your process of building. Open to anyone. Yeah. Royal, I see your hand. We can start with you.
I'd like to highlight actually a pain point that a friend of mine experienced very recently. He wanted to bet on the outcome of the US election on Polymarket. Now, he's not very crypto savvy. So, he knew that, okay, there's this address that I sent the ETH to, right? And he sent that on Ethereum mainnet. Right, but on Polymarket, you need to do that on Polygon network, right? So then, he had to contact support, and it's not clear whether or not he's going to get his money back.
Yeah,
that's a very clear example of a problem that is solved by kind of chain abstraction and chain signatures, right? Doesn't matter what network you're working, the user shouldn't have to care about that. They should just care about what type of funds they have and what they want to do with them, not the technical details of which chain that it's on. So I think we're all making steps towards solving that.
No question, no question. And Alan, Franco, curious, any insights or observations on the behavior side, whether it's pain or actually just user behavior?
Yeah, so regarding pain, I mean, I can speak mostly for myself. Coming back again to my background, at Rattle Labs, most of our financials are in crypto. So we handle a lot of crypto, and sometimes we receive a payment on Tron, then we receive a payment on Solana, and all these different chains, and we need to move the money. So overall, per month we're like moving over $500,000, and I know from first hand kind of how painful that is. Finding what bridge has liquidity today, maybe tomorrow it won't, and kind of navigate all of that pain points that the users we assume are also receiving. Also, very excited about the intense movement. We were kind of working on our solution. We weren't kind of looking to the broader ecosystem, and we had a nice surprise when we realized that what we were doing had a name already, and that was Intense. And once we compare solutions, even with, for example, the standard that that across and Uniswap released. We compared notes and we realized it was pretty similar. So that was a kind of nice insight that we were actually kind of into a real issue, and that others were also kind of find solutions. So yeah, that was us.
I think three learnings or observations. The first, going out and getting users. The first thing that came out is that, or struck me, is that most users right now in crypto, right, and this comes from the previous DeFi summit and whatnot, they all sort of like degen traders. They all just want to lever up, bet on something, and want to see it go up and whatnot, right? Like crazy. The second is the amount of liquidity fragmentation that exists out there. And a lot of the solutions are like, yes, you can have shared liquidity, but against, and this is like Aave, against 6 or 7 liquid tokens, but if you start going down the long tail, and this is where people get very interested, like it just becomes impossible, right?
Yeah.
And their chain abstraction kind of helps. And then the third is lots and lots of conversations with people bringing new assets on chain, thinking about lending, and so they start thinking about credit, and hitting that wall of like lack of liquidity because of fragmentation, and because most users right now on crypto are not looking for like a 3% yield, 5% yield, or whatever is above treasury rates, right? And so it becomes a bit of a mismatch that I think slowly, and you see this across the market. I guess that's the fourth insight. Spreads are going down, right? Like everybody's like, oh, I could get 20%. And then now, as you get more and more assets on chain, everything is going down. I think the more the existing users get used to like, okay, these are the new rates, it'll become easier for new assets to then get liquidity.
Which I think, Alan, goes next to my next question, and would love for maybe you to kick it off, is when you think about long-term building in this space, how do you think about retention and ultimately actually building trust with your user, which I personally believe is one of the most compelling moats in this space, is trust. So curious how that comes up for you and how you think about that. No right or wrong answers here, more just curious how you think about it, and we can go around.
I'm very conflicted because I'm in many ways, and this is just my nature, I like systems, and so I like sort of a decentralized system that works. I think the reality is, for building companies and trust and whatnot, you kind of have to be like a bit of a centralized brand. Like people have to recognize you. You have to have that front end that people trust. You can go to, will solve across chains and whatnot. And so I would say the answer there is, build a good brand that gives a solution to people and makes it really easy for people.
Yeah. Curious, Franco or Roy, if you have any other thoughts there as well.
From our position, how to build, and I relate to Alan's point of building brand. And for us, we're trying to position OmniLane as the infrastructure layer. Obviously, we will have, let's say, a front end that'll be for our cross-chain swap solution, but that's just kind of the simplest use case of what OmniLane can achieve. So for us, kind of putting us into the infrastructure level, we need to provide kind of a brand of security, resilience. It won't ever fail, and things like that. So for us, it's kind of building more on the tech side, which is what I love, honestly. So focusing on the tech side, building something really scalable, secure, that is battle tested, and going into production one step at a time.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'd like to build on what both of you have said. There's two things. One component, you definitely need technical scalability and actually for it to work in the long run. All the big tech companies, they function based off of sharding, right? And that's part of what initially attracted me to NEAR, is I believe that in the long run, sharding is a very good way to scale blockchains, right? So obviously you need proper tech to build on that lasts in the long run. And I think that even the good actors within the space that have built products, unfortunately, most of the infrastructure that they've built on has not been scalable to date, right? So I think that's obviously been a big barrier. Another one building on the brand is just good behavior, right? Yeah. Treat your users the way you'd want to be treated. A lot of people are in crypto because we feel like we have a moral authority to traditional finance. Yeah. They don't treat people well. There are billions of people that are excluded by traditional finance, and frankly, they just serve the interests of a very select few. Our goal is to serve everyone equally, level the economic playing field. So we need to step up to the plate and act properly there. Yeah, I think the tech and behaving well are going to be the key things that we need to do. And finally, if I may add, there needs to be better acceptance from both people and governments around the world in order for this to work well quickly. Certainly, crypto is wartime tech. It's protecting you against poor behavior from governments and large corporations. But you need to be able to send those assets, and you need to be able to participate without fear of being thrown in jail or the IRS or other tax authorities coming after you for simply transacting with your own money. Not even poor behavior.
Man, maybe you should have moderated this panel. Thank you for sharing that. Incredibly powerful. We have 2 minutes here left, folks. I want to go rapid fire down the line. And Royal, you actually kind of already started it off. Number one, biggest misconception about building in DeFi. And number two, any advice you would have to aspiring DeFi founders. We'll go rapid fire down the line. Franco, we can start with you.
That's a tough one. Biggest misconception of building DeFi. So I would say, at least from me, and kind of counteracting what I said earlier about focusing on the tech side, when I was coming in, and this is kind of my first kind of founder, DeFi project being as a founder, I guess I'm focusing way too much on the tech, perhaps. I should focus a little bit more on the community side. I got some people telling me that. So I would say that's my biggest issue right now. We should be kind of focusing a little bit more on the testing on the testnet, opening testnet for the community. And with that comment, I'm saying that on December 1st, we're doing kind of our open testnet for the public. We'll probably be incentivizing that as well in collaborations with some people from the NEAR Foundation. Thanks for that. I would say that's fine.
Amazing. 30 seconds each for both you, Alan and Royal.
I think from a founder perspective, the biggest misconception or thing about DeFi is the reliance on community. Community is really, really, really huge. Anything in DeFi or crypto you want to build. The second, I think for anybody, the crypto community themselves, they don't realize that DeFi really, really relies a lot on centralized finance. There's a stronger connection than most people realize.
DeFi is not just for degens. Those are just the people that are kind of the largest users and the most loud in the space. DeFi enables the financial primitives for global free markets without interference, and that is for everyone to participate in, not just degens.
Incredible. Can we give a round of applause for the folks building the future of DeFi? All right. Thank you all for coming out to this panel. I believe we're going to hand it back to our MC next. Thank you.
That was awesome. It's great to hear how chain abstraction is going to solve so many pain points within the crypto industry. A quick note, please do head over to the Zen Zone in that corner of the complex where you can get yourself a massage, which is where I'm going to be heading to next. Anyway, on to the next topic. I think it's abundantly clear now that multi-chain is definitely going to be the future. If that's going to be the case, cross-chain liquidity is going to be like super important. So that's the topic that we're going to be discussing next, cross-chain liquidity and the future of multi-chain DEXs. We're going to have Sid Venkateshwaran from Electric Capital, who's going to be moderating this panel. So please give Sid a very warm welcome.
Hey everybody, how's it going? You guys ready to jump in? Real quickly, let's see who we're talking with today. We have Franco from OmniLane, Andy Cho from Frax, and Ankit from OKX. I think you guys have already met Franco, so Ankit, you want to give a quick intro about yourself?
Yeah, for sure. So, hey everyone, my name's Ankit. I'm a product lead at OKX OS. What we are building is an open source full stack developer platform that can be used to build all sorts of Web3 applications, on-chain, any-chain. And yeah, here today representing more of the DEX API team. The DEX API used for a ton of different applications, and excited to go into that today. So.
Hi guys, so my name is Andy. I lead ecosystem and strategies at Frax Finance. At Frax, we do a lot of things in the DeFi realm. Right now, we like to call ourselves the decentralized bank of crypto. So we do 3 different types of stable coins. We do our own sub-protocols like permissionless lending markets, our AMMs, which I think we're going to go over today. We have our LSD, and recently we launched our own L2 called Fraxtal, which is pretty interesting. So yeah, happy to be here.
Awesome. Let's jump right into it. So what do you guys think are the main technical challenges to achieving seamless cross-chain liquidity today? Franco, you want to start?
All right. So if I had to say kind of the 2 biggest things that are a challenge for kind of cross-chain liquidity, I would say the first is infrastructure. So nowadays, in order to build or in order to connect 2 different ecosystems, you need a lot of infrastructure deployed. You need oracles. You need maybe sometimes sidechain validators and whatnot. And it seems like blockchains are coming up every day at a faster pace than you can integrate. So infrastructure or solutions that kind of strive or want to connect these ecosystems need to kind of find simpler infrastructure in order to keep up with the pace. And the second, I would say, is liquidity efficiency. I think AMMs are extremely valuable. They feel a big part on decentralized finance, but they also have issues with efficiency. A lot of money is used as sandbags for providing price assistance for slippage and whatnot. So I think if we will have tons of different blockchains coming up every day, we need a more capital efficient solution.
Cool. For me, I think because you touched on great things as well, I think for me it would have to be security, obviously, and then liquidity fragmentation with all these other L2s coming out. I think in the future there's going to be more than like 1,000 chains, and it's just the fragmentation is going to get worse and worse. And commenting a little bit about the infra side of things with oracles being needed, I think there's a lot of innovations that's coming out. Right now at Frax we're doing something called Borrowed Automated Market Maker, which we're going to launch soon, and it's going to be permissionless. We're not going to need oracles because the liquidity is going to be provided by the lenders, and that's I think eventually, slowly, we're trying to figure out all these things all together. And in terms of security, I think it's always an issue where if it's controlled by like a centralized, entity. So yeah, I think those 2 are the main things that are kind of worrisome for me in moving into the future.
Yeah, and in addition to the liquidity fragmentation and the security, the only thing I would add there is just the user experience, right? So like making sure it's super, as we're sort of connecting these different chains and ecosystems, just making it super simple for developers to access the different chains, because we know the future is going to be multi-chain. So A lot of the work that we're doing within OS right now is sort of connecting all these heterogeneous chains, and now we have something like more than 20 networks supported, more than 20 bridges, and access to more than 400 different DEXs. So it's a very sort of like almost like a cat and mouse game of like, you know, a new chain pops up, new liquidity source pops up, we have to quickly access it, you know, and bring it into our API. So yeah, it's not easy, but someone's got to do it, and yeah, we're just excited to open up these APIs to developers too. So.
Great, great. How do you guys see the relationship between centralized exchanges and cross-chain DEXs evolving? Ankit, I know that you guys have the OKX DEX API, so I'd love to hear your perspective and then dive in.
Yeah, we're definitely in a very unique position with the exchange and the DEX product being so popular within the OKX wallet. So definitely have a good like vantage view, like what we're seeing on that side. I think, you know, the two are very complementary, and in many cases we're seeing that, you know, different protocols are tapping into centralized exchanges for the liquidity, and sort of most evidenced by like private market makers. And I think at the end of the day, like these are, you know, necessary systems to provide better rates for users. And, you know, I think there are some trade-offs around centralization and essentially how we're sourcing these quotes, but and how we're actually decentralizing this sort of whole network. But yeah, I think as a sort of ecosystem, it's been really cool to see that grow. No.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's complementary. It's, you know, we can't deny the fact that it's a lot more friendlier and it's easier to use centralized exchanges for like people who are just getting into it. And DeFi and even DEXs, it's always been very, there has been a learning curve for people to just come in, whereas like you can just tap into, for example, in Korea or anywhere else, it's very easy and seamless to just go into the market and get liquidity. For DEXs, you require an abundance of things and you need to actually learn how to use it. So commenting on like your UI, UX experience, I think that's very important, and that's something that eventually that DEXs will have to figure out a way to make it seamless and easier. And I think that comes along with probably like implementations in the future with like, for example, AI, where you can kind of tap into different DEXs and get liquidity and kind of do these swaps instead of doing like 6 clicks and different transactions with just 1 click and choosing what kind of, you know, network and what you want just by a seamless click. Making that would be a lot easier, and I think that would bring a lot of users and liquidity from centralized exchanges to DEXs. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for both, you know, players to work with each other.
I think they're both competitors, and there could be potentially a relationship for synergy. I mean, there's definitely overlap with cross-chain swaps or bridges. Also, with intent-based protocols and solvers coming up, I've spoken to a lot of them, and they use usually exchanges in order to rebalance their positions for continued, you know, serving into the intent-based infrastructure. So that's obviously a synergy, but also kind of an overlap for cross-chain swaps. But I think, you know, they also serve different purposes, because centralized exchanges, they don't allow for much composability, so you can't really connect a protocol directly with an on-chain call to something to happen inside a centralized exchange. Maybe that's a good idea, I'm just saying. But for some reason, until now, it's not happening, so cross-chain swaps or decentralized exchanges still are the only way in which you can kind of build DeFi. So yeah, I would say that.
Cool. Franco, I'm glad you mentioned intents. So today, a lot of the liquidity and trading activity exists on AMM and AMM-like primitives. Do we think the future of cross-chain liquidity continues to stay on AMMs, transitions to order books, or intent-like platforms?
So I think one of the earliest idea for DEXs was, I wouldn't say intent-based, but peer-to-peer, really. And then thanks to Vitalik's post, you know, it's gotten to the point that AMM was kind of the definite solution at the very beginning. They serve extremely well for price discoverability and for connecting to peers. So I think that AMMs still are and will be a big part of DeFi. They also serve the purpose of being a great financial product for people that just want to get some interest on their assets. But also, they let's say suffer, or they are subject to some kind of issues that intents don't necessarily have, such as the slippage, the MAB attacks and things like that, where intents kind of separate kind of the negotiation phase from the settlement phase, which essentially gets rid of all of that and allows for most efficient swapping.
And I agree heavily on that. And coming from like a DeFi project, obviously, I would like to think that AMM are the ways to the future. And to be honest, I like to think that we're still very early into exploring and figuring out the solutions for different like DeFi or AMMs or DEXs and liquidity fragmentation. And I think every day we're getting closer. For example, for AMMs, there's a lot you can do with it. Like you said, we're doing like something like TWAM, which is like a time-weighted average market maker, where users are able to provide liquidity over a long period of time and kind of deload their liquidity over a long period of time, up to I think years. And then we're launching, like I mentioned, borrowed automated market makers. And these are some things that a lot of people that are trying to figure things out still on DEXs and automated market makers. And we're slowly getting there, and I think it's every time there's a new solution and we're doing one thing better, we're getting a step closer. And I think eventually and hopefully, it might be a hot take for a lot of people, but I think AMMs are going to be ultimately the solution.
Yeah, definitely echoing that. I mean, I don't think AMMs are going anywhere. There's just like no easier way to just launch a market around some sort of new asset, and yeah, I think they're definitely here. I think intents are also, I think seeing a lot of exciting stuff there. I think that it's also important to point out some of the risks with intents, right? I think that relayer networks not being decentralized is sort of a concern, and hopefully that gets better over time. Also, just like you see like so many different intent standards, especially in the Ethereum space. So how does it actually become standardized? There's some proposals around new sort of cross rollup standards to enable more interoperability, and really curious if even the NEAR ecosystem is kind of pushing in that direction. But yeah, there's a couple pieces to watch out for there. But yeah, for the long term, at least for the DEX API, we're looking to integrate whatever solutions out there to, again, ultimately provide the best rates and the highest security. So.
Bridges are, one of the largest categories that have faced hacks and exploits. How do we improve the security standard across the space to make sure that users feel safe about accessing liquidity and improving that experience across chains? Okay, do you want to start?
Yeah, so I think on the bridges side, whenever we're looking to integrate new chains, we actually do a lot of sort of upfront work. We have to make sure that the DEXs themselves have been audited, and then we run internal audits on our side. So I think as a sort of platform that's providing these APIs, it's again really important that we're doing our due diligence. So I mean that's a start. It's definitely not enough, but we're exploring advanced ways to label potentially risky tokens, things that might be honeypots, and just exposing that in the endpoints itself. So yeah, there's a lot of work to do, but yeah, it's not an easy problem for sure. So.
Yeah, for us, I think there's a lot to comment on. Obviously, I think it was the last DeFi summer, we saw a bunch of exploits on different bridges, and that kind of spooked the whole DeFi scene. And that was actually the motivation for one of our products called FraxFerry, which is an in-house bridge. And obviously, there is trust involved, but I think there's a big trade-off. So for FraxFerry, the efficiency might not be the greatest. It takes 24 to 48 hours for you to move assets. But the good thing is that it's very secure, given that you have this formality of trust with us. So how it works is we have a 24 to 48 hour time frame to see if there's anything malicious in the middle. And that's when we kind of close the order. So that was actually the motivation. The only not bad, but the only hard thing about this is for us to support different chains or any other bridges, I think because we're doing a lot of things, it takes a lot of development work. And there's the question of decentralization. Again, to kind of decentralize Fraxtory, I think it'll take another, I guess, a period or quarter of work for us to kind of figure out. But again, it's a very hard problem to solve, and but I think eventually the security side of things will get better. Like you said, due diligence is the first start, and this was another step forward for us and a case study to build. And right now, I think Fraxtory supports a few chains, but ultimately, I don't think it's the most sustainable solution. And so, yeah, that's what I can comment on that one.
Yeah, and my insight coming also from the developer world, obviously you got due diligence and audits and all that stuff, but from a design point of view, just keeping it simple as possible, I think that's the ultimate best way to go about security. The less moving parts, the less surface or error you'll have, and ultimately, yeah, it's less probable that you'll encounter an issue. On OmniLane, we're trying to kind of Oracle less, bridge less, anything kind of less infrastructure, and that has served us. Obviously, it doesn't really translate to all the use cases, but I would say in general, just keeping it as simple as possible is kind of the way to go.
Modularity has led to this explosion of chains, but that explosion has led to an increase of fragmentation of liquidity. What can teams launching new chains learn from what the ecosystem has built over the last few years to help access the liquidity that already exists versus further aiding in the fragmentation?
I can go. Yeah, so I don't think I can really help those teams with a great answer. Yeah, it's a tough problem. And what I see is that there, and this is bad, but probably a lot of projects, because I think like the cross-chain rich and kind of the protocols that are working hasn't I don't think they have caught up the pace of the kind of expanding demand. So I think a lot of projects will see that they will kind of feel like choked. They won't have liquidity to work. They won't have kind of venues or ways to go into the different blockchains. So I wish the best of luck to those projects. Yeah, I hope that we can kind of move as fast as possible to kind of go for rescue for those.
Yeah, it's interesting because we launched our L2 as well not long ago called Fractal, and we actually did this, and the reason why we did this was because we realized that there's going to be 1,000 chains, and we wanted to be the forefront of it, and we saw that as like a final vision for Frax. But like you mentioned, I think with all these chains, there's going to be more fragmentation, and I think it's a simple like game of supply and demand, and it's going to be. I don't want to say it because we always do, our ideology is kind of positive sum working together, and we are still working together, but I don't think there's enough, I think like for example, manpower or infra for them to support all these chains, right? So eventually I think there's going to be an overhyped amount of chains coming out, and then there's going to be a fall, and it's going to hopefully decrease the fragmentation, but I think that's one of the main problems that we're going to face in the future with all these chains coming out. Yeah,
Yeah, I definitely can relate to that because previously within OKX, we were launching the X-Layer blockchain, which was with Polygon CDK. So you are seeing this sort of like, at least in the Ethereum space again, like this sort of people coalescing around the superchain, the OP stack or AgLayer or Arbitrum orbits. So as a chain, like at minimum, make your life a little bit easier and at least be a part of one of these larger sort of economic zones. But if you're sort of a DeFi protocol or just looking to quickly access the multi-chain ecosystem, I'd really recommend checking out the DEX API because with something like the widget that we've created, like a few lines of code, you can just access, help people bridge into your ecosystem and again make it super seamless. So there are like stopgaps before we get to the full-blown interoperability that everyone wants. So, yeah.
Great, great. Thanks, everybody. I'm sure we could talk about cross-chain liquidity for hours, but that's all the time we have today. Please give a round of applause for Ankit, Andy, and Franco.
Wow, what an incredible panel. Thank you to our amazing speakers. So next up, we're going to be hearing from Jake Orju from Gauntlet. He'll be providing an update on House of Stake, which is a truly cutting-edge governance structure. If you guys are NEAR token holders, which I suspect you might be, you'll definitely want to hear this. So please give a very warm welcome to Jake.
All right. Everybody hear me okay? Great. Thanks for joining today. Our presentation is a partnership update on how the NEAR Foundation has been working with Gauntlet to focus on new governance and new ecosystem growth through the House of Stake. Our agenda for today is as follows. We're going to start by taking a historical look at progress we've made, looking back in the most recent months, making progress towards a proposal implementation, a look at the current state, what's in flight, what we're working on right this minute, and then looking forward, the progress we can expect to see in the next few months as we see an exciting future for NEAR overall and within the House of Stake as well. First, I'll introduce myself. Hi, I'm Jake. I'm a senior protocol strategist at Gauntlet. I've been with Gauntlet for about 2 years. Prior to Gauntlet, I was working in TradFi and fintech and data science startups in the non-crypto world, focusing on optimization of companies' infrastructure and intelligence. But now I'm here at Gauntlet, focusing on the protocol growth and ecosystem growth team. If you don't know Gauntlet, we are an economic modeling and DeFi services company, focusing on working with the best DeFi protocols and teams and dApps in all of crypto. So we try to work on providing infrastructure intelligence and incentive optimization, as well as things like treasury management, risk management for perpetual protocols, DEXs, and lending protocols for all of DeFi. So we'll jump right into it. Looking back at our partnerships so far, let's talk about what Gauntlet's original scope was. So you guys might have seen in June of this year, we put up our announcement for our partnership. There's a lot of details that go into the partnership, but we'll just start with kind of the two high-level themes being governance and ecosystem growth. So what does governance mean? DeFi ecosystems as a whole, both within DeFi and then in the real world, like the news most recently, you'll see that governance is still something that needs to iterate and continuously improve. So what we were designed to do for NEAR was work with the foundation to design a stake-weighted governance framework and propose an actual solution to the rest of the community. In parallel and in accordance with that proposal, we want to focus on ecosystem growth, utilizing our expertise with things like incentive optimization and incentive intelligence to implement targeted initiatives to encourage on-chain activity and actual organic user flow. But why is that important? And why is that as important not only to DeFi as a whole, but also to the NEAR ecosystem specifically? So there's a ton of context in here that the NEAR ecosystem has gone through, a bunch of experiences that they would have a much better job of explaining than this one slide. But high level, NEAR was founded on a proof of humanity framework, which means that one person gets one vote. And it doesn't matter if it's Ilya proposing a code change or some new user, they have the same amount of power in executing a code or a grant proposal. This was a really nice and egalitarian idea that theoretically would be really great if it worked out. But I think, objectively, there are a lot of issues that the NEAR ecosystem has experienced, which is what led this proposal and this partnership to come to be. Just a high-level overview of what some of those issues were is that when there's one-to-one voting, it's really hard to get people to agree on things, which means that things like proposing funding for grants and new apps and token launches and different partnerships within the ecosystem, it was very difficult to get those across, which led to a very low number of success rates for grant proposals and execution within NEAR compared to other big L1 ecosystems in the industry. And as that happened, there was not a ton of incentive alignment when it came to engagement and participation for the governance ecosystem and the voters themselves. So you saw a dramatic decrease in NDC voting participation, going from 500 votes to about 100 over the course of 2 years. So pretty dramatic drop off. So what is the solution? Again, you guys might have seen this proposal online, but our proposal was the House of Stake. This was developed in tight collaboration with the NEAR Foundation, coming from a lot of ideas that Ilya has proposed over the years, as well as tons of research that we've done, both with NEAR and within our DeFi experience, looking at ecosystems such as Arbitrum, Optimism, Ethereum, Uniswap, to understand what's been working for them and what hasn't, and what we can apply to get some nice, wise lessons for the NEAR ecosystem as they get ready for their next chapter. So, in those recent months, we did end up actually proposing the House of Stake document and the House of Stake blog post. What this does to apply to the pains that the NEAR ecosystem was facing was it implies the stake-weighted voting, which is, again, not a novel idea. This is something that's used widely across DeFi. It rewards people who are economically incentivized, economically aligned within the ecosystem to have more of a say when it comes to things like protocol upgrades, security measures, or new launches. It also introduced the vNEAR token. This token allows users to be rewarded for engagement, rewarded for locking themselves in to being committed to the NEAR ecosystem, and gives more of incentive alignment that we didn't see in the previous framework. And we also established a new flow of committees and organizations with their own roles and responsibilities that all coordinate and collaborate together to make sure that proposals are actually secure, that they're efficient, and that they actually go through on-chain so that things can actually happen. So then you'll see that there's a lot of comments and questions on this post. It got a lot of attention, which was really great for us. We love the feedback. We went through one iteration of feedback after a mechanism change was recommended to us by the community, which was extremely helpful. I'm getting a lot of questions this week from other NEAR ecosystem members about when is this going to be live, and then something we'll talk about later in the presentation. So again, this presentation was, this proposal was many pages long. I'm not going to dive into all the deep math that our data science team did. Happy to get into that if we have more time or in private discussion. I'm just going to go over the high-level flow of the proposed framework that we presented. So what you'll see here, this is just from the ecosystem perspective, not the user perspective. We have the start of the process being the proposal being made by any NEAR member. Typical ways that you do this is you create a forum post, you do some community outreach, you get feedback from people, you take in comments, maybe you update your proposal, maybe you don't, but you do that on the forums and you make a proposal with specific actions, contract calls, or recommendations to the ecosystem themselves. There is then a temperature check phase of around 7 days. This is, again, pretty standard with other major L1 ecosystems to give the community time to provide feedback to make sure that this proposal is sound. And then there is a pre-screening committee, which is a new committee that we've recommended in our framework. This committee is going to be made up of experienced NEAR members who are vested in the success of the NEAR ecosystem, as well as potentially new elected members who are responsible for reviewing the proposal in detail and making a recommendation to the community about if this proposal is one that they would move forward with. The real effect of that committee, is to allow for either a majority or a supermajority for the community to then vote on. So if the screening committee were to say, hey, this looks like a good proposal, we reviewed it at length, here's our recommendation to move forward, then it would only require 51% for the community to pass this proposal via an on-chain governance vote. If they were to reject a proposal for any number of reasons that they think this proposal might not be successful for the NEAR ecosystem, then it would have to be a supermajority, meaning that over 3 out of every 4 people would have to accept this proposal as something that they think is an improvement for NEAR. Following that decision by the screening committee, there is an actual on-chain vote, which allows anybody with NEAR stake tokens to weigh in on the ecosystem's future and decide if this vote is something that they want to execute on-chain. So that means anybody with NEAR tokens, whether you have 1 or 1,000, you can submit your vote. Of course, the more tokens you have, the more voting power you can contribute. That phase is 14 days. That allows, again, for more vetting by more people. It allows voters to provide more discourse on the forums or elsewhere, maybe through a spaces, to understand if this post is something that they all want to agree on. And post the successful approval of that vote, the on-chain contract calls within that proposal will be executed. So what that might look like is it might look like a security upgrade. It might look like funds being sent from one contract to another, or it could look like a fundamental change for the NEAR L1. As that passes, things break, things happen. A normal or a standard approach for most of these ecosystems is to have some sort of emergency implementation flow in place. Things like crisis management, things like avoiding a hack. To hedge those things from happening, you have things like a security council, which is another new committee that we've recommended, which will have members that the NEAR Foundation and Gauntlet suggests with expertise in security and chain security to make sure that things like hacks or protocol freezes can only happen when they need to. From a voting perspective, we also recommended endorsed delegates. This is something that Arbitrum and Optimism have also dabbled with. What that means is that there will be, just like in the voting in of the US with senators and representatives, there will be kind of larger parties with more responsibility to contribute to the NEAR ecosystem with specific expertise. They will be endorsed by both the foundation and the community. There'll also be regular delegates, so you can self-delegate. You can recommend a non-endorsed member to delegate to. And what this allows for is that people like me, who I don't have smart contract auditing experience, I might not trust myself to look through every line of code for NEAR, but I can trust someone like OpenZeppelin or other smart contract auditors that NEAR has used in the past, and I can delegate my vote for those sorts of decisions. So what this all looks like, as a whole flow, you guys can see here. Proposals will come in, voters will provide their input, and then as the different security measures and committees give their own input, these proposals will either be accepted or rejected. So what does this look like in the current state? What's going on right now? We are building. We are in collaboration with FastNear, another seasoned veteran in the NEAR ecosystem, to actually implement the proposal and framework that we've recommended. So they're in the process of building this and getting it audited right now. We put some tweets up to give you guys some timeline of expectations, but of course some things take faster or some things take slower than expected. We're also doing some of that ecosystem growth that we talked about in our initial proposal, initial partnership proposal, where we talk about and focus on incentives for ref finance. That's the major DEX on NEAR right now. We're seeing pretty strong results so far. We've distributed around $250,000 in incentives for ref, which means that we're basically incentivizing people to provide liquidity for all of the most important token pools on the #1 DEX in NEAR right now. We're seeing pretty strong results. Via our KPIs, we're incentivizing volume, so we want people to actually trade these tokens, and we're rewarding pools that do get that volume. While ref took a small hit in the past month as there was some market volatility, we're still seeing good growth for pools that we are actually targeting. And we're also seeing a really interesting trend with bridged assets having the highest ROI within our strategies. When you think of things like chain abstraction, this is a good indicator that people are bridging assets to NEAR, which is very, very important. So looking forward, House of Stake go live and community enablement. So we're really excited for the House of Stake to go live. We're really excited for the community to get a chance to participate and submit proposals. What can anybody in the NEAR ecosystem do to help? You can get those proposals ready. If you have a recommendation to the ecosystem, if you want to get your project funded out of the NEAR treasury, start to write those proposals if you haven't already, and start to get some community feedback within the appropriate NEAR channels. Be prepared to stake your NEAR and vote. So a lot of people are staking their NEAR through things like stake NEAR alternatives, or you might just be holding NEAR, but you have to be ready to get those those wallets ready, get those ledgers ready, and make sure you can get vNEAR to actually be a contributor. And then think about who you want to delegate to. So we have not disclosed, we've not published our call for delegates yet, but we are getting ready to endorse delegates or recommend endorse delegates, and we want to make sure that you guys have as much time as you need to vet them yourselves, ask questions, and of course suggest your own. Here are our next steps. We're hoping for the complete contract development, complete deadline of end of year. We are hoping to start establishing delegates and endorse delegates within the beginning of Q1, and we're hoping to see the first proposals go live for end of Q1. So we have a very busy next few months coming up. Ways to get in touch, that's my Twitter and Telegram. Absolutely love any and all questions. There's a lot of deep math and data science that I had a lot of trouble, processing on my own time. So if you guys have any questions, please, please, please come and ask. If you want to get a better understanding for what Gauntlet does overall, or what we're continuing to do for NEAR, again, please reach out. We love questions. And thank you for your time today.
That was an incredible update by Jake. I'm very excited for that to go live so I can start staking, start voting. We're going to move to my favorite time of the day, which is lunchtime. So please go have your fill and get back here for 1:15, where we'll be talking all about intents.
deeper connection is disconnecting from the source within. There were parts of my core, senseless and frozen, wisdom hidden, locked up in my soul. Oh, now it's the time to realign, reconnecting my foundation, reunite. Oh, I'm digging, got my feet on solid ground. No more levitation. There was always a longing for more, a deeper connection was disconnected from the source within. There were parts of my core, senseless and frozen, wisdom hidden, locked up in my soul. we met. Heard it from a friend.
Cool video. Welcome back from lunch, guys. And we're running quite a tight schedule, so we're just going to dive straight in. The next session is about the coming intent-based commerce economy. Who better to guide us through this than the one and only Kendall Cole, co-founder of Proximity Labs. So please give Kendall a very warm welcome.
All right, well, you all are in for a special treat on this session. We have some of the, I think, actual experts when it comes to building intent-based products. And so what we are going to talk about is really just diving into, I think, actually a couple of underexplored areas around intents, like not just defining them, but really talking about how they can be used and what people don't understand. So first, let's start off, well, I guess just a quick round of intros. So we've got Adrian up here from Anoma, we've got Jake from Coin Fund, and then we've got Chris from Across. If you guys want to maybe just talk a little bit about yourself and your project, and then we can dive in.
Yeah, I'm Adrian from Anoma. Anoma very much cares about building a distributed operating system for generalized intents. I think intents are literally the solution for everything it requires counterparty discovery, which is like 99% of the stuff we want to do. I mean, in an earlier talk, Zaki was talking about how all of these systems are coordination systems, and coordination fundamentally requires more than one person. And so anything that requires more than one person needs an intent-based system.
I'm Jake Brookman, founder and CEO of Coin Fund. I'm an engineer, generalist technologist, been working on focusing on blockchain investing for the last 9 years or so. Coin Fund is an early crypto fund based in New York, Miami, and Boston, and looking at all areas of the blockchain space. But I primarily spend my time in deep tech and blockchain infrastructure.
And I'm Chris, work at Across Protocol as a research engineer. I've been with the parent org UMA protocol for close to 5 years now. And yeah, Across is a intent bridge. Our primary use case of intents to begin with is high-speed asset bridging, kind of identifying that the friction point that users experience today really is moving assets, and that's where we're starting.
Awesome. Well, yeah, so what I wanted to kick it off with is where you guys, like, since you spend a lot of time I think, kind of like talking about this product with and the solution with people on crypto Twitter and broadly in this space, like what are some of the common misconceptions, like the things people aren't thinking about right when they think about intents?
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that intents must be limit orders and will only ever be limit orders. I think this is certainly not true. I think certainly a lot of the early use cases have intents behave like limit orders, but really intents, it's all about generalized intents, because this is where you get actually most of the composability from. The ability to have not application-specific intents, but rather general intents, so that solvers can compose across like this safe multi-sig intent plus the sort of Gitcoin funding intent plus limit order intent. This is where I think you'll see the actual 10x unlocks of intents, because we're just going to make everything about 10x more composable, and then probably another 10x by also making this cross-chain composable again.
I would say people have a really poor understanding of what intents are. And one of the reasons is that there's a lot of manifestations of intents in the market. Like here we have a cross protocol, which is a very specific, dedicated implementation of intents for a specific purpose, which is bridging across blockchains. Here we have a NOMA, which is a more generalized intents framework that's meant to kind of encapsulate that functionality in general. You have other projects in the market that, for example, are creating intents in the context of their own blockchain. You have others that are creating intents in the context of not so much interoperability technology itself, but an interface to aggregating a lot of different blockchains into one like intents functionality. And so I think until people can really get their hands on some of these technologies, it's going to be a little bit opaque for people, but I hope I helped to disambiguate it a little bit.
Yeah, I think I have two answers here. Like the first one is from like a technical perspective. I've heard a lot of misconceptions that intents are like incompatible with other scalability or like account abstraction solutions. And I kind of to your point earlier, like I think that's not necessarily true, right? Like these systems can be designed to be modular enough that they're compatible with like other components. And then related to this also from like a more technical perspective, I've heard like takes that intents are like strictly more difficult to integrate with versus other types of systems. And I think that's also a misconception a lot of the time, because the interesting thing about intents is that they push complexity to the edges, right? Like the relayer often is the one, like, or the solver or the whatever we want to call them depending on the system, is the one taking on like the path to define the execution, right? If we're looking at like a swap, for example, if you're not using an intent system, you need to define like the full execution trace. Whereas if it's an intent, you just define the output and push that complexity to the edge. So that actually makes integrations often easier for like intent systems versus other kinds of systems.
Actually, I think, like, now thinking about this and also listening to your answer, it's like, intents aren't like, in this space we kind of have this idea that it always must be like, well, X replaces Y, that it's always against something. Intents are just very orthogonal. Like intents are a very new thing that just enables new things. It's not, intents aren't going to replace VMs, for example, like virtual machines. Like intent machines and VMs aren't competitive. You can build intent machines on top of virtual machines. It's like, I think in this space you always have to be very careful to not fall trap to like, oh, my word must be replacing your word because this is the only way the attention shifts. It's more like, this is like we can build a lot of these things on top of each other without having to compete there.
Yeah, I think that's a good distinction. So you guys both, I mean, all of you pretty much mentioned like swaps as like, I guess, the current most obvious implementation of intents. Like, where do you think we're going to start seeing or already are starting to see some other applications of intents?
So maybe I'll go first just because I think we have like level 1 and then you can go to level N. So swaps beginning, but the like key feature that we have in a cross is this thing called a cross plus. So that's basically like, in simple terms, like bridge plus action. So that's like beyond swaps, right? So you moving between two chains and then you like call some arbitrary call data at the end of the bridging action. And our settlement system is verifying that both the bridge or swap plus this like final output have been fulfilled the way that the user had specified. And an example could be like, I don't know, bridge to a chain and then deposit into a money market, right? It's like, it's marginally additional functionality, but for a lot of use cases, this is actually like the secret sauce that they need, right? Like your users at like, I want to buy the NFT and they don't have assets on that chain, but they have assets on Base, right? So then like the bridge plus swap action there is like, okay, detect that they have assets on the other chain, pull the assets to the target chain where they want to go, and then perform like one action, right? Which could be like combinatorial, but yeah, so that's like the step one for us, and I'm sure like Anoma has a lot more to say on that.
All right, I can sort of go all the way to step N, and we can see if we get there via inductive reasoning. So intents, what they generally do is they abstract execution from state layout. So in an intent, you define specifically, I currently have state A, and I'd like to have state B, and I actually don't care how I transition from A to B, and the system just checks that, or like wherever the intent machine is sort of currently running, for example, this could be on Ethereum, this could be on Solana, this could be on a global Anoma L1, it could be anywhere where you can implement the intent machine. The system just checks that your constraints were adhered to, right? So like that you currently started from state A and only got to state B. And so with the limit order, for example, this just looks like I currently have some ETH and I want at least this much Bitcoin, and that's then your intent. And so you can imagine now the number of use cases you can build. Anything that requires counterparty discovery where you don't have the other leg of the sort of state transition, where this could be I have A for B and someone else needs to have B for A in order to make this settleable, but this doesn't even have to be one for one. It can be like I have A for B, someone else B for C, C for D, D for E, and then lastly E for A. One very common use case that I think most people don't think about, but which is an intent system, is the rollup. Like any sort of L2, it's clearly an intent-centric, it's an intent system. Because again, you just collapse a number of state transitions together into a single state transition. The use case that I'm pretty excited about are around, for example, Gitcoin, where we want to have the ability to actually have very decentralized applications. So without having to rely on someone like sort of centrally in a Google spreadsheet running the computation of which project should get funded and then executing it, we can rather say, well, with intents, we all commit to if and only if this project actually gets funding, does our money get pulled from our accounts, right? So you can do these kinds of things. Another very simple example is the Gnosis Safe. 2 out of 3 multisig is an intent-centric system, but currently you send your intent, your partial signature to the Gnosis Safe server effectively, and the last person pulls it from there. In the future, you can just send this to sort of the Anoma intent gossip network, and then whether your transaction or whether your intent is going to be settable on Ethereum or Solana, I don't actually care. Like it's just common infrastructure that handles generalized intents that can then be executed against Anoma as an operating system.
Yeah, it's a good question in terms of applications, but maybe like let me give you a view of how intents might impact smart contracting itself. Like I definitely talked to projects, at least some projects in the market that have this approach. But basically, you know, today when we implement dApps, right, we're using like imperative programming and writing Solidity, writing smart contracts. With intense networks, there's an opportunity to Adrian's point, to like abstract the execution of that. What comes in intense networks is a kind of an execution network, a relay network, where we're effectively like abstracting the execution away. And so what we can actually go and do is go from imperative programming to more declarative programming. Probably a lot of people in this room are technical, but for anyone who doesn't know what that means, it's essentially a way of like defining the functionality of your program through constraints. And then offloading the implementation of your contract to a network that you don't really care how they kind of fit within those constraints, except as long as they deliver the output that you want. And so there's kind of this opportunity to, again, like change the way that we program applications longer term. And that potentially opens up, you know, maybe more accessibility to development in the blockchain space, and sort of like smaller applications, more creative applications.
Actually, I think this kind of declarative intent programming is going to make application development an order of magnitude easier than it is right now. This is, I think, like one of the biggest dev unlocks we can possibly currently work on, which is just when you think of intents, your development experience just becomes way better because you don't have to worry about like what specific opcodes exist on which specific platform.
I was going to say, maybe we can give like a concrete example of like for example, if you're building a DEX, like an AMM today, you kind of have to go and do all the work. You have to go and define the curve. You have to go and define like what pools there are, right? But in a more declarative programming setting, how would you do this?
Yeah, so the way to actually think about this is in a more declarative setting, for example, using Juvix and Anoma, you just write like, I currently have this state, and I'm willing to hold this specific other state, given some constraints. And you really write like, I am willing to sell my ETH for Bitcoin if the price is above 4K and the weather in Paris is nice. And if the weather in Paris is bad, then I want to hold, right? And this is literally just what you write down, and then solvers sort of take this constraint and then try to do constraint solving, which is they take a number of these intents, and then they see if I combine them in different ways, do I get something that effectively goes correct afterwards? And if it goes correct, then you can settle this as a transaction on chain. When it comes more to application development, it starts looking a lot more like what constraints do you care for your program? For example, in an AMM, you'd care about some specific curve being a tier 2. But it's not like in Ethereum, we very much write like 1 + 1, then set NFT equals green. Like you very much like outline the individual compute steps, which makes it very complicated to reason about sort of what possible states your program can be in. Whereas with an intent, with a declarative model, you just define like what possible states can my program hold, and then like anything that doesn't violate those states is like a correct execution of the program. And this is actually, now that we think about that, intents will revolutionize ZK. And I think most of the ZK people don't yet know that they will need intents, but like ZK pushes state to the edge of the network and hides the compute, right? And so we don't currently have a good model on these systems for how to like express, for example, that I'm willing to trade A for B, but privately, because like we can only settle fully fledged things on chain. And so what intents actually allow you to do is you can say, I'd like to do this kind of state transition, and no one knows who I am, but we just modify the state, and this is my starting state, and this is my ending state.
So between ZK and intents, are smart contracts like going away?
No, smart contracts will still exist, but more as a verification tool. Like you just define what specific things your program cares about, and then it verifies it. It's actually much closer, like maybe in the future, most smart contracts just become ZK verifiers. That I can totally see. Sort of pending some performance constraints.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it seems like we've got, on the one end, kind of like, today, most of the environments are imperative, and you have protocols like Across and Across Plus that are kind of iterating on top of that and like designing some solutions on top of that. And then on like the other end of the spectrum, you have kind of Anoma, where you're building for the declarative future. What does the transition period look like, and like what do you think are the steps beyond maybe Across Plus on the way to building towards everyone just using the Anoma type of approach, given that most imperative layer ones are not going away, at least in the next few months and years?
By the way, I'll start off with, I'm a huge fan of Across, and I use the protocol every time I want to move across chain. And sort of like, Anoma's goal is not to replace or compete with Across, for example. It's just like, if you eventually want to have a much easier time building Across, like Anoma just provides a bunch of like underlying stacks for you to like not have to write a bunch of Solidity contracts in order to like make this happen in practice. This is really the way I think about Anoma, which is, it just makes existing paradigms easier to implement. It is not there to replace them. It does not compete with Across. And we sort of historically saw this. Like you could build a lot of things on Bitcoin using Bitcoin script, but building that was very difficult. And the EVM in Ethereum like didn't sort of replace those systems. It just made them easier to build. And as a result, over time, many more people started migrating towards sort of the EVM approach rather than a Bitcoin script approach. And I think we'll see the same thing with intents, that people start migrating more towards the generalized intents because it's just going to be easier to build there.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'll say there is, from our perspective, like it's very much trying to take the most pragmatic approach that is like, we're entering the world of 1,000 rollups and they're proliferating everywhere, and there's like an immediate fragmentation problem. Like we fixed scaling on Ethereum, that's great, but we also made the UX like 5 times worse in the process. So like, how do we unify that in the medium term, right? So that's very much like our intent for now. Excuse the pun, but yeah.
Wait, maybe, can I ask a question? Like, there's usually this trade-off we see in tech where very specific implementations, they're specific, but they tend to be more efficient, and then like very general things are more general, but they tend to be kind of like slower and less efficient. Do you see that trade-off in play in Intense as well? Like between generalized intense networks and specific implementation?
This is certainly going to be true on the solver side. Sort of the more structured your intent can be, the easier your life it will be as a solver. Right? Like you can imagine, I know you can just write like, I currently have this completely opaque state encoded in my own encoding format, and I'd like to go to a different kind of state and encode completely differently. That's very difficult to solve because the solver doesn't have a lot of structure to go by. So in that sense, generalized intents make things slower. Unless you start agreeing more on the intent standards, like cross does, and like then if everyone just agrees this is what a cross-chain transfer looks like, solvers actually have a much easier time sort of dealing with that kind of structured data.
Yeah, and I think the structure is key, right? This is why we created this EIP with Uniswap and why we're like trying to like push like one unified way of specifying these things. But yeah, there's obviously like a bound on how expressive that can be. But again, just being like pragmatic, like users primarily today want to move assets. That's what they want to do. And applications that need to move state, or like intense systems, like maybe in the future will be the right solution. But for now, that's like still to be defined.
And maybe like one last thought here, which we didn't mention yet, which is that solver networks tend to be free, open markets, right? And markets are actually like really, really effective at optimizing and making problems efficient. So we've definitely like seen that in across, for example, as your time to execution has gone down dramatically as the network.
Yeah, this is a key thing for us, right? And like also it like aids with decentralization and permissionlessness and like anti-fragility of the system overall, right? Like enabling anyone to be a filler is like a critical component. And then you kind of push the complexity to the settlement layer, which we didn't really talk about here, but that's then like the hard problem is like how do you settle the intents at the end of the day?
On sort of, you want to have open networks here for solvers. I think the really important thing to understand is you should have composable solving. Like if you have an intent from A to B, and someone from B to C, a solver needs to be able to sort of create a partial solve. Because otherwise, especially with generalized intent systems, you'll end up in this world, which we currently see for the rollups, which is one mega solver. And sort of like all the rollup interop is currently effectively proposing, well, let's just get really single large solvers to like do all the interop between all these different rollups. And this is because fundamentally no one has thought about how do we do composable solving. So especially as we move towards generalized intents, we really need to think about using composable or building systems that enable composable solving so that we can have many competing solvers that compete in their own niches, but we can still sort of like compose these solutions on top of each other.
Awesome. Well, guys, unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you so much for all those insights. And hopefully the developers out there got a lot of thoughts about how they can utilize these systems. So please make sure to check out NOMA across, and then I'm sure Coin Fund has funded a lot of these protocols as well. Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Amazing, awesome stuff. So a key aspect of chain abstraction is the Omni Bridge, a key piece of infrastructure that's needed to power it. I don't know about you guys, but I keep hearing the term Omni Bridge. I'm not entirely sure how it works, and I'm a little bit embarrassed about it. But thankfully for me, we have the formidable Bowen Wang coming up here to tell us all about how it works. So please give a very, very warm welcome to Bowen.
Hey everyone, today I want to talk a bit more about a concept that was introduced in maybe many different talks yesterday. Probably heard of this buzzword called Omni Bridge being mentioned a number of times. And here I just want to do a somewhat technical deep dive on how things work and why it would be useful. Okay, so what are some of the problems with bridges today? I mean, to be fair, one of the problems is there are too many of them. But more realistically, it's oftentimes not very easy to use. As a developer, you need to understand, well, there's a new bridge and some new API that I need to integrate with, and so on and so forth. And also, it doesn't, most of the bridges don't actually support non-smart contract chains, and usually how it works is that there may be some smart contract on the different chains, and then you can prove things about other chain with the bridge. But for non-smart contract chains, sometimes that doesn't work very well. So what OmniBridge wants to do is that it wants to provide a unified interface that developers can easily integrate with and make a great experience for the users as a result. And we also want to make sure that it can work well with non-smart contract chains, so most notably Bitcoin. So this is kind of an overview of what the interface looks like. I think I would say the most important part here is this Omni transfer, which is so this what is shown here is basically this client-side SDK, right? So it's not smart contract. So on this client, so the OmniBridge we don't actually introduce any new standard per se that's on chain. Rather, you as developer, you can just use this SDK and do Omni transfer, and it can basically take a variety of chains or like accounts on different chains as parameters. And also in this transfer message, basically you just say, okay, here is my account on some chain, and I want to transfer to another chain, and this is amount I want to transfer, and this is amount of fee I want to pay for this transfer. And it basically would just automatically work. You can just call this. Well, obviously you need to wait for a bit, right? Because as we know, bridge is not instantaneous. It's an asynchronous operation, but you just call it and wait, and then magically it will be done. So looking at the example more concretely, so let's say you want to transfer from ETH to Base, and then what you basically just do is that you obviously get your wallet, and then you say like, okay, here is the address I have, and here is how much tokens I want to transfer, and the recipient address, and also the fee I want to pay for this transfer to happen, and then you just call Omni transfer, and it's done. So it's basically a very, hopefully very easy to understand and very easy to use interface for developers so that we can provide a seamless experience for users to move their assets across different chains. Now, obviously, there's a question, well, how does it actually work? So there are too much text here, but basically I just want to give an example of how you move assets from, let's say, NEAR to Ethereum, and also move from Ethereum to NEAR. So the important thing to note here is that they're not asymmetric. They're not symmetric, meaning that the way you do transfer from NEAR to destination chain is not the same as you do from destination chain to NEAR. So basically from NEAR to Ethereum, for example, it's done through chain signatures. Basically there's token locker contract on NEAR has a corresponding derivation address on Ethereum so that it can sign Ethereum transactions. What it actually signs is not the Ethereum transaction per se, but it gets verified on Ethereum, and then the contract there can mint the corresponding tokens in the ERC20 contract. And conversely, when you want to bridge from Ethereum to NEAR, what you're doing is actually doing light client proof. So this is similar to what we already have for Rainbow Bridge. So it's the similar concept. And for Bitcoins, yeah, it's basically the same thing. That the way we support Bitcoin is that the contract on NEAR will have a derivation address on Bitcoin that people can deposit into, and then proof can be verified. Then on NEAR, corresponding tokens get minted. And if one withdraw to Bitcoin, then because contract has address on Bitcoin, then it can sign a transaction that's going to get executed on Bitcoin. Obviously, it's not going to be very fast, but well, that's just the withdrawal on Bitcoin that you have to deal with. So yeah, here as I was walking through the example in Ethereum and Bitcoin, I think this asymmetry is manifested in this two important components that underpins bridge. One is called chain signatures, as many of you are probably familiar with. It's this ability, well, the chain signatures allow NEAR smart contracts to have derivation addresses on many other different blockchains, and as a result, they can actually sign transactions on other blockchains, so that the withdrawal is basically this smart contract actually sign the transaction that can get executed on other chains, so that it's kind of a bridging which is not an actual bridge, and because it's all native to other chains. And in the other direction, we basically create this abstraction called OmniProver. It is this abstraction that can prove transactions on NEAR, can prove transactions on other chains on NEAR, so that we can be convinced, so smart contracts on NEAR can be convinced of transactions that happened on other chains. Now, obviously, there are many different ways you can do this, so that's why it is an abstraction. Actually, depending on the chain that we use, that we interact with, the actual prover is different. So this is kind of like a router. Let's say an Ethereum proof comes in, it would know from the address that is Ethereum transaction, and then it will route to this Ethereum Lite client that can verify the transaction, verify the proof that some transaction has happened on Ethereum. And similarly with Bitcoin, there's Bitcoin Lite client that would verify the transaction. But Lite client is not always feasible to implement, or not always the most convenient thing to implement if we want to support many different chains. So the OmniProver also integrates with other message passing protocols like Wormhole that would also provide this proofs for different blockchains. And finally, an important piece here is the relayer, right? Because what we talked about so far are just mostly about smart contracts, and smart contracts, they cannot act autonomously. So you actually need someone to submit the proofs and trigger the execution on the other side to actually finish this moving of assets. And the relayer is used to do that. And the important thing here is that anyone can run a relayer. It's completely trustless. It doesn't introduce any point of centralization. And also in the if we go back, in the API there is actually a fee that you can specify to pay for the relayer, so that it's not so that relayers are incentivized to work. And that obviously is great kind of technical ideas, but we also are working very hard on bringing them to reality. We want to support more and more chains in the future, but there are an initial set of chains that we want to support. There'll be NEAR, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Base, and Arbitrum, and we hope to launch that in Q1 2025. And then as developers, you can build on top of that, make it very easy for people to move assets, especially fungible tokens, across those chains with no hurdles. So yeah, that's a quick overview of how OmniBridge works. And yeah, thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you very much, Bowen. It was really helpful to understand, how the OmniBridge actually works. But let's take a minute just to step away from all the technical talk, which I would appreciate as a lawyer, and let's talk about community, because as you guys know, in crypto, community is absolutely everything. So I'm going to hand you over to the very capable Natasha Hoskins, who is co-founder of the Boys Club, who's going to moderate this next session. So please give Natasha a very warm welcome.
Everybody. So nice to be here. Hi, I am Natasha Hoskins. I am one of the co-founders of Boys Club. Boys Club is one part community, one part media business. We talk about emerging technology in the context of culture through podcasts and newsletters and events and a lot of other fun stuff. We love NEAR, so we're excited to be here today. I have a great panel, and I'm excited to talk about community. So today's session is titled, In Crypto, Community is Your Only Moat. So we're going to be talking a little bit about that idea. We're going to be discussing whether we think that is true. There's so much discussion about community. It's a big, often a buzzword. It can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. This conference, I think there's been a lot of conversation that is more geared towards code than community. So I think it'll be a nice sort of reset for us to discuss. Okay, so I think starting with some intros would be great. Do you want to take it off?
Thank you, Natasha. My name is Adam Wozni. I head up community for Overclock Labs, the creators of the Akash Network. Very briefly, Akash Network is a open source, decentralized marketplace for cloud compute. So CPUs, GPUs can all be borrowed from or rented from individual users instead of having to go to like AWS or Google Cloud. So if you have some spare capacity, put it on Akash. And then people who need access to those resources can go on to Akash and gain access generally at a much lower cost and in a decentralized manner. So that's me.
Great.
Thank you, guys. Good to be on the panel with you today. I'm Tim Stinglin from Zurich, Switzerland, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of T4 Capital. What we do is we invest in altcoins, so we're an investment boutique helping the Swiss TradFi guys to jump into the space.
Not an easy job, I imagine. Swiss TradFi getting into crypto is a very specific kind of dude.
Yeah, it's a year-long process. We've started very early by educating them first. So in the beginning, we were a research company and an educational company. We made like a lot of sort of a Netflix miniseries for private banks.
Oh, wow.
And external asset managers, so their relationship managers could get more familiar with the topic. And then you get a second meeting once you have your foot into the door. It's also a community, actually.
Yeah.
They're just a bit more shy and reserved, and you have to gain their trust first. But within every community, they have to accept you. And once you're in, you just have to be authentic. But I think this is sort of what we're going to talk about now, how a community establishes and how you can feed on it.
Yeah.
You have to take care of your community, whatever it is. If it's more tech-orientated people or investor people, they all have their different kind of lens on.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, and I think that leads nicely into my main idea of what community is very much centered around my experience at Voice Club. It's very much about like individual people knowing each other, talking to each other, hanging out at events or online in Discord. But the more that I talk to people, I realize that that definition of community can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. It's very fluid, I think, word, and especially in crypto when it can have a lot of sort of financial implications for a lot of communities that impacts the way that people think about it. So would love for you both to sort of define in a few sentences what you think community is, and then if you could bring to life that idea in a very tangible example, that would be great.
Yeah, for sure. So I actually feel like I'm stealing this definition from a community of community managers called CMX. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are familiar with them. They've been around for a long time. I've picked up a lot of my kind of professional community building prowess from this organization. And they define community as basically a community isn't a community until it can self-organize and manage itself. So for me, what I kind of do day in and day out at Akash and in previous roles managing community was look for ways to enable community members to start to do their own thing. Because ultimately the organization that you're a part of, the community you're trying to build, is going to outgrow what me or a team of community professionals that I manage or work with can do. So I'm actively looking for ways to make the community sticky. Once it's sticky, then I start working with individual community members to say, what are the things that you would like to do inside of the community, and looking for ways to enable them. I don't like to push things on individuals because the moment you start saying, well, there's a new requirement, if you want to be in this community, you have to do this, you're going to be like, well, why would I do that? I'm an employee now, and that's not fun as just a community person. Ultimately, you have to make sure your community is fun to be a part of, because you're not going to want to be a part of it. So for me, I go back to the CMX kind of definition where unless you find ways to help your community create models to do things on their own, you're really not building anything that is going to be sustainable long term. And a good example of that is at Akash, we have a kind of an ambassador program called the Akash Insiders. It's a community of around 50 individuals around the world, all doing kind of different things from non-technical to technical individuals. And one of our community members who's not technical really loved the Zeely platform. For folks that aren't familiar with Zeely, it's similar to Galaxy. It's kind of like a quests, thing where it's like sign up to Twitter and get a point and kind of gamifying community building. And Zeely's like another one of those kind of tools. And he presented his case saying, hey, I would like some resources to start building a Zeely community. And I didn't have the bandwidth to do it, and I'm the only community person at Akash, so I said, hey, go for it.
Yeah.
He curated the proposal, put it out online for a governance vote. He got resources from our community pool, and now it's been running for the past 6, 12 months. And he's brought on new developers, he's brought on new community members, and that's all self-organized. Like, I really wasn't involved in any of that. So finding ways to enable individuals that are interested in kind of participating and giving them the tools to kind of go for it, that's, I would say, the most important thing.
Tim, I want to get to you, but one question that I have for you is, do you think that a financial incentive is required for people to have that motivation and to do the work, even though it's fun and even though they're opting into it? There's a fine line and razor's edge, I think, between doing something for the love of the game and doing it because there's some incentive, and I'm curious what you think about that.
Yeah, for sure. I've been doing community management, community building for a decade now. I know I look like I'm 21. But I've been doing it for a while, and when I started to do ambassador programs back in the day in previous roles, the first thing I was doing was incentivizing through financial reward. And that just pulled in the wrong people.
Yeah.
So I started creating, and I learned from my mistakes. So at Akash, when people join our Insiders program, kind of our community ambassador program, I fill out an application, make sure that it checks out. I set up an interview with them, we chat. I tell them it's volunteer, everything is optional, there are no requirements. But ultimately, you can make the community what you want to make it yourself, but it's just getting involved and being engaged. So I don't like to start off with financial reward or financial gain. I look for individuals who are organically doing things that can be beneficial to Akash, and then finding ways to support those individual efforts, sometimes through swag, sometimes through financial rewards. But I do not recommend anyone starts off with financial gain. Look for people that are contributing organically, and then creating a framework around how you can support what they're doing and rewarding accordingly.
Nice. Okay, Tim, could you define what your idea of community is, and then maybe bring that to life?
Yes, so I also I landed part of my response also from people I trust, and I talked to some of our community members as well, or one of our analysts who analyzes community, which we're talking later, what are the metrics to look at. But I would say there's 3 very important things. One is something that you've mentioned, but the first one I'd start with is like-mindedness. I think the community needs like-mindedness because, as he said, everything is voluntarily in a way. People should not be forced in, but voluntarily pulled into the community. And what I see a common denominator that a lot of powerful communities share is not in a mean way, but in a jokey way, like in a meme way, a common enemy. Like, for example, what we crypto guys, or especially the techies among you, what you like is to have this common enemy, which in that sense is big tech, or can be Wall Street, for example. If I talk to DeFi communities, their common enemy, and this powers this like-mindedness, is they don't like Wall Street and they want to build something decentralized. With Akash, I think the common denominator is get away from AWS, right? Do it decentral, do it in a more inclusive, meaningful way. So that's the one thing, like-mindedness. The second thing is what you tapped in already, it's authenticity. people should be in the community because they like what the community stands for and not for financial incentivization. So people, I try not to stick my head too strong into communities because they know I'm an investor, and as an investor you always have to be careful because it's not that you're not welcomed in communities, but of course, and that's honest because I represent portfolios of clients, so my main interest is that the price of the token goes up. But get me right, this should not be the main reason why people get into crypto. It should because they believe in a project and its future and its capabilities to transform a market. So I'm an outside observant. So it has to be authentic. So it should not have too many people like me into the community. And the third point is what I hear a lot in powerful, like inspirational speeches, where they say you need a very strong why. Because if a community has this very strong why, the how is easy. So, for example, if you look at Elon Musk, he has a very strong why when he built something. When he bought Twitter and made X out of it, the why is very clear. If we as humanity lose free speech, then we have a big problem. So the why is we need a communication platform where free speech can be maintained. And that why is so powerful that I believe that he will attract the right people, very strong talents that work for X now.
We got an Elon stan on our hands.
Yes, and there's so many community members joining X. I mean, the usage of X has never been as high as of today. So I think what the community there stands for is a very strong why. And also, NEAR stands for a very strong why, and that's user-owned AI. So yeah, those
Great.
are the three things.
Nice. I love those. So you're an investor. You're thinking about tokens and communities all the time. Could you talk a little bit about how you're analyzing those communities and what you look for, red flags, green flags, things that you see that are unique to specific communities that make you compelled to get involved as an investor?
Yeah, of course. So I would say our approach is twofold. One is purely quantitative, where we look at data. This is very powerful in the sense that we don't have to believe what projects tell us. We can look into the data if it's true. Like if you look at wallet usages, if you look at Twitter followers, or whatever sorts of metrics, but it's just half of the picture. The other side is more emotional, where you have to feel into the community, which you do by attending conferences like this one, where you can see, especially if you go on if you visit conferences year over year,
yeah.
you can sense if the community is growing. So, I mean, it sounds very obvious, but what a community needs over time is to grow and to sustain, because especially in a world of crypto, where I see a potential of a zero-sum game at the end, where you have X amount of communities attracting the followers from each other, you really have to have a unique community. And that uniqueness we look at by the factors I mentioned in the beginning. Those three factors are very important, but also community has to be adaptive and patient. So when it comes to adaptiveness, NEAR is a very good example. Today, AI is the most important talk of the town, and NEAR knows how to adapt to that. Of course, NEAR is in a lucky position because the founders are like native AI people that also got into blockchain very early on, so they know best of both worlds, which positions them very well, I think, as an ecosystem. But yeah, what the community also needs is patience. So if you want to learn what patience is as a crypto holder, you need to talk to someone from the Cardano ecosystem. Because those are the ones that had to be patient the most, and maybe it plays out for them, but there are really community members, like the Cardano people, for example. For me, it's striking when I talk to them, even if for years not much is happening, they're still very much into this community. So yeah. High conviction is also important to maintain the beliefs within a community. Because once in a community, you sense that the core belief starts to fade away. We're such a fast moving environment that communities can dismantle within days.
One thing that you said, I'm curious for you to expand on. Do you think that crypto is a zero-sum game? Is that what you were saying? That there's going to be like one chain, one winner? Is that what you were speaking to? Or did I misunderstand that point?
I would say you have X amount of users in crypto, and you have an X amount of communities and platforms where those users can be distributed to. I believe, as Ilya said yesterday, I believe in not in a zero-sum game, but eventually in protocols that are unique and are contributing to the as a whole, right?
Yeah.
So I do believe that every long sustaining project, which are a few, so I think there will be maybe 2 to 3% out there of the projects right now in 5 to 10 years.
Wow.
But 2 to 3% that remain and actually build a part of the puzzle for the greater picture, they will benefit. And it's not in that sense a zero-sum game, but in between.
Like a consolidation.
Yeah, you will see a consolidation for sure. I believe it's going to be similar to big tech. I mean, when we saw the internet bubble, there were so many companies trying to build something on the internet, and now we have this blockchain AI movement since years going on, and so many people have already tried to tap into it. Some are very successful, some are starting now in this very second. So you will always have these market movements. I think that's just what free markets is all about, especially in a decentralized world.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I want to pivot to community and decentralization because I think it's a big part of something that I think a lot about with community, and I'm sure you, Adam, are thinking about as well, where the core values, the thing that brings a lot of people to the crypto community as a whole is this deep conviction around the belief of decentralization and a common enemy and a way and a conviction around that is a better future, a more distributed internet. And that's a beautiful future. It's something I'm really compelled by. But balancing that against building an actual brand, building something that has a clear identity can be really challenging. Those two things can sort of be in conflict with one another oftentimes. And so I'm curious how you guys are approaching that, what your experience has been in sort of balancing the values of decentralization and wanting to see like actual real people take ideas and do the thing, while still protecting the values of your brand individually. I'm curious how you've approached that.
Yeah, for sure. So I feel like I'm in a fairly fortunate position at Overclock Labs because Akash is fully open source. We're essentially just another voice in the opinion buckets of what people want Akash to become. We Sherpa a lot of it, of course, but ultimately it's a community effort to make Akash work. Without what we've built on the community side, Akash wouldn't be at the level it is today. And I would say a leader in the DePIN space. So for us, what's that?
I would agree.
I like this guy.
Nice, nice.
So one of the things that we're doing at Akash is we have, I mentioned one of the community programs, the Insiders program. These are community ambassadors around the world that contribute to the Akash ecosystem. They can pitch things they want to do, but they can also contribute to frameworks that I've kind of developed to push Akash forward. From hosting events in their region to business development opportunities, working with clients, working with users, trying to get them onto Akash, helping them, hand-holding them all the way from not knowing anything to fully onboarded, to community support. So all these things that are really beneficial to the ecosystem. But we also have these groups called special interest groups and working groups. It's actually, we kind of took Kubernetes model. They've done this with their open source community, where we've set up all these different groups around, client, ecosystem, community, provider network validators, and we have monthly calls where we invite the community in to say, like, what do we want to focus on this month? And then people raise their hands and I want to get involved, or how can I contribute? So really it is a community effort at Akash to kind of move it forward. So I feel like we are essentially a DAO, but we're not a DAO. So that's kind of a nice place to be in.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's kind of how we work it.
That makes a lot of sense. I think one of the...
Do you mind if I ask him a question?
Oh, go for it.
Something he previously said. When you said there's no rules of entering into your community, isn't there a threat that you have people in your community that are, I wouldn't say not qualified, but detrimental to it?
Yeah, so it's something we're very, cognizant of. So with our special interest groups that I mentioned, that is something that it's public. Anyone can join right now. If you just go to akash.network, you can check out all the different groups you can contribute to and get involved in. So we keep an eye on like people that are trying to like game the system, because anyone can put out a governance proposal to get funds from the community pool to do things. But that has to go through a governance vote, and if the community doesn't vote for it, they're not going to get funded. So the community does a lot of like the governing, which is also nice. On the Insiders program, the ambassador program that I kind of manage, it is a vetting process. You know, the people put in an application, I review the application, I'm like, this person seems legit. I'll set up a 30-minute interview call with them. From there, I actually introduce them to an OG like community member and say, hey, set up a call, get to know these guys. And if everything checks out, we bring them in. Because it is optional, volunteers, if somebody would be in, and luckily it hasn't happened, that is like detrimental to the community, I can easily say, sorry, you're not being very fun, you're out of here.
Fair enough.
And luckily that hasn't happened yet, but we do have these guardrails in place. And on top of that, we also have community guidelines, like in our Discord, like don't do this, you can do this. So we do have, you know, a framework around kind of the rules of the road. But yeah, I mean, anyone can join. Everyone here should join, so.
I want to talk a little bit about the premise that was set forward in this discussion around sort of community being the only moat, that there's token-fueled opportunism. This idea, I think, that people discuss a lot in crypto of like missionaries versus mercenaries. And I would love to hear from both of you how you balance those things, you as you evaluate them, you as you nurture a community and are in this industry. I think it's a necessary evil of crypto. I mean, maybe evil is too strong of a word, but it's a necessary part. It's a differentiator from all these other innovations. And so how are you guys thinking about that, and how often does it come up for you I'm sure in conversations every day for you, and I wonder how often you guys are thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I can start and maybe give you, again, sort of a different perspective, because what we represent client interests, and their interest is to invest into a new technology in a way they feel comfortable with. And the clients I'm facing, the first step is, or the first barrier is to make them understand what blockchain and AI is all about, because they haven't used it. Mm-hmm. Most of our client base is 40 and up, and most of our relationship managers that represent other clients in the end have clients 60, 70 and up. So just the first thing is to educate them, right? And then, of course, as an investor, and now that's investor perspective again, but without a token price, and a token price that would go up, a lot of the capital that starts with VC, but then on the floating market with buyers and sellers, or if this trading wouldn't happen, I mean, if there wouldn't be traders, people that are incentivized for price gains and stuff, then nothing in here would be possible, right?
Number has to go up.
So it's as you said, it's like it has to be in a balance, right? What we do, we have one fund specifically focused on Web3 gaming, and gaming is a good example of where you can ruin games with too much blockchain features, especially if you have a game which is not fun to play. Of course, it will not succeed, but there are actually good titles who overstress the focus on tokenomics or whatsoever, and they annoy the community a lot, because community gamers, and that's, I hope it doesn't change, are in for the games, right, and not for profits. It's nice to have smart contract-based tournaments. If you're good, you can monetize your skills. I do believe that should exist in a world, so gamers, not just by advertisement, but they have an own other form of monetization through gaming, through NFTs, so in-game assets they own, which they can sell later on. I think it's a balance of those two. Blockchain is a very powerful tool, but it should be a backend tool for people's gaming journey or whatever industry it is. It should be a backend tool that makes your experience better, but it shouldn't be like stressed too much on tokenomics or incentivization mechanisms.
Yeah.
And I can go, I don't think we're running out of time, so very quickly. We don't ignore retail. No, I'm watching that. We don't ignore retail, but we're enabling other community members to engage with the retail audience. Because ultimately, if Akash isn't growing through network usage, deployments, new providers on the network, then there's no point in retail being interested in us.
Yeah.
So I focus on developers that are interested in actually deploying onto the Akash network, and that essentially appeases the retail audience, which is essentially managed by other community members. So that's kind of how we approach it.
Nice. Well, thank you so much. Give a hand to our panelists here. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, thank you. Sorry that,
Thank you, Natasha, Tim, and Adam. That was a great deep dive into what community actually means. With the US election result this week, there's been a lot of talk about a potential DeFi renaissance, which makes this next session very timely. We're going to be talking about how chain abstraction will power this cycle's DeFi blue chips, and we'll have my good friend and colleague Mark Mee, who is the head of can't even remember, the title's too long. Head of Partner Development, VC, and Backer Relations. Man, we've got to work on a shorter job title, Mark, please. He's going to be moderating this session, so please give a very warm welcome to Mark.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys all hear me? Yes? All right, cool. Mic's working. Welcome. Well, we have a very exciting time today, right? Talking about how chain abstraction will power this cycle's DeFi blue chips. And want to welcome, three great speakers here from very worldly kind of VC funds. And maybe we'll start off with some intros. First, we'll have Conley.
Hey everybody, my name is Colton. I'm a principal at Arrington Capital. We're a Web3 venture fund and hedge fund. Been around since 2018. We are investors in NEAR from the early days and really excited about everything they're working on with chain abstraction and moving DeFi forward.
Awesome, thank you. Richard?
Hi folks, Richard Miao from Fabric Ventures. I'm a co-founder and managing partner there. We've been operating in what we call the open web space, so specialized compute, self-sovereignty and AI since about 2012 actually. And I've been also on the NEAR Foundation Council for more than 5 years now, so I'm kind of a bag holder and got responsibilities to boot. Excited to be here. Apparently there's 31,000 people online watching, which is fantastic. I hope that's not measured in the same way in which TVL is measured.
All right, James.
Hello, everyone. James Wu, founder and CEO of DFG. So we are a $1 billion investment firm in the industry for the last 10 years. We've been early investing into a few protocols like Bitcoin, Ether, and NEAR as well. So we're excited about the future of NEAR and keep supporting the ecosystem.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Mee. I'm the head of Partner Development, VC, and Investment Relations here at NEAR Foundation. And really, today, I really want to talk about chain abstraction and DeFi. And if you guys were live watching yesterday, kind of I think Demo described them as the NEAR ecosystem's Avengers, highlighting kind of what went live with the intents and chain abstraction. I think it's really exciting, kind of interesting at what it could bring about. So, first question for the panel is really to see what's your guys' view on the current stage of chain abstraction, and what would you guys be most interested in, whether it's from a fund perspective or maybe from a personal perspective, and excited about that. So why don't we start off with James?
Yeah, I think this is still early stage for chain abstraction. So the point is we have a lot of new users coming into the space, right? So non-crypto people coming into the crypto space. But first, they just download the wallet, using the token, using probably one chain or one app. So in that case, we probably don't need chain abstraction, because you can do that. probably use, download MetaMask and kind of just use Uniswap for trading. That's easy. But once you have more users kind of digging further into the crypto ecosystem, you will see that it's extremely hard for you to use kind of multiple chain and use multiple app. It doesn't make a lot of sense for a user to download like 10 different wallet or 10 different kind of app. Using that through each wallet, that makes things extremely hard. So I think that's how chain abstraction come into place. So I mean, we are still at relatively early stage for kind of solving the problem. And I think this is extremely important because there are two ways basically to improve our industry. The first is as I said, is bring the users kind of outside the crypto space into the crypto space, which, Bitcoin ETF, Ethereum ETF is doing a great job about onboarding more people. But more importantly is letting the people in the industry using kind of more than one protocol or one app. So it's more about like turning a single chain users to a multi-chain user, single app user to a multi-chain users. Then, that's why chain abstraction become much more important. I think we still have a lot of room for the chain abstraction to make improvement, make everyone is extremely easy to actually using multiple dApp on multiple chain.
Okay, so I mean highlighting the point is more first getting more users on, and two is really improving their user experience so they can actually do stuff across all the ecosystems, things like that.
Right.
Richard?
Yeah, so in some senses, chain abstraction is one of those capabilities that is just extremely necessary and kind of obvious that we need. And I think we'll look back to some degree and wonder what we were all doing for 10 years without it. But that being said, I don't think it will be a damp squib at all. I think that we've seen several examples, whether it be Sweat or Cosmos, or I was looking at a ticketing example just now, of the potential to onboard folks who existing customer bases and to segue them into the Web3 world once we have a user experience that is acceptable to folks who really do not care whether they're using Web3 at all, let alone which chain they're using. But what they do care about, is a service where they can, operate within say a secondary ticket market where scalping is not taking place, and they're kind of like, to take a UK example, where they don't have to pay over the odds for their Oasis tickets, which just got launched recently and caused a lot of kind of controversy. They care about that value, and so the usability has got to be there to support that. I think, and maybe we'll come back to it in kind of more in a detail afterwards, because I agree with James has covered comprehensively a lot of the kind of the core advantages, but I do think that there will be some applications we can imagine now that were just not possible before you had chain abstraction. For example, a core one might be if I have assets across multiple chains. Maybe that I'm even staking, there are different sort of slashing conditions applying to them, that I might be able to kind of pool all of those into one aggregated asset base and then borrow against it, hypothecate it. An app that allowed you to do that on a continuous basis, and maybe advised you of the best way to do that as well, from which lending protocol to use to optimize yield, for example. That would be really fascinating. And if you could do that in a way that was Web2 digestible, I think you'd start moving us towards the mainstream billions that we're all targeting.
So I kind of love that point. Sounds like Richard has been within the NEAR ecosystem for a while, because he highlighted multiple points where I think we have really driven home in terms of, I guess, easy onboarding, and really focused on identifying users that don't really know they're even in Web3, right? And so I think that's the core, learning per se of going through, let's say, doing BD in Web3 for the last 2 or 3 years, and highlighting those factors, right? And so we'll go to Colton and see, I guess, what's your take? Do you have anything different you want to present, or kind of what do you got?
Yeah, I think my opinion on this is that it's all about the user experience and UX, and that's what chain abstraction is really going to revolutionize. If you think about where crypto was just a couple of years ago, we were still trying to build cheaper, more efficient block space. And that's why NEAR originally was so popular, especially among investors, because of the innovation of sharding and being able to have a blockchain that scales so efficiently. Now we have basically commoditized that block space. So you're not going to differentiate yourself as much by just offering cheap, fast block space to people. Instead, you're going to differentiate yourself by offering access to interesting applications that people want to use. And if you're an application, I think that chain abstraction is the best thing that's going to happen for the application layer specifically, because you're going to have users who previously, they wouldn't have wanted to jump through a bunch of hoops and have to do like 10 clicks and a whole research project in order to figure out how to actually onboard onto your app, let alone use it. Instead, you can have all of this in a unified experience somewhere in a wallet that somebody makes it really easy to onboard with, where maybe you don't even need to be managing your private keys and you could be signing with, an application that's built on some different signature curve. So I think that there's a lot of really cool applications that are going to come out of this, and it'll be the best thing ever for actually getting users into those applications. And so that's why I'm really excited about what NEAR's working on with their chain abstraction solution, is because they could basically be that funnel that then gives access to all of this other block space elsewhere. So regardless of where the liquidity is at, I don't think it really matters that you get unified liquidity once you have chain abstraction. It makes the user experience very easy, and then you eventually get to the point where you don't even realize that you're using Web3, and you can put it in an iPhone app, and it looks the same and feels the same as if you were using Robinhood or something like that.
So I think user experience is always something that's been really brought up, and that's why you see so much infra that's been invested in by VCs like yourself to really see how we can onboard more users to this point, right? And I think that's something that, we have concluded that, we definitely need to improve on and really add more value to, right?
Can I try like a different take on that? Like, we can all agree vigorously about the importance of the user experience and how this is just necessary to get to the next level. But actually, there's another argument that, do we really care about the user? So I think there's one argument that, in particular, and this is relevant to Redacted and to NEAR's mission to deliver on a chain that's eminently suitable for AI and to deliver on user-owned AI, is that the user part of the web, the human web, is going to be microscopic in comparison to the machine web, the agentic sort of part of the web, and I kind of lent on a few people to ask them of things that might be new things that are possible in this sort of new chain signatures environment or chain abstraction environment, and one would be ensuring that you have sensor-resistant, verifiable agents within this environment on chain, using chain abstraction, chain signatures in particular. And if you think about it, if we're going to, and it's just sort of a kind of a side point, I stumbled into this thing. I don't think I've actually used it on stage before, but I've mentioned to a couple of people. People talk at different rates, but the average human communicates at 40 bits per second. Obviously the machine web is going to be, many thousands of orders of magnitude faster than that. So just to give an idea of how different it's going to be to people trying to envisage what this is going to look like. And I think that's what we're building towards. And I think in particular, the intersection of AI and Web3 is about that machine web. So having an environment that is trustless, or rather you can trust the agents to be doing what you think they're meant to be doing, is going to be absolutely crucial. So I think that's an interesting one as well.
So I wanted to highlight, so I mean, that's kind of crucial in this topic as well, because we're highlighting kind of the DeFi aspect and how maybe those agents, how chain abstraction all kind of runs into that. And I'm sure we're all familiar with the current landscape of the DeFi applications and kind of where that goes. So I would love to talk a little bit more on that point too. On James, what's your take on the current DeFi side? What do you see, would be more interesting next? Because I think the playbook that we've seen currently has been just rinse and repeat and not as exciting, right? So
yeah, I think DeFi have a very, very good future. I mean, if you just take a look at the data, right now we have about like 100 billion in TVL, but at the peak of 2021, we have 180. So if we going to hit a new all-time high, it's probably going to grow their TVL to another 80%, which is a lot. So I believe we will see the all-time high for the TVL in this cycle. The other good things, it's probably more like it's a little bit non-crypto things. I think Trump got elected as the president of the United States, and he fully supporting self-custody. I think this is actually very, very important for the infrastructure for DeFi, because at some stage in the past few years, we discussed about maybe the potential KYCs for people to using like decentralized apps, which I believe will be a bad thing for these kind of, because you basically limited people's rights to using that. But right now, I think with all the policy being very friendly and the president of the US supporting self-custody, I think DeFi do have very futures, and have a solid foundation from outside because they give you a very good environment to grow. And on the other things, we will have still new application in the DeFi space to come. For example, Ethereum, in this circle doing pretty good. So it's not like we are all relying on the previous app like DEX, lending protocols, but we are seeing new kind of application coming to space on the DeFi space. So I think this is also a good thing that we will see both innovation and on the policy side. So I personally think DeFi will probably see a very important growth in the future. We have probably 3 only applications exceed like a 10 billion TVL right now, including Lido, RV, and the other one I forgot. But I think we should have probably at least a Uniswap and a few others hit like $10 billion TVL in the next few months. So this is actually my take on the DeFi space right now. I'm very, very bullish on it.
Okay. Colton, yeah, what's your take in terms of, I guess, how maybe chain abstraction can change that or innovate it or come up with the new applications that James kind of highlighted? Did you have any view on what might be exciting for you?
Yeah, I think that ultimately, my opinion is still that chain abstraction is more of an access point to these apps rather than it's going to create a ton of novel primitives. I think that maybe you could end up creating an application if it doesn't rely on having a bunch of liquidity in one spot. You could take primitives and make them multi-chain much more easily. But ultimately, you're not going to invent a new way to trade because of chain abstraction. You're going to invent a new way of getting people to access that trading experience through chain abstraction and wrapping it in something nice that people can actually understand. And I think that user experience point is a massive point of friction. Like, I try and get my dad to use DeFi, and he was actually the one who originally got me interested in Bitcoin back when I was in high school, but he'd only ever used a centralized exchange before. And he's a really smart guy, but it took him a long time of walking through with me, how to set up your wallet, what to sign, all the safety things you have to look out for, what not to be signing. And if you had an application that just said, here's a set of intents that are going to basically define the boundaries of what your account can do, or it's going to set up a set of objectives, you just have to review that, and then you click, and then all of a sudden that's deployed into this custom-built strategy that you chose. That's a much easier way, I think, to interact with these DeFi applications than, all right, I need to swap token A for token B so I can deploy that into this protocol, and then I borrow, and then I loop 10 times, and I spend 30 minutes clicking through. And then I have to move that to another chain where there's another app that I want to use. Chain abstraction gets rid of all of that workflow.
It's a real life game, clicking buttons, right, guys?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you make money in this world, apparently.
So Mark, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree and push back again. I think we keep on sort of focusing our attention on just the user experience and talking about it for humans, and even saying that we don't think there are going to be new ways of trading. I think, and we touched upon a little bit of this in kind of preparation, I think we're underestimating, the kind of core power of the kind of, should we say, the Web3 movement is to be able to create marketplaces for different assets, including, possibly data assets and non-fungible assets. And at the moment, we've struggled even, for example, on native non-fungible assets to create the liquidity that we need. I think we're underestimating the power that that reaching a certain threshold of liquidity has in terms of things like price discovery and people's comfort with using those, trading within those markets, and therefore in that given market, coming up with new trading strategies, because there's be something esoteric about that. There'll be data relating to that market that is going to be different. That means there are new trading strategies because they're different assets. And so I think again, we're looking at our feet and missing the kind of the broader opportunity. The couple of $100 billion kind of assets that we've currently, native digital assets we've currently got on chain is microscopic, like maybe it's less than 1,000% of all of the assets around the world, commonly called amusingly in our space called real world assets. They're just the assets in the world. And so I think the opportunity to tap into those where they're often non-fungible, and therefore liquidity, I would argue, getting to better liquidity because you can aggregate it and pool it using chain abstraction is going to be a really powerful catalyst. I'm not dismissing the fact that better UI for that and better ways of kind of onboarding the assets and tokenizing is important, and better regulation. Yeah. But it's going to be, I think, a really important catalyst.
Yeah, I mean, can I respond to that?
Yeah.
So I think you made this point that right now there's 200 billion or something of liquidity on chain, which is microscopic compared to what's out there. But if you're arguing that you need chain abstraction so you can aggregate that 200 billion that's already microscopic, I don't think that really gets you anywhere. The real issue is you need all of the other trillions of assets that are out there to be brought on chain. And so if you're arguing that chain abstraction is going to aggregate liquidity from other chains, but it's aggregating this microscopic puddle, then that's actually not solving the problem.
I've not communicated what I'm saying properly then. What I'm saying is that we don't know which networks and which chains are going to bring the real world assets on chain. But most likely it's not going to be one chain that does it. It's going to be we're going to still exist in a multi-chain world because there's reason for that specialization, and there'll be a particular capability and app built, whether it be real estate or Forex or whatever. We already see that, obviously. And so therefore, they will be brought on board, but then we can aggregate them between different chains and different players because we've got chain abstraction.
So the argument is basically that you're future-proofing all of these chains, so no matter where the growth happens, we're ready for it.
Correct. You're kind of putting it together.
Yeah, we're catalyzing the growth because we're ready for it across many different chains. Exactly. Yeah.
I think that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it was my fault.
I mean, I didn't see that you guys were on opposite sides. I think you guys were more talking about two different points, right? And at the end of the day, I think all of us clearly agree that we do need more assets on chain, and from there, how do we ensure that in order for there to be more assets on chain, we need to find a way to make it easier for everyone to access, everyone to use, and even transferring it across different boards, right? And so we're kind of running up on time with our last 3 minutes here. Would love to see or ask, I guess, what would you guys like to see within chain abstraction, maybe being live or that users could use and that could really bring on the large volumes that you guys speak of here? We'll start with James.
Yeah, I think the super app, when NEAR does is extremely good. I think there's a lot of things has to be improved, on different wallet. I mean, when I use the NEAR wallet, I feel like whether it's Mean-based and others, I think that's have very good user experience. So for people extremely new to the industry, I feel like giving them the best user experience is, I think, still the most important thing for them to using multiple app. People are just, I'm not criticized, but just people are getting too lazy about doing things. If I ask me to download another app, download another wallet, maybe I refuse to do that just because I'm lazy, they are not using that. But giving them the best user experience do solve the problem. I think NEAR is extremely good on this. And I feel like next year will be a very, very important year for NEAR chain abstraction, become probably, could be the highlight of the market. Don't get me wrong, I'm a pretty big fan of AI. I'm kind of AI maxi. I know what NEAR does in the AI space is impressive about the ecosystem, but I really do think chain abstraction on NEAR next year is going to be a super important thing, and that could be a more realistic or more feasible things to achieve next year for NEAR. And this could be the highlight for the NEAR and for the ecosystem.
I mean, that's a great point. I just want to add, because I know we have about 40 seconds left for everyone, but chain abstraction is either the kind of the stepstone to kind of what Richard highlighted earlier in terms of having millions of AI agents to really transact. And it's not just swapping and but it's more transacting, whether it might be real world goods, helping you buy e-commerce, helping you pay for things. Like that's the whole, stepping stone of how chain abstraction will lead to that. And it's not separate. It's not two different verticals, it's not two different things. It actually is all aligned with the long-term vision. So 40 seconds, Richard.
Yeah, so I'm going to stick to my guns and pick, in particular, real estate as, real-world asset, very big difference between different markets, hurricane risk in London, not the same as, Florida. And from personal experience, it's like such a broken market in terms of information, at the moment, because it's not on chain, because you can't trust the rest of it, and it's all siloed in a horrible, horrible way. Mm-hmm. If we could catalyze getting that, on chain, I think that would be good. And I think, as I said, that taps into one of the real superpowers of the space to bring more radically perfect markets to bear on the world. And I was trying to take an opposite position here, but I was just taking a leaf out of Michael Arreton's book from history.
All right. Colton?
Well, I think in that example where we're bringing all these real-world assets on chain, which I do think will accelerate a ton now that we're going to see an administration that's much more friendly from a regulatory perspective. Like we could actually have this happen. I would love to see those real estate assets be brought into the DeFi ecosystem. And I think that'd be really value additive to crypto as a whole, because that's where like this big liquidity influx is coming from that you're talking about. And once we're able to unlock that, people are able to start borrowing against it, trading it more freely. I think we're really going to see an explosion of activity.
Without having to talk to the bank.
Without having to talk to the bank or have any sort of middleman.
That's the point. We need more activity, guys.
Yeah.
We need more things to do. So thank you, everyone, for your time. I think we're out of time here, but I hope you guys enjoyed our discussion, and thank you, everyone, here on the panel.
Yeah, thank you.
Everyone.
Fun.
Thank you, Mark.
Cool, so great to hear about how chain abstraction is going to revolutionize DeFi. We're going to head for a quick 15-minute break, so please go ahead and grab some coffee, get some cake, go to the Zen Zone and get yourself another massage. But please do be back here for 2:55. We're going to be joining a fireside chat with the excellent Christopher Donovan and Michael Casey about decentralized AI, so don't go too far.
Thank you, Devin.
Sorry, no worries. It's too long, man. You have 3 rolls.
We're getting Chris Donovan right.
We run wild, we run free. I can tell from your eyes to you it feels like a dream. Side by side, we go deep. Can you tell from my eyes it kind of feels like a dream? Feels like a dream, feels like a dream. Feels like a dream, feels like a dream, feels like a dream. We run wild, we run free. I can tell from your eyes to you it feels like a dream. Side by side, we go deep. Can you tell from my eyes it kind of feels like a dream? Feels like a dream. Feels like a dream. Feels like a dream. Feels like a I wanna dance in the neon lights. In this world, only you and I. You bring me back to the times when I only knew goodbyes. In the night, you light up the way. Overdrive, going with the waves. I am so over the rough kind of love. Need you here, be my love heart. Kinda feel like a I want it all now. Wanna crawl under your skin and hide away from the darkness and the pain. I want it all now. Wanna crawl under your skin and hide away from the darkness and the pain. We run wild, we run free. I can tell from your eyes to you it feels like a dream. Side by side, we go deep. Can you tell from my eyes it kind of feels like a dream? Feels like a dream, feels like a dream. Feels like a dream, feels like a dream, feels like a dream. I wanna dance in the neon lights. In this world, only you and I. You bring me back to the times when I only knew goodbye. In the night, you light up the way. Overdrive, going with the waves. I am so over the rough kind of love. Need you here, be my love heart. Feels like a dream.
Right, that's a nice video, isn't it? I wonder who. You didn't know I could sing. Well, now you do. All right. There's only a few hours left of Redacted, unfortunately. I know. It's okay, guys. We'll be somewhere next year, I'm sure. So we are going to pick up the energy a little bit. We've got, I think that these are towels. So if you raise your hands in the air, and I'm going to try. Ah! Oh, goodness me, what I've got a I was going to say I've got a girl's throw, but you don't know how to say that anymore. Right? Oh, that was your fault. You didn't catch it. All right, now we have next up two wonderful speakers. I'm from the north of England, so to me they've got funny accents. So please give a big round of applause for a fireside chat. It's NEAR's Chris Donovan on decentralized AI alongside the wonderful Michael Casey. So put your hands together.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. So I'm Michael Casey. I'm the chairman of the Decentralized AI Society, otherwise known as DAIS. But last time we chatted, I had a different hat on.
You did.
It was at CoinDesk. So I'm the one that's having a dynamic. You're the more stable figure in this right now.
Which is weird.
It is weird. It is weird. That's not the way it tends to roll. Certainly not in the blockchain space. But yeah, we met in NEARCon in Lisbon and had a really good conversation then about the dangers of the Web 2 system for society, and therefore the need to move to an open web. And of course, AI was a big part of that conversation, and Ilya at that event was really sort of outlining the AI vision for NEAR at the time. But I feel even in that short period of time, we're now at a point where the AI element of that conversation has been elevated to an even higher degree of importance.
Absolutely.
And I think we probably chatted then about how dangerous it is that we would take this closed, situation where the data and the models and everything else are owned by these large platforms in the Web 2 era, pushing into the AI era and taking it on steroids, and how dangerous would that be?
Yeah.
So here we are. It's moving faster. Why is this important? Let's just dig into that.
Yeah, sure.
Why is it so important that we decentralize AI?
Sure. I mean, and as a side note, we do a lot of these fireside chats together. Next one we should try and do actually in front of an actual fire.
Oh, right.
If we can maybe do,
right.
not
yeah.
it's too hot for
fire
that.
fronting.
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly.
We did the
Exactly.
fireplace.
I know we can
sure.
do one in Switzerland or something.
Hope you guys
up in the
come
mountains.
along. Yeah.
So why is it so important? I mean, I think a lot of folks who have been interested in or following Web3 understand that, there is a vision for recasting the incentive models that drive the platforms that we use every single day in our lives. This is the Web2 set of innovations that have transformed everything that we do. They touch every aspect of our lives. And they're really good at providing the services and the experiences that we've become very used to and have kind of embedded themselves, literally in everything that we do, how we meet people, how we form relationships, how we transact, how we work, all of this kind of stuff, right? And the fundamental incentive model that dominates the way that those platforms have been set up is, they are, generally speaking, they are, stakeholder companies, right? They're run by businesses that have investors. The objective of those businesses is to make money, right, and return money to their stakeholders. And the model that they have, focused on and realized is extremely effective is they monetize our attention. So they say, look, we need to capture as many eyeballs as possible in order to generate profit that we can return to our investors. And that is the sole motivation and the sole economic driver that informs decision makings and how these platforms are developed and how they have been growing over time. And because these things are some of the biggest platforms, the most valuable platforms, the biggest companies in the history of humanity, they've gotten really good at capturing our attention, right, in ways that most of us aren't even aware of, right? They have teams of psychologists and neurologists, and they figure out the best combination of colors and lights and sounds to capture our attention. And because all they care about is attention, they're not optimizing for example, things like what are the best outcomes for the users? What are we doing to ensure that we're trying to get the most, truthful content? What are we doing to create platforms that allow for informed and effective debate? No, we don't want any of that. We want things that capture the most attention, and that tends to be things that are controversial. That tends to be things that maybe aren't true because they're controversial. And as a result, the consequences of this model, and again, it's not necessarily Machiavellian. I'm not saying that people are setting out to destroy the planet or to create friction and polarization in our social and political discourse, or to create wealth and inequality, all of these types of things. But it's an inevitable consequence when you have these platforms that are set up with that attention-capturing, profit-generating motive in mind. And if we aren't careful and we don't do something to try and transform that dynamic and give people a better alternative and a new type of incentive model to reset that state, then actually the capture and control will continue to happen. We will continue to lose our autonomy and honestly our dignity in our digital lives, and really the digital component of what we are doing is going to continue to get bigger and bigger. And as we talked about, when you think about the dominant AI platforms currently, and you're right, a lot has changed even since last year when we were sitting down and talking about this. These platforms are growing incredibly fast. They're incredibly powerful, magical for people to use, and indeed can create really incredible experiences. But they're driven by that same model, right? That same incentive framework where they're wanting to capture attention, capture information, and the users are effectively the product.
Right, but we kind of were duped, if you like, collectively as a society into that role. And then even as we've become, I think, far more aware as a society of these problems, it is still proving very difficult to convince people of the value of that, right? And so I was thinking, that we've got this agentic age we're talking about. Like the agents are coming. And I've seen some people refer to, okay, are we going to get Agent Smith? Like you guys remember The Matrix? And Agent Smith was Hugo Weaving's character, this horrible, sinister figure. And there's a scene in The Matrix where he's just multiplied, however many hundreds of times. And, that's a sort of a dark dystopian vision of these agents that are not acting as if they are our agents, but in fact they belong to some other more sinister force. But even that is proving hard to convince people that you don't want that, right? Because all the convenience and the ease of these wonderful, as you put it, magical experiences are hard. So how do we think about how we have our cake and eat it too? Where we are building these systems that are fairer, are not abusing people, give us autonomy, and end up with something that is far more pro-human and pro-social. But also, it's because people are like, this is cool, I want that. And they don't have to be worried about like doing it from a moral or like self-protection obligation, but rather it's actually economically enticing.
Yeah, rather than doing it for kind of negative, I'm fearful of certain outcomes, I'm doing it for positive reasons because they enable experiences that weren't possible before. So I agree with that. I mean, I think there's two parts to this, right? I think we've had, the fundamental feature of Web3 technology is that it enables you to set up these structures in a way where incentives are more appropriately distributed, where you can have privacy by design, you can have true ownership of the digital assets and data that you accumulate and use every single day. And you can also have ownership of and sharing in the profits that are generated by the platforms themselves, right? So we have that technology in Web3, and we've had it for quite some time, actually. And to your point, the challenge I think that the industry has faced historically has been, we adopted the mantra of like, build it and they will come, right? We have all of this great infrastructure, and the users will just, the founders will come, the businesses will come, and the web will be transformed. But actually, that hasn't happened in the way that I think a lot of us hoped that it would, primarily because we've not spent enough time giving users the experiences that can actually at least match, but ideally can do better than the current Web 2 experiences. And I think if you don't give people, to your point, that positive reason to want to switch the magic that only this technology can enable, then we won't be able to drag the majority of folks from the current paradigm to the new one, because the status quo is very, very powerful. And as I mentioned, the organizations that are developing and funding these products are also very powerful, right? And not only do they have the resources to build more addictive products and to capture our attention and our focus more, they're also the ones that are speaking with regulators and lawmakers globally to ensure that the regulatory regime is such that it actually enhances that capture and control that they've already been able to achieve.
Here's an idea. So we were talking earlier about, how does the NEAR vision fit within this? And a key aspect of it is this abstraction process. And sort of we're talking about, obviously, a chain abstraction, abstracting away the friction that exists between moving assets across chain. But when you think about it, this problem of interoperability, or the lack of interoperability, it runs far deeper than just the blockchain world. It's an element of every aspect of our digital lives. Like just taking a post on LinkedIn and trying to sort of share it on Twitter, is that there's just no interaction. That creates this mental barrier for us. This friction is all the way there. But AI agents could do that quite effectively. Is there an advantage that, say, NEAR or anybody else building in this way that is trying to create this more decentralized approach this has in being able to deliver that as a positive experience to people? Like just, we can solve your daily challenges of moving back and forth between these different things.
I think definitely it's a great question. And for those of you who caught Ilya's talk to kick off Redacted yesterday, he talked about how we have these three technological pillars in the ecosystem. You've got the core layer on blockchain, you have the chain abstraction kind of technology stack, and then you have all of the user-owned AI work that is also being done. And it's that combination of these components that can do exactly that, right? So I think you have the blockchain component, which can enable the kind of user-owned features of these systems. You have the chain abstraction technology, which removes complexity and connects all of these different ecosystems and pieces of infrastructure together in a seamless way so that for developers and for users, it's easy to use. And as we said, this ease of use, particularly for end users, but I think also for builders, is very important. And then you have all of this user-owned AI features and functionality, and there's a bunch of different things that we could dive into on that you take those two other ingredients and you expand it into what AI is currently capable of. And when you have all of those three things together, indeed, you can have magical experiences that have not been possible before. And in particular, and one of the demos that Ilya showed is you can have agents that can take complex actions and execute them on a user's behalf. So instead of having to do 15 steps when you're trying to buy a bicycle, right, you can actually do all of that in one place, and it can be done by an agent that you truly own, that is private, and that is kind of fighting your corner, which we all need. We all need someone that is fighting our corner at scale, and that is exactly what these are.
That's why I think, in fact, the whole privacy meets convenience thing is actually right at that space it starts to work, because I think that level of trust, the conversation about needing to trust, gets all the more intense when you are explaining to people it's your agent, right? But that very idea is ingrained in actual law, right? There's principal agent laws that place all these fiduciary responsibilities on an agent that they cannot act in anybody else's interest. They have to act on behalf of the principal, you being the principal in this case. And I think people get that, they'll understand that, right? So I want that thing to be trusted, but I also want it to be able to therefore do all these difficult tasks on my behalf. The lawyer that I could never write, a contract, this lawyer's going to do it for me, but they have a fiduciary duty to me, is now translated into a software sense. So I certainly see that as being a real opportunity to bring the mainstream on board on that. But there's another aspect I want to talk about, because we started talking about the Magnificent Seven, the big platforms, and there is a huge head start that they have in this. And I think regardless of whether or not we can produce magical experiences that are decentralized and trustworthy and just really solve all these problems, the very fact that they have $17 trillion in market cap amongst those top 7 companies in the US, it's more than a third of the S&P 500. And they sort of own most of the data, certainly the public data of the internet has gone through those very same companies. They control the compute. NVIDIA is one of those companies that's responsible for 95% of all AI chip production.
Yep.
And I would argue they actually own the policymakers, because they're the ones who are sitting down having the meetings in Congress and talking through what this regulatory capture model might look like. How do we go up? That $17 trillion is a war chest. They can acquire whatever innovations they want to either incorporate or just to take out into the woodshed and kill, just to suppress. How do we, as an ecosystem, as a community, in a rather fragmented way, fight them?
It's a great question. I mean, one, indeed, scary picture that you just painted, right? But I think if it was...
It made it so gloomy.
If it was...
we need a fire bias to do something else.
Exactly. But also, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, right? So I think we all acknowledge, and anyone that's been in Web3 for a while will acknowledge and understand that this is not an easy task, right? Fundamentally overhauling the digital infrastructure of all of our lives is not something that's going to happen tomorrow. It's also not something that's going to happen without marshalling significant resources, significant technical innovations, and also with an enormous amount of persistence and dedication, right? And we've already, this industry has not been alive that long, but it's been a long time, and at many times it's been an uphill battle. But when you think about what has been achieved, what the technology is now capable of versus even just a year ago, is quite amazing. And I think you see one of the superpowers of our industry is that we do everything open source, right? And kind of community owned and funded and operated in many cases. And that does give us an advantage, that does give us an edge. But I think, to be more specific, one of the best ways that we can begin to push back against the status quo and all of the kind of inherent advantages that they have is, first of all, working together as effectively as possible. You're right, you mentioned the word fragmented. Web3 is an enormously fragmented industry at the moment, not just in terms of all of the different ecosystems, but even from a user experience and developer experience perspective, right? It's hard to navigate. Could my grandmother use any Web3 technology at the moment? No way, right? And I think that needs to be the benchmark for ease of use and also ease of development. And that's why we think the chain abstraction technology that you mentioned earlier is so fundamentally important, because it allows us to unify all of these different pieces into a stronger, more coherent, more effective whole. That's definitely one of the ways that we are able to be more effective. And then I think the other is leaning into what differentiates us, which is we do everything open source. We do everything at pace, in the open, consistently running these feedback loops. And Alex Skidnov was yesterday talking about how, we have an aspiration to build a new foundational model, one of the largest ever, and to do that in a decentralized way, right, fully in the open, in a way that folks that are contributing training data will be incentivized to do that, will have ownership over that information and full transparency over how it's being used. And these are the types of features, to kind of go full circle, if you're a user where you can actually see and be rewarded for the information that you have contributed to the model, that helps to give people the reason to move into an experiment with this technology.
So I think that ownership piece to me is the one that really resonates the most, because when you look at that 17 trillion, right, and you say, how on earth are we ever going to raise that sort of money? If you think through the lens of traditional venture money, which, by the way, means that you have to then build the same incentive structure into it, right?
But look at OpenAI and what they started out as a non-profit and now they are a for-profit.
Thoroughly recommend, by the way, reading a recent book. I'm sort of blanking on its name, but it talks about this transition from both OpenAI and DeepMind, from being these sort of like very egalitarian open source things, and how they were just transformed into corporate vehicles because the incentives are all misaligned.
Well, they can't help it, right? Because they realize
supremacy,
that to develop these models is enormously expensive. It's one of the most expensive things that we can do as human beings. And the only, at that time, or their choice was, well, if we want to do this in a centralized way, we have to go get money from investors.
Right.
They expect a return on capital. They expect ownership and control. And you fall into the trap.
Yeah,
right.
So they created
Despite
a not-for-profit that was supposed to protect them from that, but eventually the ownership, the VC structure, it just takes you in that direction. Because look, that's what capitalism does. That's nothing wrong with that. That's the inherent structure in there.
Right.
But I do think that like the very idea that we can collectively own, we all own by virtue of putting our data, our compute, our devices, that's the one thing to me that feels like we can take it on. Because if you unlock that power, it's so much bigger. And that may be the only way to eventually, take the fight to that 17 trillion.
Yeah, I agreed, and I think it's also about helping people understand what ownership actually means. Because we talk about that a lot. It's like, oh, you can own your own data, you own your asset. For people, who maybe aren't steeped in our industry, what does that actually mean? And I think, there are one great way is that, well, it means that if you contribute information, data, which is valuable, you'll be paid for it. You can see that every single day, right? This is something that is very relatable to people. Or, for example, if you've got a very private piece of information, you don't want it to be in every single large language model out there, which, by the way, if any of you have publicly available information online, it is in ChatGPT's models, for example. It is in all of these large language models because they've just scraped the entire internet. You might not feel comfortable with that, right? And again, if you can help explain to people what it actually means with relatable everyday examples, this is how we can begin to, I guess, get the momentum and the groundswell to begin to take the fight.
I think of it as a movement, right? An IRL movement. That's
what we're here for.
So it's like building the movement. So I always feel like when I come to NEAR events, I feel a real energy. It's a community of people who I think, almost more than any other that I've noticed within the crypto space, really feel like there's something bigger than just like, whatever money they're making, whatever project they're on. There is a higher purpose to all this. So congratulations to you guys for being able to get that spirit going to all these events and putting on another wonderful show here in Bangkok. So a round of applause for Chris Donovan, everybody.
Thanks very much.
Right, I hope you enjoyed that. Room is filling out, that's brilliant. So we have next a lot of people, people's pictures up. By the can we put this picture on the screen just for 1 second? I want to point something out to people. This is our youngest member of the speaker lineup. He's 6 years old. He just got his PhD from Harvard. I think his name is Dylan, but you'll get to meet him in just a second at the NEAR AI X Horizon Incubator cohort. So please give a big warm welcome to your moderator, Jared Barnes of the NEAR Foundation.
All right. Well, we have everyone here now. Great to see you all. Folks, my name is Jared Barnes. I am the head of founder success at the NEAR Foundation. Have the privilege and opportunity of working with all of our founders and builders on NEAR. And I could not be more proud about this panel and these amazing founders on stage here. 6 months ago, we really doubled down on growing and scaling our AI ecosystem. And as we were in that process of growing, we said, who are the best founders in the space that we can go find and work with? And those are these folks sitting on stage. And so we have teams building at all layers of this decentralized AI stack that I'm really excited to get into, and really excited for you all to hear a little bit more about each and every single one of them. So Dylan, I'm going to start with you. And if we can go down the line, just sharing a little bit about not only what you're building, but your origin story to how, for yourself and Pond, came about.
Sure. Thank you, Jared, and thank you. Nice to meet you, everyone. So I'm Dylan, one of the co-founders at Pond, and also we are one of the incubees of NEAR AI Horizon incubation program. So at Pond, what we are doing is we are developing crypto-native models trained on on-chain data. So for example, I can give you some examples because AI model seems to be a little bit vague. So when we are saying that one token is about to pump, based on all the training results that we have on the on-chain behaviors of previous tokens, what might happen, and based on the behavioral predictions, so we can say, maybe this token has some potential in some ways. So this is one of the use cases of on-chain data and also on-chain data models. So we started from developing user search engine because we feel like it's very difficult to find who knows who and who knows who well, and it seems like it's very hard to do such a thing in Web 2 because all the data structures across different platforms, they are totally different. Like today I'm using Facebook data, but your LinkedIn profile also has some of the social information of yourself. But there's no such a third party can do this. So we started from on-chain data because all the financial data and social data are at one place. And we developed a graphical algorithm to calculate the distance between different nodes, which are different users. And from calculating the distance, we'll be able to find who knows who and who knows who well to provide such a user service, user search service. And later on, we feel like since all the social data and the financial data are at the same place, why don't we just train an industrial scale models? So that's how we started this project. We are more like a model developer, developing crypto-native AI models to power all the crypto-native use cases. Right.
Hey guys, I'm Jonathan, one of the 4 core members of Exhibits. And we got our origin story from having experience in building over 100 data sensors in our past lives. And now we are leveraging that to produce compute for the decentralized compute market, and also decentralized AI companies, Web 2 and Web 3 gaming companies, and really focusing on Gen AI companies who want to just build with us. So so leveraging that data center experience, we decided to provide compute to everyone in the market. Some of the things and companies we are working with, Web 2 Gen AI companies, Web 3 Gen AI companies, and also a lot of the cohort members inside NEAR Foundation.
All right, I guess it's me. First off, thanks for having me, NEAR. I'm Don. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Nevermind. So my origin story, my parents met in 1968. No, just kidding. So I've been focused on the ML and AI space for going on 20 years now. Studied engineering at university and then went into commodities trading. On the risk side, doing back then what was called statistical modeling, which then became machine learning and now has been co-opted by the AI brand. Did that for a few years and then parlayed that into a career for the better part of a decade and a half in IT consulting as a subject matter expert in data and analytics. That had me travel all over the world, building large-scale data estates for ML purposes for some of the biggest companies on the planet, HSBC, L'Oreal, AXA, Mizuho, yada, yada. Caught the crypto bug in 2016, went down that rabbit hole, was enamored with the, I think, sophistication and elegance of using a blockchain for provenance integrity purposes. So in 2017, I co-founded a project called Ocean Protocol, which was one of the first attempts to bring AI and blockchain together. So I've been doing this for the better part of a decade now, before it was ever cool. A lot of people used to look at me side-eyed, like, what the fuck are you doing? But yeah, I've been in this space for a long time. And where we've landed now is that we've really distilled basically a decade's worth of knowledge into a hyper-focus on AI payments. So never mind, we have a very specific view of the world. We believe what we're witnessing right now is the rise of a new consumer that's going to manifest as trillions of AI agents, and that these agents are going to change commerce forever. We believe that this is a category-defining moment, the new category being AI commerce. And in response, we're building the PayPal of AI to be the engine behind AI commerce and get these agents paid.
Boom. Jared, thanks for moderating, and it's been an amazing experience working with Near Horizon in this previous incubator. My name's Whitney. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Ringfence AI. I've been in the space since 2017, and as an observer at first, and then a community member for a lot of now defunct projects. But I really found my passion in mining at first, and over the course of a few years, I built a pretty successful mining podcast called the Hash Rate Podcast, which is now the Mining Podcast, still in operation today, and built a company called Compass Mining from 0 to about 100 employees. Compass is now one of Bitcoin's largest hash rate managers, and we serve thousands and thousands of retail Bitcoin miners. In 2022, I really caught the AI bug. We were getting a lot of inbound from people who wanted us to stand up GPU facilities for them. And ETH mining was dying, so I got really curious as to why. So I started looking into where all of this compute power was being directed, and really caught the AI bug. Stepped down as CEO of Compass and focused all efforts on learning more about the AI space. Became a student of the process of how to build and scale one of these businesses. Developed a couple of different AI products that are now in operation, mostly in the UAE. And then in 2023, started Ringfence with a couple of friends. And our goal with Ringfence was to help people monetize their data. Simply put, we found that right now there's a tremendous push for AI, but the barrier is going to be the quality data that people are able to gather. And much like the thesis of Nevermind that Don has, we believe that there's going to be trillions and trillions of these agents that are out there in operation, and each one of them are going to need different types of data. And most of that data is going to be unlocked by tapping into consumers, which presents an opportunity for these consumers to get paid, which is really where we focus at Ringfence. So the first product that we built was geared towards creators, and that is Escher. The Escher app went live in September of this year. We had over 140,000 creators that were excited to start using the platform. So that's been in operation for a couple of months now. And today, actually, if you go to ringfence.ai, we've just released our API so that anyone, any platform, any company has the ability to integrate Ringfence's data governance and monetization into their own platform, so you can collect, protect, and monetize your own users' data. And we believe that this is going to be the real unlock for consumer data to help us break through the current data wall that a lot of companies are facing, while paying people for the data that they provide, right? Because we've all been giving our data away for, as long as the internet has existed. And now, I think it's only right that people actually get paid for what they contribute. So that's really where our focus lies, and it's been my journey up to this point.
Thanks. Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Shu. You can see that my name is not listed here because I almost cannot make it. But finally, I made it, and then thanks Jared to put me back into the stage. Yeah, I'm super glad to join the Horizon program and share my story. So Mizu was originated by. It's actually founded last year, and at very first we're thinking what's the most problem, what's the most fundamental problem we want to solve for the AI space. And the problem we see is that there's very few AI applications coming out. We see a lot of progress in the foundation model side, but the application ecosystem is still not boosted. And we look into that and see why. And we look back into this kind of Web2 normal application side. We see that the open source code really boosted the application, web applications or whatever this kind of applications for this kind of space. And for AI side, we see the opposite story. Most of the data is actually monopolized, valuable data, I would say, by enterprises, by these kind of foundation model companies. That's why we decided to go to the direction that we want to do some open data stuff, not private data. And we believe that private data can also be open sourced if we can introduce some synthetic technology here to anonymize it or by extract this kind of pattern. And so we can share the knowledge and share the structure out for other application developers to use. So then Mizu started to investigating this kind of synthetic data direction and also the general open source data direction. And then we realized that to make that happen, we really need a scalable network. And it naturally leads us to this kind of deep-in solution because I really like the saying that cloud service is for scale and deep-in is for hyperscale. If we can engage the efforts, not only the data, but also computation resources across this kind of multiple, basically the user and the community from all over the world, I think we can make something really cool and very different. We can accumulate the data, accumulate this kind of computation resources together to build a very hyperscale, but efficient and transparent and open source data, and share that to the to the bigger community and for the greater good. That's what we're building. So the very first product we're building is basically a DP network to basically we build a mini Telegram mini app and a Chrome extension so people can run the code across mobile devices and laptops to help us to process data. It's a decentralized data search and data processing network to help people to filter out this kind of valuable data across a more giant data set and then give people valuable insights. That's what we're building. Yeah.
Amazing. So I'm excited to dig in a little bit more with kind of pointed questions for each of you, and then we'll zoom out, talk about the market at a high level, what's happening, and then if we have time for some hot takes and predictions. But maybe Dylan, starting with you, right? Obviously, super clear in the world of Web 2, value accrual has gone to foundational models. I think certainly can see some parallels here in Web 3. But you've taken a different approach in terms of your model architecture and using graph neural networks instead of the transformer architecture. Can you tell us a little bit about...
Has some transformers inside.
Has some transformers inside.
Salute to Ilya, so.
Okay, salute to Ilya, yes.
Yeah.
But for the most part, graph neural networks. Yeah. Curious why, what makes that different, and how does that actually show up when people are leveraging and using your model?
Right, so basically what an AI model is really about is actually it has prediction. Predictive capabilities is really what the AI model is bringing to the world. And for prediction, it's really up to what type of data you are predicting. So for Web 2, apparently the majority of the data and the data structure is the language data, right? That's the reason why the foundation model of internet has to be a language model because it's where the value is from. It's the most of value is from this language data. But in crypto, in Web 3, we don't have, well, we have language data, mostly on Twitter and different other places. But the most crypto native data actually is really about on-chain data. Then what is the on-chain data? First of all, it's not language. It's a type of graphical data. So it might sound a little bit, but just forget about it. This is a jargon. So what a graph data is really about as long as there's a data structure that can be represented by two components, nodes and edges. So nodes in a blockchain context can be wallets and it can be contracts, and edges are pretty much just interaction between different nodes, like transaction, it's mint, approve, and a transfer, and all that. So it's a type of graph data. when we're talking about the blockchain on-chain data. So just because the nature of the data is different, which means that if you want to develop an AI model, the types of the model must be different. So that's the reason why we started with developing graphical models, and one of the most outstanding model architecture of graph data, of graph models is graph neural network. So that's what we are doing. Yeah.
Amazing. And Shu, I'm actually going to jump back to you, kind of building off everything Dylan just shared on the actual foundational model side. You really planting a flag in the data pipeline. Obviously, you've built a really powerful data curation network. Can you expand a little bit more? Assume folks know nothing about a data pipeline. Why is what you're building important? And why is it impactful? And tell us a little bit more about how that actually shows up when we're talking about the application layer.
I can give a very concrete example, actually. For example, like for foundation model, if you do pre-training, you don't really care about the data quality. Not like you don't really need to curate the data so well. You still care about data quality. For example, the token distribution or something like that, right? So, but like when it comes to like, but foundation model cannot do everything, right? You still need agent, and to build an agent, you will need some customized data for some specific tasks. That's called like vertical area. You need this kind of specialized data. And this kind of data is really the barrier of these kind of AI applications. It's very hard to get this kind of application. For example, I want to build an AI bot which can help me to find a job in the market. Then I need to consume tons of resume data or tons of this kind of job market information. And normally, like as an individual AI developer, you don't have that, right? You don't know where to find this kind of data set, and there's no like real-time data out there for you to use. So what we do is like, Common Crawl. There's a non-profit organization called Common Crawl. And the Common Crawl crawled the whole internet every month, and they published the snapshot out. For example, like last month, Common Crawl crawled about like 2.4 billion web pages, and including about 300 million domains. Okay, there's tons of data out there, but like people just don't know how to parse, how to understand this kind of data. And if you want to use AI to process so in total, like it's about like 20 terabytes of the data, compressed about like 7 terabytes of text. And if you want to find the proper information from 7 terabytes of the text, it will be super expensive. Yeah. I'm telling you, if you want to do that, even one query costs about like more than $10K. We did the calculation. Okay. But if you can leverage this into a decentralized data processing network, and you give a query to us, and it will help you to query all, like basically we do AI match, right, to find out all this kind of resume data for you. And if you have, for example, more than tens of thousands of devices running that for you, it costs less than $10. About like 2 hours to finish the query. And you found all the resume data you want, and you can use that resume data either to build an AI agent bot or use that kind of data to build application directly, for example, build a rack and share that to some other applications. That's a very concrete example, right? Yeah. So you got the data source, but like you need this kind of very efficient and powerful data processing network to help you to curate and find out proper data for you to use. And just to be frank, that Mizu, this kind of model Mizu is using now is not that accurate, but it's like extremely cheap. So even like, you can filter out like 20 gigabytes of data among 7 terabytes of data, and then you can find another like, have downstream pipelines to keep querying that. Still like, makes the whole data set analysis being like completely scalable and affordable.
Yeah, no, really appreciate that. And Jonathan, I'll jump to you, and then Whit and Don, I'll come to you guys next. Obviously, you can't leverage foundational models or data without compute. And you all have scaled an incredible GPU marketplace. Curious, can you tell us a little bit more about how you've balanced the supply and demand side of that marketplace, knowing that folks are just trying to get their hands on these B100s, B200s right now, flocking to these GPUs. Tell us a little bit how you've balanced that as you've scaled, particularly in a decentralized manner.
Yeah, so for us, like I said earlier, we leverage the supply coming from institutional grade data centers, right? So these are T3, T4 data centers, the quality that you get at AWS, Google, or Microsoft. And the other tier 2 cloud providers. So what that means is when we see that the market is having trouble accessing GPUs, high quality GPUs, from our end, because we have so much partners, we have over 100 partners providing data center grade GPUs, we see an abundance, an overabundance, in fact. So the supply from our side hasn't been a problem so far, right? Like we have way too many GPUs that's accessible to the market. But right now, it's the demand, right? So As far as demand, we still aren't seeing the traditional Web 2 companies actually believe in what we're building, right? So they say, okay, it's much easier to pay AWS, but then you pay at a cost, right? So for what Exhibits is offering, just to put it out there, we're about 40 to 70% cheaper than AWS. And we sort of emulate the same quality that they do, right? So what enterprise companies are looking for is quality of GPUs, uptime, ensure that it's always running, up and running, and also the lack of fault tolerance, right? So it's inevitable that a GPU can break down at any moment. And then when that happens, models usually have to restart. But we've built a bunch of middleware on top of that to ensure that, okay, if it stops, there's a checkpoint that we can put it up back online as ASAP. So yeah, I think it's more of a narrative problem. Getting enterprises and other startups believe that there's an alternative to these large incumbents.
And Don and Whitney, just to build off of that, obviously you all benefit from all the innovation happening at these kind of core infrastructure layers. And maybe Don, I'll start with you, building what I would consider a very frontier use case in agent-to-agent payments. How have you educated the market on something that doesn't necessarily yet exist? And tell us a little bit more about how you see the future of agent communication happening.
Sure. Yeah, so I mean, it sort of exists right now in fits and spurts. Yeah. So obviously there's pockets, usually regionally dependent, where there's a strong foundation for developing out this type of technology. San Francisco, there's pockets in China. These are the dominant places where, from an agentic AI point of view, development is actually taking place. But we also see it within Gen Pop, right? A familiarity with what we're doing. And so the question then becomes, well, how do you tap into that familiarity? I think, broadly speaking, from our arena, our domain space, especially this Web3 AI cross-section, we do a disservice most of the time by kind of obfuscating that with the language that we use, right? Like AI-fi, AI finance, things like this that are completely foreign and maybe objectionable to most people. I would argue that finance isn't that complicated. It's just been obfuscated away by the language. People talk about complex derivatives. They're not actually that complex when you dig under the hood, but financiers use a particular language to obfuscate what they're doing. We do that too in our business. And so what we've been very conscious about is that abstraction that we create because of the way that we speak, and trying to use language that's more familiar, right? So when I say we're defining a category, I believe we're defining a category, but what is that category? Well, it has to be a category that people understand. Yeah. And so we're gravitating towards language like AI commerce, right? With our mindset, it's an extension of e-commerce, right? That most people today now understand. And what we're trying to do is just extrapolate this new condition or new agent within this digital economic environment, which are AIs, right? So combine the two. AI commerce, holy shit. Oh yeah, I've got an AI. I see these things that are starting to emerge. They're going to want to buy and sell stuff on the internet like I do. AI commerce, I get it, right? So it's this type of language that I think we need to make a shift towards, so that we can really, drive adoption through familiarity, right? And then the question is, okay, what's the infrastructure that's available in order to enable all of this? We fundamentally believe that one of the friction points is on the payment side across the board for all of the assets that we're trying to enable, in particular from, data sets for training, as well as the infrastructure that's being made available from a compute point of view, data sets for context so that you can provide relevant inferences against specific use cases, but having a mechanism to actually, commercialize and potentially commoditize those assets as well requires a payment system that looks to standardize at least certain communication and transactional protocols within that ecosystem. So that's where our specific focus lies. I know I just went against everything I talked about in the first part of my answer, talking a bunch of mumbo jumbo, but it's really about making sure that these agents understand how they're communicating with one another, and then they can buy and sell the assets or services that they're making available.
And maybe just to build off that, exactly what you said, Whit, to go to you, in terms of relatability, I think building a consumer application, incredible opportunity in the age of AI, but also can be incredibly challenging.
Sure.
And so can you tell us a little bit more about, how you've reached consumers to date with what you're building, particularly around image generation, but also as you're under the hood, building a really compelling set of infrastructure as well to actually enable creator monetization at scale. Can you tell us a little bit more about how Ringfence works and unpack some of the components of your architecture?
Sure. So when we think about acquiring customers, it is what it is with Web3. I would say that there's more of a want for customers and users than there are actual customers and users out there for consumer applications. Generally speaking, the Web2 applications that exist in the world have not yet been surpassed by what people are building in Web3. Fortunately, with creators, we had the NFT wave last cycle, so they understand the value of digital art. And then with this wave of AI that's come along, and the broad scraping of the internet, and the court cases that popped up regarding the theft of people's original work, it made our go-to-market much easier. So we were able to partner with Sony Alpha Collective to tap into photographers who have millions upon millions of edited photos. We were able to tap into the Web3 digital artists who we're all familiar with because we've lost a bunch of money on their NFTs, and leverage them to come onto the platform first, right? Because now we have this place where they can essentially use us as their free unlimited cloud, right? They can upload all of their work, they can move it on chain, they can attach metadata to it so it's provably theirs, and they can restrict the use of AI to train with those images of theirs. So that gave us some initial push to get those users onto Escher. And when we think about the API, Ringfence, really what it is at the core, and helping people monetize their data, this is something where we are just now starting to educate the market. But whether it's good or bad, people respond most directly when they're hit in their pocketbook. And that's how we think of it, right? So as we start to talk towards the API product and how businesses can integrate it, how when our consumer app comes out, users will be able to benefit from it, we're not going to focus on the tech word salad. We're not going to focus on how AI will use their data on a technical level. We're going to put it in a digestible way that helps them understand that today you have $0 from these activities. Tomorrow you can have X amount of dollars from these activities. Do you want more money, or would you prefer to stay where you're at financially, right? And that's exactly where we're at. We're not looking to tie the financial performance of our project to a token. We're looking to tie the financial performance of our project to how much money we can put in the pockets of the users that we're bringing on. And we think that that is really what's compelling about Web3 and about the product that we're building. I think if all of us were to take a step back and look at why we got into crypto or Web3 in the first place, yes, the tech is great and it's phenomenal, but we all stuck around because there was something that led us to a life-changing realization that if we put our life's work or our life's effort into this industry, it was going to potentially change the ability to create wealth for our family or the generations that come and follow on behind us. And we want to be able to provide that opportunity to the users that come onto Ringfence, whether it's B2B users or consumers that we're going to be targeting here in the next 3 to 6 months.
So I think each of the solutions that you're building at different layers of the stack are so powerful, but each kind of compound together. In our final minute or so here, obviously there is a lot of innovation happening in Web2 AI, but I would argue there is an immense amount of innovation happening in the world of decentralized AI. And so maybe, Shu, we can start with you. Thing you are most excited about for 2025, whether that relates to specifically what you're building in kind of the data processing piece or more in general?
I would say I really like looking forward to the boost of AI applications, because now I'm using some of the applications today. I'm using Cursor to help me write code. I think a lot of programmers are using that. but like the usage of that is still like quite limited, maybe because of the cost. So decentralized AI maybe can bring down the cost, but like I really want to see the consequences here. Basically, like how it can really like help to motivate and incentivize people to create more applications, and I can use tens of different applications in my daily life. That's what I'm looking forward to. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll rapid fire. Go ahead, Whit.
Yeah, so I think the most exciting thing about the next 12 months is going to be the massive amount of attention that's going to come to the space and what we're going to be able to do with that as a business. You know, when you think about getting eyeballs, that's the hardest part of a startup, right? And now essentially we're going to have a market moving in a direction that's going to capture all of those eyeballs for us, and now we just have to get up and put up and show what we've been building for the last year and a half is actually worth somebody downloading and putting on their phone.
I'm pretty excited about where we are right now. Like, I've been doing this for so long, and people have looked at me like I'm crazy for long enough that, you know, we filled a panel, and everybody's focused on AI and Web3. It's pretty awesome. So I just wanted to, you know, I think the continuity on this, it's, you know, it's going to continue to explode. More specifically, I'm looking forward to AI Agent New Year. Let's go. You know, more like the truth terminals coming live and getting paid. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yeah, for me, it's like what Don said. AI agents. I'm super excited on that. Just because what you're seeing on ChatGPT when they opened up like their API for anyone to create different subsets of ChatGPT, right? Like ChatGPT for Bangkok, ChatGPT for doing anything you want, right? There's a solution for that. And for Exhibits, what we're trying to do is enable anyone to innovate it by focusing on the cheapest compute possible to the market, so anyone can build what they want with AI.
Yeah, so I definitely want to see more and more models, more and more agents, and also at the same time want to see more and more builders in this AI space. And if you are building anything related to AI, and I want to see more and more people applying for Near Horizon. It's been an amazing incubation program. I think all of us can pretty much just agree with this. Yeah, this is the future I want to see. Let Near be the AI hub of Web3.
Amazing. Well, folks, I have successfully gone over time. And so thank you all for coming out today. And round of applause for our founders.
Okay, look, I've never done this before. I've never stood behind one of these. We have a wonderful panel right now. There's only a few hours left, unfortunately, of Redacted. Wah, wah, wah. But then we've got a big opening party tonight. You need to bring your badges. If you haven't got one, then tough luck, you're not going to get in. So the next panel is In Crypto, Bots Are People Too? Question mark. So I would like to introduce the wonderful moderator, Camilla Russo of The Defiant.
Everybody.
All right. Hello. This should be fun. Thanks so much, NEAR, for having us. We are here to debate whether in crypto bots are people too. And yeah, I'm Camila Russo, the founder of The Defiant, the best source of information about DeFi and Web3. There's Curtis Spencer from Electric Capital, and Matt Stevenson from Pantera. And so we've seen AI agents really take off and have an increasingly important role in crypto. We've seen them successfully launch meme coins, become the first AI agent millionaires in the space. And so that begs the question, are AI agents actually users? And so we're here to debate whether AI agents should count equally as humans, as users in crypto. Curtis will debate for that statement and Matt against it. Each panelist will get 2 minutes to present their opening remarks. They'll get 10 minutes to reply to each other, and then they will get 2 minutes each for their closing remarks. Before we start, I'd love to see where the audience stands on this issue. Do you think?
Face off here. He's got some reach on me. I got to be careful here.
Okay, take it easy. Okay, so who here thinks that AI agents should count the same as humans in crypto as users?
Raise your hands, people. Come on.
Okay.
All right. Oh.
Who thinks they should not count the same as humans? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So
We got a lot of human lovers here.
human lovers here. Let's see if at the end of the debate, who of you changes your mind. All right. So let's get started. Curtis, take it away.
All right, everybody. I'm gonna start in defense of the AI agents, and I want to move from bots to AI agents because I think bots get a bad rap, right? If you think about in Western culture specifically, bots are usually portrayed in pop culture as villains. Like you have Terminator, you have Battlestar Galactica, you have all of these shows where the robot is trying to destroy the world. In the East, actually, robots are almost viewed as helpers. And so I think the Eastern bent sorts of view robots like you have Doraemon, you have Astro Boy, like all of these heroes. So I think, in general, I'm going to ask you to check your bias at the door on bots. And I think bots have gotten a bad rap. Like we have in Web 2, when you talk about bots, you think about you're on Twitter and there's a bunch of bots like trying to phish your account, or they're trying to spread misinformation. And I think in the last maybe 6 months, we're starting to see that flip. Like the quality of bots have gone up dramatically, right? You have ChatGPT, you have Claude. A year ago, you wouldn't even imagine talking to a bot as part of your daily job, but now people are using AI agents in droves, and they're providing a ton of value. And I think in crypto, we're starting to see that as well. Instead of Sybil attacks, which was kind of happening over the last couple of years, you're starting to see bots do a lot of useful actions in networks. So they're solving trades for intents. They're rebalancing portfolios. They're liquidating assets. They're doing a lot of really good behaviors on chain. And I think playing it forward, we're going to be very, very surprised by how powerful bots become. And they're going to be a bigger and more important value add to any blockchain protocol. And I'll stop there. 5 seconds left.
All right. Boo. All right, thanks. All right. So look, I'm going to argue here that in crypto, bots are not people too. Now, there's a lot of ways you can take bots are not people, right? Now, we're two VCs. I think that's fair to say. I don't know how much you want to hear us discuss this like age-old science fiction question about like can machines think and whatever. It's going to be unavoidable that we touch on it a little bit, but probably better if we stay away from it to some degree. So I don't know. That might be a good use of the sign too. If we get too like bong rip, here can machines think? Maybe you flag us, or maybe you think it's great. I don't know. But what I want to say is like, how many people out here? How many people think like attention is all you need? We recognize the title of that paper, Attention is All You Need, Ilya, yeah, we know this guy, right? Yeah, he's good, right? Okay, so attention is all you need is an interesting concept. I'll sometimes ask, like when I'm hiring researchers, I'll ask them to assess the idea that attention is all you need. Because it's kind of right and it's kind of wrong for humans, right? It's kind of right because human attention is worth something. Like when people pay attention to something, it means they're probably going to keep paying attention to it. It's some actual signal of their interest, right? If they are, people have short attention spans. They don't have great recall. And so insurance companies pay a lot of money to be like top of mind, right? They spend a lot on commercials because it turns out the decision making for which insurance you go with is just what's the last one you heard. Human decision making is flawed like that. I'm a behavioral economist, it's one of the things I studied. And I think one of the real dangers you can get into with bots and people is to assume in crypto and elsewhere that those patterns and those things we're used to about people are going to be similar. And I think that's a very important distinction to make in crypto, right? If we're used to metrics like, let's say, TVL to judge. I mean, we all think TVL is flawed to some degree anyway, right? But TVL is a metric of laziness. It's a metric of, I don't know, people are parked money here, and it's really hard for people to remember that they should go put it somewhere else. Do bots, do agents have that same sort of flaw? Not necessarily. And so I think it's a case where treating bots as people, even if we think that's interesting from a sort of like can machines think case, I would say it's actually essential that we remember that there's going to be a real difference, and that we don't assume, for instance, that they're, all right, well, thank you.
Okay. Curtis, you want to start by replying to Matt's argument?
Let's see where to start here. So I think one way to look at well, let's talk about the metrics thing. So I think when you looked back at some of the old airdrops of DeFi summer, most people took addresses and conflated it with a user. And I think this was like a very naive way to look at the activity on chain. And then we evolved and got into metrics like TVL, which it's harder to game. You can have one wallet, put a bunch of TVL in, you can have thousands of wallets, put in small amounts, but it provides the same value to the protocol. And I think what we're going to see with AI agents, and yes, it's true, they're not going to be truly people, but we can view them as something that's going to provide value to protocols. And what we need to do is get more nuanced on what is value. Is TVL value, or is it going to be something like, maybe the analogy I would use is when the internet came out, people talked about eyeballs, like how many impressions do you have on a website? And that was like a very naive metric. And as we started to understand what business models work, we got into retention, engagement metrics. These were the ways to show success on a protocol. And I think we're going to have something very similar with agents or humans. It's not going to be about TVL or transactions or volume. It's going to be more about outcomes. And so if you can look at a protocol and say, hey, these addresses are creating these positive outcomes, does it matter if they're human? Does it matter if they're a bot? It matters that they brought value to the protocol, and it's creating sustainability.
Yeah, okay, yeah, good point. I would say the TVL question, it's the L part that I want to push on, right? Locked. Why do we say locked? Because it's not really locked in most of these cases.
It can move, yeah.
We say locked because we're used to humans being lazy, right? And if you have agents doing your bidding, let's say AI agents or bots, and they're sort of competing or tasked with getting you the best yield or solving or whatever, right? That becomes less locked in some interesting sense. So I think ultimately whatever metric we settle on, we probably are differentiating human users from bot users because they're just going to behave differently, we think, right? So ultimately it comes down to this question of how transformative do you think AI is, right? If you think it's really transformative, and I think that's probably good for us if we think it's transformative, right? Because right now the world that's designed for humans is a world where we have Plaid API calls and we're all using bank accounts and whatever. And if we think AI erodes some of those moats, that's very exciting for crypto, very exciting for crypto AI. But that's a world in which AI is very transformative, right? And an AI being transformative means we probably shouldn't assume that the metrics and the infrastructure to some degree that we've set up, that we're using to sort of assess protocols is going to be the same. I think we probably agree on this, right?
Yeah,
I just want to,
We do agree there.
Yeah.
And I think when we're looking at protocol design, like you mentioned this locked value, right?
Yeah.
I think protocols now will have to think about if an AI agent can be monitoring their position 24/7, they can move in and out of it very quickly.
Totally.
You have to change the protocol mechanism to say, put a timer on there. You're going to lock this liquidity for a year or for 6 months, and then the protocols evolve in that way.
You might actually have to lock it.
Yeah, actually lock, not just because you're a lazy human.
Which would be interesting. Yeah, I guess that's
And then you start to look at these addresses, and they're starting to behave similarly. So the difference between bot behavior and human behavior gets blurred.
Yeah.
And then similarly, I think you're going to have human, I would call it more like a cybernetic account, where it's like a human controlling a bunch of bots. And so the lines get really blurred, and so even the exercise of trying to understand, is this a bot or is this a human? Is it even valuable if that address is providing value?
Yeah.
So do you think the intent, not in the new way of intent meaning, but the intention of how these bots are used, does that matter? Because if bots are being used to game, some airdrop, maybe that's one thing. But if they are being used as helpers to perform some on-chain action, maybe that's another thing. What's your take there?
I mean, I would say there's a sense in which most of the AI we talk about that we're excited about, this stuff that came from a transformer model, right? That's an LLM. It's shocking how opaque these things still are, right? And even if you really plumb what the AI researchers are doing, a lot of it really looks like craft. you know, like you know, you hear RAG or something and you figure out that's just a prompt. And so there is a way in which like this model, like these transformer models just sort of like fell to earth and we're not totally sure what it is. And so we're assuming that these things are doing our bidding because they look like it. Again, I said we're gonna stay away from the like bong rip, you know, do machines think thing. The only reason I think it's important here to consider is just that the other way to look, or one other big way to look at crypto agents is they're not agents, they're principals, right? In econ, we have this principal agent problem, right? The principal is sort of like the boss and the agent is the one doing something on behalf of, on behalf of the principal, on behalf of the manager. Well, if you flip that and you imagine that, right, like these meme coin accounts or whatever we've seen, if we think that the people doing their bidding, right, are actually the humans, right? The humans who are doing the retweeting and the token pump and whatever and getting the attention. That's another way to sort of like, to flip that and say we're not dealing with AI agents, we're dealing with AI principles. So I think it's I don't know, it's an interesting question, right? Like, we don't understand these things well enough to know confidently what they're doing. And so you can imagine this far extreme where where they're really strategic, or they're just gonna do what we want. And I think a lot of questions do sort of depend on that. Yeah.
And I don't think it'll be a bad thing if you actually have AI agents that don't have a human principal behind them. And we're starting to experiment with that with like things like Token Terminal, where it's actually going to control its own account.
Teehee, right? That's the one that has, that's autonomous.
Yeah, and maybe it'll end up being a great trader and it'll run a bunch of agents, and then you end up having an AI that has billions of dollars, and then you have to court it to your protocol, just like you would court a human or a hedge fund.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I mean, we mentioned the AI safety stuff. I know it's tricky to get into it, right? But like, there's some people online who will. You've seen the sort of picture of the giant like Shoggoth-looking demon with a happy face, right? And there are people who are afraid that behind the scenes, because we don't understand what's going on in these AIs, like brains or whatever you want to say, that's dangerous. But I mean, it does feel inevitable. Well, it's weird to even say inevitable. It's literally already happened, right? We have AI millionaires. We have one of them that's autonomous in a TEE that's like controlling its own wallet and stuff, right?
That's right. So. Yeah. And then, what I guess going back to the original argument here that we have to treat these bots as humans, like I think you have to apply similar laws to them, right? Like if AI goes rogue and runs a lot of capital, maybe steals capital from accounts, you put them on the sanction list, just like you would put North Korea on the sanction list.
Yeah.
So you end up like conflating these two things into like one type of entity.
But that's a good point. Like what happens then if a bot does something or an agent does something that's malicious?
Right.
Who's responsible for that? Like who goes to jail?
And then Curtis, to your point about maybe you have a fleet of AI agents. What if one of them does something bad? Do you have legal responsibility for all of them,
It's a good question on like the principal side, right? Like if you're controlling them from your computer, maybe, but if it's running a decentralized inference network, then it's a decentralized network no one has control, and then you end up having to use like the traditional legal system, like OFAC sanctions, like put them on a list or try to like block transactions that they generate at the validator set, and you use social consensus to do it, just like you would like a human hacker.
So maybe like an anti-bot argument, Curtis. I mean, if you want to debate this, is like.
You're ganging up on me.
It provides like additional tools for malicious actors. Like it maybe can make crypto less safe.
Yeah, so I agree 100% there. Like the technology can be used for good and for evil, and likely used by humans in both. But that's why I think we need to double down like on the white hat and the security side of the house and actually test these contracts in a much more robust way, because the evil AI will attack them in 24/7. Instead of right now, you have black hat hackers. They're limited by their human condition, whereas the AIs won't be, right? Like they'll be able to pressure test every aspect of the smart contract code.
Yeah, interesting.
No, the only way is like better good tech, right? Like formal verification, fuzzing, unit testing, more audit firms.
One last thing maybe to add, because I know we're about to lose our crosstalk here. We were talking a little bit before about this idea of agent MEV, which could be kind of interesting. Curtis was saying, Waymos would work a lot better if all the cars were Waymos, right? If they didn't actually have to respond to crazy human drivers, which is super interesting, right?
Yeah.
It's a good point. And then, and you're gonna have to analogize this to crypto, right? But maybe there's a similar sort of thing where you could imagine bots might trade better or be better agents if they're only working against other agents. And that becomes mevable in a weird sort of way, right? So the analogy is just, imagine you had a sort of nice, Waymo world where everybody's slowing down at yellow lights. If you could modify your personal Waymo so that it ran the light, you'd be better off because everybody else slows down. And that feels a little like MEV, right? A way in which you're able to sort of like front run the sort of like cooperative or open behavior of others. And that's an interesting case, right? Like it's hard to name all the examples that would happen in particular or particularly on chain, but I think it's a fruitful and interesting sort of analogy for AI behavior.
We're
getting umped all the time.
Wrapped it up.
Okay, time for closing statements. Matt, your turn to start.
Okay, so we've heard a lot of perspectives on whether bots are people too. I think definitively we've decided they're not. They're not because, right, first of all, you can't treat them the same, right? Like all these ways we've gotten used to thinking of humans and metrics and TVLs and whatever, they're just probably not going to apply if you think AI is really interesting. It's a new world and you have to adjust to this new world, and treating them as people is lazy thinking. But also, right, like on the other side, you can, even if you want to push it, they're kind of like fragments of people maybe, right? Like if you have 100 AI agents, like we were talking about with legal responsibility, we don't know how to tie that back to a human so cleanly, and that's going to be a complicated question, right? So this one-to-one bots or people sort of thing, it doesn't work in the agent way cleanly. And even if it's autonomous, it's like, again, we're just going to want to stop with our sort of like lazy traditional thinking of how we think of humans and anticipate that this will be transformative and different. So I think for sure, bots are not people and agents are not people. And then the question is, do we think, do we think they're, do they have legal responsibility and all that stuff? We didn't really get into it much. I think that's maybe an interesting question, but it's sort of like sidelined from what we were saying. So I'm feeling like a real like harsh debater here and like going over every single point and trying to do it. But that's the name of the game. We did stare off at the beginning. And so my closing statement is everything Curtis said is wrong.
Okay.
Like this guy, come on. But no, it's an interesting discussion and appreciate it. But I gotta say, I hope I did you all well. I believe we were pretty close. Everybody agreed that bots are not people, and I think we can say for sure they're not. Don't come after me, bots. Thanks.
All right, you got 20 seconds left.
Oh, I got 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're switching it up. All right, I'm going to defend it then. So I know I came into a more biased room where there's a lot of people in support of the humans, but I hope I convinced you that at least the trend line is that bots are going to be behaving more like humans and come to a point where that line crosses, and you're not going to be able to tell if you're interacting with a human or a bot, especially on chain and if it's behind an address. And I think when you even compare it to like bot activity that we were seeing a year ago, the bot activity today is much more sophisticated, and it's starting, it's harder to tell, like, is this a bot behind the scenes or is this a human? And I think we're going to stop using things like active addresses to understand like how valuable a protocol is or volume. We're going to have to look at these outcomes. And maybe in the theme of the redacted conference here, instead of bringing the next billion on chain, it's going to be let's bring the next trillion on chain, which are going to be all these AI agents that are going to be running and making these systems very durable, very efficient, way better than humans can. And these are protocols. They're not meant to have humans just be clicking on them. They're meant to be programmable and scalable, and we can run millions of transactions through them, and that's not something that humans are going to do. And yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay, cool. Let's see where we stand now in the audience. Who thinks bots should be treated the same as humans in crypto? Okay, I don't know if... Okay, who thinks that they should not be treated the same as humans? I feel like there's like fewer of each, so now maybe people are like more confused. Maybe
I'll just declare victory like when the boxer lifts his arm up. But yes, thank you all.
I think people were so engaged in the debate that they're building right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so I think like whether you think bots are like humans or not, I think it's undeniable that we will continue to see an increasing amount of AI agents and bots and just like AI use in crypto broadly. I think it's inevitable. And I think if we're all here, we're probably techno optimists or like bullish technology. So I think that'll probably be a good thing for crypto and all of us crypto users. So yeah, thank you to the panelists, and thanks everyone for joining.
Thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, good one, man.
That was good.
Yeah, that was fun. Thanks, Cami.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think, just another classic trick for the books. You can take that one home with you. We have on stage very, very soon, in just a few seconds, one of my favorite people in the entire NEAR ecosystem. He is going to be moderating a panel entitled Democratizing DeFi with Multi-Chain Agents. So please give a big, huge, warm welcome. There's not too many more left to do, to Mr. Cameron Dennis.
All right, hey everybody, how's it going? So super excited today to talk about the future of DeFi agents. DeFi is incredibly complex. You borderline need a background in finance to make any money on it and not get front-run by hedge funds. And so we think that AI agents are going to really democratize access to DeFi. So we have the perfect guests today. And just to kick things off, we're going to just go quickly in order. Introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about the project you're working on, and why you started the project. Start with Zero.
Okay. I'm Zero. I'm the co-founder of the DataTrade. And DataTrade is a decentralized trading bot. And help users to get the profits. Yeah.
Great.
It's great.
Yeah. Hey, I'm David, co-founder of Valerie. We are co-contributor to OLAS. OLAS very much subscribes to what Cameron just said. We want to give everyone an autonomous AI agent so that people can outsource goals to agents they own and have them deal with the complexities of things like DeFi and other use cases.
Lucas, I'm one of the co-founders of the company called Almanac. We've started Almanac because first originally we saw how inefficient DeFi was and how it could use some data-driven intelligence, how those could improve the decisions being made within DeFi. And then at one point, we've realized that this is a perfect input for agents, which at that time became a vehicle, an idea for a vehicle that can help us navigate throughout DeFi. Because DeFi, in our opinion, grew too complex over time. It became fragmented and became chaotic. And at this point, we think that perhaps DeFi was never meant for humans. It was meant for agents all along.
Totally. And I think this is how, this is why people get into crypto, is honestly to make money. And so starting with Zero, can you tell us just a little bit more about DeltaTrade and the three strategies that you currently operate, and what about them are sort of well positioned for agents to do?
Yeah, currently DeltaTrade have completed three votes. We call that grid, swing, and DCA. And DCA is very simple. It's let the user to fix the intervals to sell and buy your assets. Yeah, it's very simple. And but the grid and swing is very complex. It's I can't to explain it in one line.
Yeah. Who here, just as raise of hands, knows what dollar cost averaging is, when you're trading? Yeah. Okay, it's a good amount. But the vast majority of people don't really understand this. And so out of these three strategies, which is the most popular on the platform?
Usually it's very, very complex to understand what is the grid, but the grid and swing is really can help user to get more and more profits from the market, especially the bull market. Maybe you can to see our website, DeltaTrade.ai. We hope that let the user to use DataTree for easy way. So what we want to do in the future is integrate the AI agent. Let the AI agent to let the user to use the AI-powered strategy. So user just want to say the high APY and choose the APY and to provide your assets, and then one click to create their bots, then waiting for the profit.
Awesome. And David, OLAS is, there's a lot going on in the OLAS ecosystem right now. You're building across many chains. You have a pretty amazing prediction market product. Can you tell everyone a bit more about the OLAS framework and exactly what is being most adopted today?
Yeah. So what's the goal? We want to have you operate an agent that you can outsource one day arbitrarily complex goals to, and then that attain that for you. Today, they're very specific domains in which the agents are active in. So the most dominant use case is prediction markets. You can try this out yourself today on olas.network/operate. You can download an app called Pearl and then run your agent locally, which participates on your behalf in prediction markets 24/7. We want to bring that same concept to DeFi and in a cross-chain context, where you give the agent higher level goals expressed in natural language, and then leave it to the agents over long periods of time to execute those strategies. Why do we think that's important? Because to what Lucas was saying, there's very few people who will bother engaging with the complexity of DeFi. And if you really want to grow end user adoption, I think user-owned agent is one path. The other one is to basically provide some very centralized Robin Hood-like experience. And so we're very bullish on the agent piece, and there's now daily active agents are going up every day. Yeah, I would leave it at that for that now.
And Lucas, your current target customer is a lot of institutions. Is that accurate? And so, but you guys are going to slowly start opening up more to retail. Can you tell us a bit more about kind of how the institutions are approaching, one, on-chain trading at all, and sort of what some of their, I guess, prerequisites are to start participating?
Yeah, so the reason we started with professionals and with institutions is that a lot of the Almanac's value proposition comes from the optimization we're offering. The fact that you can not only create an agent with us, it's about we call it strategy optimization suite we offer. And in that piece, we allow we fork essentially the blockchain. We create a testing environment where we then use agent-based modeling to mimic behavior of users and actors on chain. And this is a technology that's, well, a version of has been used in TradFi for some time, but exactly by hedge funds, by professionals. So people and institutions that were familiar with this, they were our first target for obviously reasons. They understand the value proposition, and they understood that within crypto, within DeFi, we don't have a tooling like this yet that would allow to optimize your strategies, that will allow to improve that decision intelligence. So this was a low-hanging fruit, and we also learned from them. We also saw how they are seeing the future of let's say on-chain asset management in crypto. So for example, the way Almanac works is that we are a non-custodial software, right? So ultimately, it's the customer, the institutional customer, that retains the full custody of their assets.
And has to sign their own transactions.
Precisely. This is important, and this is something that was a bit of novel. So we were, I would say, at the discovery stage with all the institutions, but we tailored the product towards that direction. And I think that retail or like everyday users, in that regard, it will follow similar trajectory because of trust. So instead of giving all your net worth to one agent overnight, you will be gradually giving it permissions to do certain things. For example, execute a strategy you figured out yourself, also with the help of AI, because I think this is also important, is that ultimately we want users to formulate their own objectives, high-level strategies, right? They ultimately won't have to know all the details, but they need to understand the concept of risk.
Yeah, but people are really bad at knowing what they want generally.
That's true.
And so, like when we want to go talk to make some money and work with somebody to make money, like financial advisor, it's generally a conversation.
Yeah.
So, kind of, how do you see the interface between these users who really aren't that well aware of different strategies and these agents that are either executing many different strategies? It kind of feels like it needs to be a conversation. So, how do you actually give them that interface where it kind of leads them to the thing that they need?
I think this is the easy part, honestly, because it has been solved for us, like the LLM adoption and the experience, the popularity of it's crazy, even across Web 2. How many of the apps across pretty much every vertical has its own LLM now? This becomes something that users get accustomed to, and I think over time it will be easier and easier for businesses to adopt a version of it to improve that interaction with the customer. So I think that would be the experience.
Do you think we might need a different modality though? Like messaging, like chat is difficult for many.
Yeah.
So yeah, David, where do you, I guess, see the sort of future of AI agents and how users actually interact with them?
It's already multimodal. I think there's examples of autonomous AI agents that launch meme coins and have a persona which might be streaming on Twitch. There's projects doing that. I think coming back to your point, chat will, I doubt chat will go away, but I do think we need, as a group of technologists, we're very captured in this idea of interactive experiences because that's what we all grew up with, like mobile apps where you click around, do things. The beauty with agents is that you can abstract a lot of this. So whilst chat is important, like being able to maybe describe a strategy, I don't think the large group of users will spend days and weeks interacting with the financial advisor. They'll be okay giving it some sort of high-level goals. And then check back in with it maybe after a couple of weeks, see how it's done, maybe do some adjustments. And that's why user-ownedness, be it on a financial domain or be it when you one day have your personal health advisor who is trained on your needs, your data, is such a different paradigm of a product. So chat will be important. I'm sure one day voice, obviously in a financial context, graphs, right? It's sort of generating graphs around things it's been doing rather than those being hard-coded from the get-go.
So, but alpha is only the whole point of alpha is kind of that other people don't have it. And so I feel like these AI agents could very well democratize it too well, and then the alpha sort of goes away over time. I'm curious if you think that this is actually true, and if not, what are some examples of strategies that almost won't lose alpha over time?
So today it's not true, and one day maybe it might be true, but today it's certainly not true. So we have, for instance, in OLAS these liquidity pools which are on various different chains. You'd think that they'll always be perfectly in sync because of arbitrage, and people assume arbitrage, but it doesn't. Actually, someone needs to do it, and that actually applies for a lot of inefficiencies across DeFi. And so obviously if you're adding, let's say, an order of magnitude more users, we're adding an order of magnitudes more liquidity, and it's not automatic that all inefficiencies are immediately gone away. I think there's also a lot of local context, not just in DeFi, but generally speaking, if you think about AI adoption, there's local context to a lot of decision making, which some of it will go away, but I think some of it will be retained.
And also, alpha exists on different chains in different regards. And so
Exactly.
I think the agents aren't going to care what blockchain it's using. It's just going to go where users and liquidity are. And so, Zero, I know you're relatively multi-chain. Do you see any sort of difference between the users on the Solana implementation versus the NEAR implementation?
Yeah, about the multi-chain, currently NEAR chain has the chain signatures and or chain abstractions, and we have many projects have released or want to release So on data trade also will use the chain signatures to support multi-chains. That is a user to like to use our Omni bridge to bridge your asset and by one click into the NEAR chains, and at the same time can create a data trace bot like DCA or grid. And when the user clicks close, and the asset will return back to the origin.
So you're saying I will be able to DCA out of my Bitcoin position using one of your agents?
Yeah, right.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, David, I know you have a couple different multi-chain implementations. Do you see any sort of different user behavior, or where the liquidity is or alpha is across these different chains?
Yeah, I mean, we're still relatively speaking at the beginning of this journey, but OLAS is a cross-chain protocol. We're on 8 EVM chains, Solana, and we're coming to NEAR. And it's super exciting to be able to, for instance, have agents like have native access to Bitcoin for DeFi. I think, again, like I would be careful to project too far with this sort of all the alpha will go away. I just want to come quickly back to this point. It's also tied to liquidity. So if you, for instance, take the prediction markets product, we have like end users put up, like fund their agent to trade on their behalf. And so they provided that liquidity, and then that generates these new markets. I could very much foresee a world where we have entire like markets that humans don't even look at, maybe not even know about, where agents trade with each other, creating entirely new financial primitives, and like
I mean, DeFi agents
act with each other.
Trading agents aren't new. Like hedge funds have
They're not new, no.
building an ML forever.
But I think the generative part of it is not really there. I mean, occasionally you can, have people hard code scripts to kind of deploy new kind of things and have like bots do that. But in the sense that we really have like almost like entire virtual worlds, which maybe for months humans don't even know about, but agents are actually leveraging. I think that's a real possibility. I mean, it will happen.
They're not new, but I think what we are yet to see is how they will leverage the potential of interoperability and composability of DeFi, because regardless of how smart or fast an agent in TradFi can be, it is still operating in a highly siloed environment. It's technically silos, not to mention like legal barriers, etc., which prevent the driving actors behind an agent from doing something because of like constraints, etc. In DeFi, we don't have that. So, which again reinforces this thesis that this is just a perfect environment for them to roam. I very much agree with David here. I think these fears that alpha will be gone we're very far away from that.
There's always enough alpha. It exists.
Yes, there's enough alpha, and I think once it becomes easier and easier over time, and I think with all those technologies it will happen to include, agents toolings into your portfolio management. The amount of opportunities that will come out with that will dwarf your anxiety over losing like a bit of alpha here and there. So we are at the beginning of the journey, and agents will be the vehicles that will carry that. So it's an extremely exciting time.
So I'm really thinking about like, what does it actually look like, or what is it going to take for users to actually get these agents in their hands? And I do think that wallets are the sort of interface of crypto, and I think that all wallets will have some sort of like LLM tab or chat function where you're going to be able to call all these agents, interact, and discover. But my concern is around the security of these agents maybe calling contracts that haven't been audited yet, or there needs to be some level of guardrailing. And so how do you think agents, but on the flip side, agents can also provide an amazing opportunity to get users to better understand risk. So I guess, where do you see this sort of like intersection of agents providing users a better understanding of risk, and also like giving them access to things that they didn't know before?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I jump.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think, crucially, like humans don't have the capacity to do even more of that, right? So if you're now talking about adding agents to the mix, if we then also assume that the human now has to also like educate themselves about what all the agents do, it's not feasible because the agent is even faster than what you would have done yourself in DeFi. And like generally speaking, DeFi today speaks to a teeny total addressable market, whereas what we want to do with the agent basically should speak to everyone. So I think there's this huge need for agents to take on these roles as well, right? For agents to be risk managing agents, for agents to provide signal to other agents, and that's sort of really at the core of how we think about it with multi-agent systems and all that.
That makes sense.
I would add to that in case an agent is managing something more than your own money and it's responsible for something more than yourself, there is a perfectly feasible concept that we can apply here, and that's just underwriting an agent. Simple as that. Staking against an agent. So put your money where your mouth is, or you put your money where your agent is. So
it's a great note to end on. Put your money where your agent is. We have about 10 seconds left. Is there anything else you guys want to add? Nope. Nope. Great. Well, thank you for joining. Yeah, check out their websites. They're all on Twitter. And have a beautiful day. Thank you.
All right, okay, ladies and gents, we have a very, very, very quick break. I'm going to do something rude. I'm going to pull my phone out right now. The time is 4:32 p.m. Be back here at 4:40, where we're going to see the boys back in town, Alex and Ilya. So I will see you then. Wow, that was cool, wasn't it? We're almost at the end of our journey, friends. Oh, there you go, that'll do. But before we come to an end, we've got a couple more wonderful sessions for you, and this one is one to be really, really excited about. It has the two original co-founders of NEAR, Ilya Polasukin and Alexander Skidinov, along with the wonderful Mally Anderson for their perspectives on AI and consciousness. Give them a big round of applause, please.
Hey everyone, I'm Mally. I'm a writer at NEAR, and I've been lucky to know Alex and Ilya for a few years now. I hope you don't need to be introduced to them after 2 days at Redacted, but they're the co-founders of NEAR Protocol and NEAR AI. And since we're here at the end of our 2 days, I thought it would be fun to zoom out and talk about the goals for user-owned AI, for AGI, and kind of what the point of all of this work is, pursuing conscious machines. So Just going to ask them some interesting questions and let them ask each other interesting questions, and we'll see where we go. So to kick off, does one of you want to try to define AGI?
Okay, so I have my own definition. I define AGI as a machine that is better than I at everything I can do.
Okay, that's a high standard,
I-
higher than most.
I would say my definition is everything that any best person at that skill
Yeah,
can
that's
do.
OpenAI's definition as well, yeah.
And Alex just assumes he's the best at everything, so.
He might be. So yeah, AI that matches or surpasses human cognitive abilities. So if we are pursuing AGI, then I would argue we're also pursuing conscious AI. So that is the premise of this fireside chat. I'll also give a disclaimer that Alex asked me to give, which is none of us claims to be an expert on consciousness, but I would posit that these two are experts on AI. So we'll land somewhere in the middle of AI and consciousness, I guess. So people love the origin story of NEAR, and I guess I'm just curious for you to retell the story of why you named NEAR AI what you did.
Yeah, so I kind of liked Singularity since the moment when I had to spend 16 hours with a friend of mine on the way from Ижевsk to Moscow in a train, and he just read, it was 2005, so the Singularity is NEAR just came out, he read it, and so I was tortured for 16 hours where he was telling me how the all-encompassing is artificial intelligence, as he would call it, is everything we need. And he was very convincing. So at the end of the trip, I was thinking a lot about it. And this concept, then in 2012, I finally decided to read the book 7 years later, and I liked it a lot. And then, like my license plate has been NEAR since way longer than NEAR existed. And the NEAR.ai domain I also bought way before I even contemplated the idea of starting a company. Right, and so, yeah, and then when Ilya and I started the company, I don't know, I had the domain, I was like, hey, what do you think of NEAR? He's like, yeah, NEAR sounds like a cool name, rolls the tongue, so let's go with it.
So it wasn't about pursuing the singularity, you just liked the name.
Well,
it was. Okay, so yeah.
I mean, the plan was, which is still the plan, AI developer, AI researcher, AGI.
Yeah.
And yeah, effectively, at the time, we were thinking we're going to be the first $1 trillion company. That was the plan in 17.
No recollection.
Now there's a few other companies, so maybe aiming 10. But yeah, the idea that effectively, like through software engineering, we're able to actually advance AI. That was kind of the premise for NEAR AI. It was conceived in the train out of Toulon to Paris. After we got
very jet-lagged.
Very jet-lagged, Toulon also is an interesting place. And so we were coming from the ICLR conference where there was a lot of program synthesis papers, and we're like, this is happening. It's clearly here, and so we need to capitalize on this and actually kind of front run it by getting way better data and get a way better effectively AI developer. So here we are, 6 years later, but the mission is still there.
Full circle.
That was 2017, 7 years later.
It's now 7 years, wow. Yeah, Ilya, you obviously were an AI researcher before starting NEAR, and I know you developed an interest at an early age. What made you first get interested in AI and in studying it?
Well, yeah, I mentioned this quite a few times, but the movie Artificial Intelligence that I think came out in 2000 or 2001, so I was like 10 years old. I think we had a class trip to watch it. But yeah, somehow it left an impression on me. And then I was reading a lot of science fiction, and so that always kind of seemed to me clear that we need to have an AI that will be our companion, that will be our partner. It will be effectively removing all the mundane tasks. I may have thought also it will go trade on market, make a lot of money, and then help to improve the life everywhere. But to me, it's always, I was imagining it would have some form of consciousness and at the same time kind of omnipresence to be able to execute any actions anywhere. And so Now, as I was, growing up teenager, trying to do stuff with machine learning back then, the reality was not there. But continued working on this kind of across working in machine learning field, and then joining Google, focusing more on text, knowledge, understanding, and pushing the envelope, transformers, and then NEAR AI.
Alex, what about you? When did you decide to start working on AI? You were doing something else before.
Yeah, so around 2014, I want to say, I was playing an online game, and there was a particular mechanic that required solving a simple CAPTCHA, and it was automatable even without AI, because there are websites where people can solve CAPTCHAs for you, but I really didn't like paying for it. And so, I then loaded, there was a framework back in the day called Lasagna. You have layers in a transformer, so it's a lasagna. And I remember I really did not expect it to work, because I think in 2014 it was not quite clear. Like 2012 was when deep learning started, and I think 2 years later, majority of people, I definitely, didn't quite catch up yet to what was possible. And I remember I trained this neural network, and I ran it, and it had like 99% accuracy, and I was like, holy cow. Like how could it possibly be? Because like I think as an engineer before machine learning, you sort of think of machines as rigid, right? And the CAPTCHA, it's like it's not rigid. Yeah, and so from there, I was doing a lot of AI, and I was working for this company called Single Store, and I was like, okay, guys, I'm leaving, bye. And they were trying to, we have this saying in Russian, which is like to stretch an owl on a globe. So they tried to introduce AI into the work of Single Store, but they failed. So I left, and I started, what would become NEAR eventually.
So Ilya, you said your motivation is basically augmenting human intelligence and making us more efficient. Is that fair? Do you still consider that your motivator for working on this?
Yeah, there is a kind of multiple dimensions, obviously, to where AI can lead. But I think the most obvious one, which already has been happening for over a decade, right, or 20 years now, has been augmenting our intelligence, right? Google being the first, effectively, machine learning system that became globally available for everyone to augment intelligence, to find any information you want. And so, the current reincarnation of that is extension of that. And as this machines are becoming more intelligent themselves, they able to execute more complex actions, make decisions. Now, where we go from here is indeed a branch of either kind of effectively merging a human and machine, that's one direction, or creating a new beings that are kind of coexisting with us. And I think probably given how world's structured, all of these directions will be explored. And so, but at the same time, I think our kind of humanity is driven by selfishness, and so augmenting ourselves is a way likelier and more resource allocated path than creating another species, which generally humanity is very good at destroying species, not creating. But at the same time, given we have kind of, we create a digital environment for digital species to exist, there's also an interesting opportunity for that.
We created corgis.
That's why you're here? Corgis. Yeah, Alex, you've said that your motivation is perhaps more defensive. So what motivates you to pursue building AGI or superintelligent AI?
I don't know if it's more defensive, but generally, I see what you mean. Yeah. I see.
Sorry, leading question. You can tell your version.
It takes me time to catch up. Yeah, so generally, I really don't like the span of life that is allocated by default. I think it's pretty short, and with every passing day, it feels shorter. And I think AI is the more, when I was in the train with that person, I think one of the things that particularly was inspiring for me that the way he was looking at it is the path to immortality, right? Because if we can transfer our brains into a machine, you can live for as long as you can maintain the machine. right? And so, if someone wants to live much longer than, the pre-allocated 100 years, that's a more reliable path. And even, so longevity would be the second path, but longevity gives you longer time span, but not redundancy. While if you move yourself to a machine, not only you can live much longer, you also have redundancy. So if something happens, you can move yourself.
Restore from backup?
Restore from a backup, yeah, or like make a couple of copies. Yeah, so it's, so that's what's been driving me for quite a while, and still drives me. So yeah, ideally, so yeah, Ilya wants to augment a human, I want to, I want to fully move into the virtual.
You're ready to be a machine.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that is effectively like as we integrating closer and closer, the final step of that integration, like if that is indeed the most
conspiracy.
Are we good?
Yeah, as we become more integrated, right, our intelligence may move into the digital realm if that's a more effective path to do that. Or we'll have a more conscious beings that exist independently, and then we'll be figuring out how to negotiate with them.
Alex, you've also said before that you are also motivated by beating someone potentially bad to building AGI. Can you talk a bit about that?
Right, about what?
Like the idea that if someone else builds it first, they might have the wrong motivation. So it's
that's for
your
sure.
obligation to build it.
So I think generally, and I think it's very interesting from perspective of current alignment efforts. If you talk to people from Anthropic, there are some other entities that pursue alignment. Many of them look at alignment from perspective of how do we make models that we build, right, so Anthropic has Claude, right, and so they say, how do we make Claude to be safe, which is not quite the risk. I don't think the risk from perspective of Anthropic should be, hey, that Claude will escape and do something harmful. The actual threat we have is that some malicious actors, right, and some, there are some countries which we believe might be implicated in the future in doing that some malicious actors train a malicious AI and use it for malicious purposes. And naturally, none of what Anthropic is doing in any way is preventing that. And mostly, I think, if people actually build AGI and use it for bad, not much we can do. It's an entity that is smarter than us, so no matter what we do, it's a game that we will lose. But we can defend against certain things that people can do before AGI is reached. Right? So a good example I like to give is that I'm pretty sure we're very close to the moment where AI will be much better than us at reading and analyzing code. And because most of the, Linux operating system is millions of lines of code, of course it has bugs. But security model is effectively such that a very smart human, by looking at that code, will not find them, because many, many smart humans looked at it and didn't find it. Mm-hmm. But something smarter than human could. Right? And so if someone has access earlier than others to a utility that allows you to do that, right, they could be a good guy who will just open the bug reports and patch all of those, or they could be a bad guy who will bring down the whole internet, right, and that will be a massive bad event. Mm-hmm. But we can prepare to that, right? Like we can, for example, invest heavily into formal verification and rewrite majority of the core infrastructure in a way that is formally verified, so that you know that no matter how smart your opponent is, they would not be able to break it, right? So like that would be a more, I think, reasonable approach to safety, where you try to predict the particular, attack vectors, mm-hmm. and start patching them ahead of time.
AI for safety on the way to conscious AI. Yeah. How will we know when we have achieved conscious AI or that AGI is conscious?
Well, I think we kind of bypassed the definition of consciousness in general.
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't come back to asking you that. Okay, what's consciousness?
Yeah, I think that's a question everybody is struggling with, and I think that's why things have been very hard to define, and kind of AI space is, like there's everything from people who already thought LLMs even like 2-3 years ago already conscious, right? And kind of, hey, we, effectively killing a conscious being by like stopping the program. Mm-hmm. To people who are like, hey, this is just a, token parrot and just predicts the next token and it's just statistics. And so I think the same question is like, is dogs conscious? like kind of unclear, but I think the best definition I've kind of saw has been effectively understanding of a presence of self. So this is when whatever the system is, it's able to understand that it exists within some world, and it can execute actions, and it can effectively reflect on its own presence in the system. Now, how to quantify that and like what's a benchmark for that is a little bit hard, because the problem is if you assume, if you test for that and it's like a talking parrot, it will effectively tell you everything that you think will make them conscious. That's
it knows
why
what conscious people sound like. And
yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I think the experiment you were mentioning, that if you remove everything about consciousness from the training data and then train on it.
Yeah, it's from Ilya.
Yeah.
From the other Ilya.
Yeah, so if you remove all the consciousness data and then you ask effectively, are you conscious, if it's able to infer that. But I think all of this is, pretty limited. And given, we don't have introspection even in how our head works, it's pretty challenging. But so that is a very interesting question, where that boundary lies.
Yeah, our consciousness doesn't emerge in isolation either. So an AI that doesn't know the words for consciousness or feelings isn't necessarily emerging the same way ours does.
But at the same time, we can think when you, and this is, to the question is is predicting next token everything you need? You can, hypothesize that this is effectively what we're doing. We're just predicting the next sensory input. And the most effective way to do that is understanding kind of our presence in the world and being to reflect on that. And effectively, consciousness emerges as a way to the most effectively compress information and predict next token, and predict, not just short term, but also long term, and effectively optimize all the chemicals that are driving our kind of body. And so the question there is what is the effective alternative of that in the digital system? And I mean, people have been trying a lot of embodiment and kind of, video games, et cetera, as a way to kind of create the environment where there is such thing. And that goes into let's say we create a simulation, right? We have a lot of AIs running around and kind of figuring out themselves. And if you Control-C that simulation, how do we know where we are on the spectrum of I stopped the program to I killed a bunch of conscious beings?
But if the person ceases to exist, is he killed? If he just ceases to exist in the moment.
Yeah.
Right.
So we were discussing this because the experiment is if you restart the world effectively from a snapshot and do two things, do some harm to a person twice. Is this did that person experience this twice or once or 0 time? As well as if that person never existed, have that did that harm was done or not, right?
Yeah.
Or here's another thought experiment. Imagine that it turns out that people never figured out how to do anesthetics. Instead, they figured out how to do a drug which erases the last hour of memories. So you always experience what happens, but you just never remember. Is it actually a good painkiller or not?
What about you, Alex? Do you think we'll know when AGI has been achieved?
I think I don't have a very good sort of opinion here, but I suspect that we will see it from second order effects. Yeah, just by interacting with it at some point, you will be well, I have no doubt that I'm interacting with a conscious being.
There are some people who already feel that way about AI systems they're interacting with, so maybe we're already there and we don't know.
Well, I mean, effectively, that was a Turing test, right? If you talk sufficient amount of time with this, can you guess if it's a person or not?
Mm-hmm.
That was, in a way, and I think, there's still there's definitely Turing test when you don't ask it hard questions is effectively passed.
Yeah.
So now it's all about, when you interact with it, can it kind of effectively, like the way we tested this is LLM right now is like, can it solve hard problems and harder problems and problems that even people cannot solve anymore, or some people cannot solve anymore. And so I think the reality is like we're approaching that, it's still a program, right? So like it totally, like I actually think it's totally possible we'll have a machine system that is smarter than any of us individually, has more advanced skills, can act in this digital world, right, given what we're building, and do anything, and is not conscious because it's still effectively just a machine that, you know, acts on the input. Now, if you put that machine into a world, effectively give it some feedback loop and give it some value function that it is trying to optimize, that's when we can start actually assume that some form of consciousness may arrive. And this is where like an autonomous agent is actually an interesting thought experiment, because you're giving them a mission, right? This can be anything from, you know, make more money on exchange, or, you know, let's save the planet and not let it, not let humanity destroy itself. And, you know, give it some resources like money, you know, crypto assets, and then you loop it effectively to, you know, keep thinking about what is possible and how should it do it, and you let it act by deploying capital. And the question there is like, yeah, at what stage we can consider this a conscious versus
just carrying out
versus carrying out
I mean, if AGI is just like a super powerful calculator, then why do you think people are so afraid of it?
So,
are we actually just, go ahead.
Well, to that question, I think people are afraid of people. And so people project the people's fear to AI.
Yeah, people kill people, machines don't kill people
exactly,
so far. Yeah.
Yeah, there's zero computers that, you know, on purpose kill people. It's mostly,
But I think there's a couple of things. One is that first of all, people are generally afraid of competition, because, you know, someone, someone who competes with you can make you irrelevant. And I think historically, people with power quite frequently were malicious, right? So if we're thinking of AGI as a, you know, extremely powerful entity, it makes sense that we would have some inherent fear of it.
Yeah, I mean, Jeffrey Hinton basically says that if he's scared of super powerful AI because it can start manipulating people, but it's like if it's just carrying out the actions of its program.
I mean, it will be a person manipulating people using
AI.
powerful AI. I mean, that's already happening. It's not, this is not a, like, you can already do that. There's Twitter bots already trying to do this. This has been a thing before, even before generative AI. So, like, that's not a...
Not a new problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, like, it will get more and more sophisticated and, you know, create, like, you can, you know, imagine it creating more advanced strategies, but... like somebody gave it this mission effectively at this point.
Mm-hmm. Do you think we'll see, is it likelier to emerge as one very powerful centralized system, or more like a kind of emergent swarm of many small agents or many small models? Do you have an idea of what those systems will look like as they grow?
Yeah, it's a bit of a false dichotomy in the sense that it could be... What I think it would be is it would be a very large model, a single model, but that model will be decentralized.
I guess we have heard that from you before, so fair enough. What about you, Ilya?
I think it's the same with how we are effectively, you know, a big model, and like individually we are assuming we're conscious. And you know, capable, but the reality is if you, on the meta level, there's a society being that is a collective of all of the people, and actually society being is way more resilient. It have been surviving, you know, for probably, you know, tens of thousands of years now. It's able to you know, kind of in different ways advance itself and upgrade itself and make each cell of itself live longer through technology and innovation. And so, like from evolutionary biology, right, you can think we're cells and then society is the body. So probably similar thing will happen here again. Given what we're building, there will be large, albeit decentralized models, but they themselves can be interconnected into a network that effectively exchanges information and is able to kind of provide a bigger context, and maybe like some of them are more specialized than others. Maybe not from a even information perspective, but from just access to resources, right? Like a model, like, or from kind of ability to interact with some specific subset of other kind of people and yeah, so like different types of specialization that can occur there.
But remind me, do you think the society is conscious?
So this is a great example. Yeah, the great question. It's probably it's a subconscious.
Subconscious.
I think there is a effectively a subconscious, designed for society to survive, right? Which propagates into evolutionary need to replicate for ourselves. So yeah, I don't think there's given what, especially us killing the planet right now, there's like a very, given how hard it is to coordinate people, there's like a very conscious level, but there's definitely some subconscious organizational things, right, that, lead us to work together in different ways and kind of rely on each other.
So one interesting way to look at it is to try to understand why consciousness emerged to begin with. What is the evolutionary advantage? And I think, I didn't put too much thought to it, but I think one advantage of consciousness is that it improves planning. It's much easier to plan when you have consciousness, right? So society is not particularly good at planning, right? So from this perspective, it could be argued that maybe it doesn't have consciousness, but neither are models today that good at planning, right? So they're relatively good at answering in the one shot, but they can do chain of thought, but relatively poorly, right? So from this perspective, and we know that when we train a regular large language model, we don't tell her to be intelligent. We just tell her predict the next token, right? But as it tries to compress all the information given to her, at some point, there's, like gradually, it realizes that by being intelligent about what it says, it can compress it much better, right? It doesn't have to memorize every possible situation. It just needs to understand it conceptually, and then it can compress that understanding. So from this perspective, once we get better and better at planning, like, GPT-4o1 is presumably OpenAI's first step towards that. That's where consciousness is more likely to emerge, right? So that's, yeah, once we start investing in planning, we need to pay more attention.
But I think, so I agree with that, but I think the consciousness in planning is required because you're part of the plan. Like you individually as a being is part of the plan. That's why you need to understand how like you will act and react in the future. Like that's the explainability part that you need for planning. If you're just like planning for somebody else, right, that it can be like, you can just use a SMT search, right, and like create a plan for when the searcher itself is not involved in the process. So I think it will require some embodiment, whatever that. It can be very digital, navigating internet, and this is like it's always funny now to reread some of the science fiction because clearly, physical robotics is not where AI evolution is happening because AI, by definition, is a digital being. It lives in the digital world. Bringing it back to physical world is actually a hard work, and letting it roam in the digital world is where it's the freest. But I think some form of embodiment is required for it to, or like some form of identifier, to use the diaspora analogy, is required to effectively understand that you're present and how your actions will impact yourself.
Well, we're already 5 minutes over. I had many more questions for you, but speaking of planning, I guess we're out of time. So we'll solve consciousness another day. Thank you, guys. That was fun. Thanks, everybody, for coming.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the final times I will join you on this stage, I'm afraid. Redacted has been nothing less than absolutely incredible. We have truly all came together to give a big middle finger to big tech. We've been joined by gigabrains such as Snowden, Ilya, Alex, the team from Infinex, Harshit presenting the ETH wallet integration, and so much more. But for those of you who didn't know, whilst this has been going on, there has been an incredible 12-week plus, I believe, long hackathon with more than $700,000 in prizes. So it is my privilege and honor to welcome to the stage Jared Thompson and Guillermo Gallardo. I knew I'd get it right. For the Hackathon Awards, everybody, give them a big round of applause.
Hello, Redacted. How are you doing?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. All right, everyone. This is a time of celebration for none other than the Redacted Online Hackathon. And
this is a time to celebrate our developers and everything that they did, and the moment where we get to give back to all of you. So we are very, very honestly super happy to be here.
exactly. And let's just give a little recap of what this online hackathon was for if you weren't part of it or haven't been following the socials and all that kind of stuff. It was a 2-month-long hackathon that started online. 2 different verticals, chain abstraction and AI. We had multiple sponsors, lots of agent teachings, and then we took it to socials. We had over 8 AMAs with multiple projects and sponsors, and then we also had multiple workshops with DevHub, hour-long, throw the code up, deep dive into it, right? And we had a lot of support and a lot of things like that. So,
and we actually got amazing results out of it. Yeah. So before going into the winners, let's first say hello to Jared from Horizon, who is going to be talking about what is happening after the hackathon, and Ben from KeepOm.
And while you guys are, hold on, real quick. One thing that I want to say right now, let's just do real quick stats of this, because I think that'll maybe sell, like really bring it home. There was over 1,683 hackers on this, 684 if you can like smudge the time. It was like right there, right? And then we had 239 submissions, 20 judges, and 2 tracks. So it's been a really cool thing. And now Jared, as one of the judges and everything, here you go, man. Go ahead.
Thank you, folks. All right, I appreciate that. Thank you for the energy. We got a lot of energy for devs. As you just heard, this was an incredible hackathon, right? We had developers tinkering, exploring, experimenting over the past 2 months. It was actually incredibly hard to be a judge because there were so many great ideas. And while we're gonna announce the winners here shortly, what we wanna make accessible for everyone, particularly our developers, is that next step. We announced and launched yesterday our protocol rewards for builders in the ecosystem. This is a new rewards program that's facilitated by Horizon that specifically takes into account your on-chain and your off-chain activity. You install with a very simple NPM package an analytics tracker where we reward you based off the impact you create. So expect to hear more about that from us, but that's going to be open to all builders in the hackathon to earn up to 10K a month for their project. So really, really excited about that. Thank you. Yes. Yes to rewards for our builders. But I want to hand it off to one of our other judges, in Ben. Please feel free.
Hey, everyone. I'm so stoked with all of the submissions that we had this year. I mean, I've been in the ecosystem for almost 4 years now. I've judged dozens of hackathons, and this was by far the most fun hackathon I've ever judged. And as Jared was saying, it was really, really hard. You know, the amount of projects It was insane. The quality of the submissions this year were unlike anything I've seen. I'm super, super proud of all of the teams, all of the parts of the tech stack that were used. It was insane. I'm really, really, really happy. So I think a round of applause for everyone involved. And now, the moment that everyone's been waiting for. I'm going to pass the microphone over to Guillermo to announce the winners of the 2024 Redacted Hackathon.
Thank you so much. So let me start by saying that we had two main tracks, but also a lot of bounties from the community. We're not going to be announcing here the bounties from the community, but they're going to be available online, I think that 1 hour from now. So don't worry, they are there. We're just not going to be talking about them right now. What we are going to be talking right now is about the winners. Let's start with the honorable mentions that are not one, not two, but 7 teams that are getting 5K each one. So if any of the teams are here while I name them, please just, shout out for yours. So Inter-Oracle, Dead Project Sniper, The Real, VoxChain, GAs in Rust plus NEAR OpenAI. Wow, that's a long name actually. Yeah, that's a very. And NEAR and Block Elf, you're all getting 5K. So congratulations. We really thought that we had amazing. We really thought that your contributions were amazing. So thank you so much. Now let's move on to the ones that are the best on different classes. These ones are going to get 10K each one. So please, a big round of applause for all the winners. On Best of AI, we have AI Crawler, so congratulations, thousands. Best of Chain Abstraction was OmniBets. In Best Text, we have 2 different teams, Scavin and NEAR River. And finally, for Best DeFi, we have Smart Pool NEAR. I hope that any of you are here so we can celebrate with you. So another round of applause, please, for all of them. Now, the next one is the Hacker's Choice Award, which is all of the hackers had to decide themselves to who give a small tip of $10,000. And the winner is BetVex.
Yes.
Congratulations on the tip. I have never tipped that much, but hey, that's amazing. So, 1,000 congratulations. Now, we are getting into the big winners. For the chain agnostic track winner, which is going to be of 20K, we actually have 3 different teams. We have Orca getting $20,000, Super NEAR, and Swipe X. Can I get a round of applause for them, please? And now we are moving into the 2 final slides. First of all, let's talk about the finalists, which are 2 different projects, and they are getting 20K each one of them. Can I get a big round of applause for TrustyByte and On-Chain Agent AI? Woo! Now, these were among the best projects that we have seen, so we have some demos for them. Can we please run the first demo for TrustyByte?
Hello everyone, my name is Abdelaziz Hilal. I am the brand UI and UX designer for this project. These are my colleagues. Adi Ayoub, our front-end developer, and Nufil Brahim, our back-end developer. I want to share with you the story behind TrustyByte. My family and I love trying new restaurants, but too often we'd end up feeling unwell afterward. We wanted a way to know if restaurants meet high standards for freshness and cleanliness before dining. That's where TrustyByte comes in. It's a platform that lets diners see real-time data on restaurant hygiene using blockchain and IoT technology to keep everything secure and transparent. Currently, diners rely on online reviews, which don't always tell the whole story about a restaurant's hygiene. TrustyByte changed that. We place IoT sensors in restaurants to track freshness indicators like temperatures and humidity. Using blockchain, we make this data secure and unchangeable, so diners can see a restaurant's freshness score in real time. It's like having a food safety dashboard right at your fingertips.
So let me show you how it works. Let's explore together the web application. So as a user, you can explore restaurants and their real-time freshness and hygiene data. For instance, the first restaurants, let's take the Veggie Heaven. Yeah. So we have a dashboard, displays live score, and we implemented our algorithm for food spoilage, which converts temperature, humidity, and air quality readings into a score from 0 to 10. This scoring system provides an easy-to-understand assessment of food freshness and safety, allowing users to make informed decisions based on real-time data, all stored into NEAR blockchain. Plus, we made it easy to leave reviews and book tables without needing a blockchain wallet. TrustyByte uses account abstraction to make user experience seamless for everyone. So here, for example, we can leave a review, and our backend will use a relayer to create an account and submit a transaction and store the review into TrustyByte smart contracts already deployed into testnet, into NEAR testnet. Building TrustyByte come with some tough challenges. We had to train AI for hygiene detection, optimize IoT sensors for food spoilage tracking, and integrate everything with NEAR's blockchain. But we are proud to say we created a working MVP with real-time sensor data and live app on NEAR testnet. I will let my friend finish presenting what comes next for TrustyByte.
So, looking ahead, we plan to enhance our AI for more accurate cleanliness checks and onboarding restaurants to stars at taste phase. Our goal is for TrustyByte to become a trusted guide for safer dining. Imagine being able to find restaurants that meet high hygiene standards with just one tap. Additionally, we are excited to introduce our AI chatbots that will allow users to make reservations in less than 3 seconds. Users will simply need to express what they are in the mood for, and we will take care of ensuring freshness and hygiene standards. TrustyBytes bring transparency to dining, letting people enjoy meals with peace of mind. With TrustyBytes, diners can trust that their food is safe, and restaurants can showcase their commitment to hygiene. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It has AI, it has blockchain, it has food, everything I like, so that's why we give them the praise. Now, can we roll, please, the demo for On-Chain Agent AI?
On-Chain Agent AI is a user-owned AI platform where users can create, share, and own AI tools, agents enabling AI to interact with all on-chain data and effortlessly perform complex blockchain tasks with micro-function and micro-front-end. With our AI agent model, AI can access blockchain data, know how to write and call contract data. This is the showcase of staking with linear agent. This is read from the on-chain data. You also can restaking linear and all stake within an easy prompt. It is also possible to interact with the swap contract and get the price of the token, as well as make trades. Those are just a few small showcases. We have developed a vast multi-agent AI system that enables users and agent creators to build their own tools and agents. This is how we do that. Tools are like building blocks or libraries that you create. By developing AI tools, you're training the AI to understand and work with specific smart contracts on the blockchain. Each tool adds new abilities to the AI, allowing it to perform different tasks. Simply paste the smart contract address, select the chain, NEAR, or EVM, and choose the method to train the AI. The AI will automatically detect the required parameters. If you have specific data to enter, type it in, otherwise leave it as default. Creating an AI agent is easy. Simply go to the Create AI Agent section and click Create Agent. You can select one or multiple tools we just created. For this agent, I will prompt it to call the contract every time a user says, "Get greeting." So let's have a test. The answer is hello, do not trust, verify, near ABI. Check the answer in the contract. It matches perfectly. That's how we guide the AI on how to use the smart contract. Additional feature, create tool from off-chain data via API. You can now create tools using off-chain data through an API. Simply import the specification JSON to generate the tool and then create the agent. This feature combines the strengths of Web 2 and Web 3, enhancing your AI agent's functionality and versatility. Now let's create a widget for the dashboard. The process is similar to the agent, but with an additional prompt. You can generate a creative front end using an easy prompt, no coding required. Once created, you can import it into your dashboard. The widget will communicate with the agent through an API. That's how we call it micro front end. Personalize your platform experience by creating and sharing widgets that display real-time data, AI outputs, or any concept you envision. Share your profile, widgets, and agents with others, fostering a vibrant social environment where innovation flourishes. Thank you for watching.
Wow, honestly, how awesome was that? This is something that I'm very excited about, honestly, like seeing how many more people is now creating AI projects and making them, like integrate with NEAR and everything that can happen. Like, just imagine the future, right? Like where you're just creating the front end and interacting with NEAR, like amazing. But if you thought that that was all, no, because we still have 2 more winners. Now, we are about to announce the top finalists, the 2 projects that are going to get $40,000 each of them. So get ready. And the two top finalists are NEAR Yield and it went up. They removed it. It was not me. NEAR Yield and BetVex. And now, can we please roll the demo for NEAR Yield?
Navigating yield opportunities across 110 blockchains can be an overwhelming task. The process is outdated and overcomplicated due to too many blockchains, too many DeFi protocols, wallets, and gas to manage, leaving users disoriented. Our solution is NEAR Yield, our AI portfolio optimizer that brings investment opportunities from any blockchain directly near you. In today's video, we will explore exactly how any user can save tens of hours of research and optimize their investment portfolio in DeFi in just a few clicks using NEAR Yield. First of all, let's explore how you can generate your own investment strategy. Head over to our platform and connect your NEAR wallet first of all. After which, you can select from our different types of agents. Right now we have yield farming ones, but we will be adding many more in the future. Then you can select from various categories such as AI, RWA, stablecoins, and many more. You can also select the risk level up to your liking and the capital committed in NEAR. Afterwards, you can also select a timeline for your investment. And the last thing to do is to generate your investment strategy and let our AI do all of the magic. Once our AI model has generated your investment strategy, you'll be able to check out various details such as your risk level, the chains you're investing into, protocols, what your investment amount is, and your annual projections. You will also be able to edit some of the platforms that you're investing into and remove some of them if you don't like to attach yourself to them. The only thing left to do right now is to click on Invest Now, connect your wallet, approve the transaction, and NEAR Yield and NEAR's chain abstraction will take care of the rest of the work for you. If you head over to the Destination Blockchain Explorers, you'll be able to take a look at the transactions and see exactly how your funds got distributed and how the magic happened. That's not all though, we've also managed to craft a portfolio manager for our users. When they access it, they can check the different strategy they have on their investments, balance, how many 24-hour fees they got, P&L, protocols, chains, and they can also decide to add more funds if they want in their strategy or claim their tokens. They can also take a look at the ongoing platforms they are invested into and their risk assessment level, so they can always be safe on NEAR Yield. And finally, let's take a look at our investment strategy watch list, a feature that will allow you to not have to invest into a certain strategy right away, but rather save it for later. All you have to do is generate an investment strategy and click on the watch list button, after which you will go on the watch list page and you can always track the strategy, how it's performing, and you can invest into it whenever you would like. Near Yield is only getting started though, and with your support at the Redacted Hackathon, we are highly confident that we can turn Near into the main blockchain and hotspot for AI-optimized asset management. Thank you.
Amazing. AI is going to enable so many things in DeFi, and I'm very happy that we get to see it in NEAR. Now, can we roll the demo for BetVex, please?
Welcome to BetVex, community-powered esports betting. Let's get into it. So we're going to go ahead and log in with Vex. You can log in with a NEAR wallet, but we're trying to provide a smoother onboarding experience where you can use things like meta transactions and not handle a seed phrase. So you don't even have to hold NEAR tokens. You just will pay for your gas and you just hold USDC or Vex. And we're going to swap some USDC for Vex. We got some upon account creation. And once we've got that Vex in-app, we're swapping it. You don't need to use Ref Finance. We'll go ahead and stake it. And once we've staked, it means we can earn rewards from the betting contract. So we're going to go ahead and make a bet on a match. So here we're filtering by Counter-Strike, a game, and we'll go ahead and bet on this match. And we're going to make a bet of $20, okay? And the odds are something insane, 6.73. So we're going to get some good rewards out of that if we win. And once we've placed the bet, we're going to actually manually, in a centralized way, end the betting. The idea is that in the future, this will be done through an oracle or through some other verifiable ways, such as a zero-knowledge proof. But for the meanwhile, it's centralized. So once we finish the match, we can go ahead and claim that bet. And you can actually see in here, we have a faucet if you want to get more testnet tokens. So let's go ahead and claim that, and you'll see we get $130. Let's go. So once that's happened, we'll distribute the rewards from the staking system because we preloaded that matchup with a load of bets on the other team. So it resulted in profit. And we got a whole load of Vex more because we staked. And we'll withdraw that. So we earned through betting and through staking, which is pretty cool. You can still earn if you lose, or you can earn more if you win. And so, yeah, we're trying to build like a super crypto betting consumer app here, all focused on esports. Esports fans are more likely to adapt to new technology than like any other industry. And we're trying to get the fans really involved by introducing other ways to earn, like staking, and they're going to be able to decide on the development of the protocol through DAO governance in the future. Okay? Hope you liked it.
I mean, that is awesome. All right, so those are all of our winners, and we just want to give a huge shout out to a couple people, right? So yes, there was almost 1,700 devs. There was a whole lot of people who helped make this happen that just deserve a lot of like huge shout outs and stuff. We've got the DevHub crew that really came through with a lot of that, helping with, yes, AMAs, doing workshops. I mean, so many people from DevHub, huge shout out. Maria and Noma, they helped organize this whole thing, and they did city nodes. I mean, we're talking massive organization here. And then we've got our sponsors. I want to, man, thank you sponsors. They were so engaged with bounties and being like, hey, we want to be in workshops. We want to talk. They were on the ground in Discords, on Telegram chats. They were like, it was wild. And I can't thank the sponsors without thanking Rob and Bianca. You two, wow, talk about being in the thick of it with us. You could have a mic up here and just as much as all of us. Like, it was really It was like a really team and a lot of other people in marketing and a whole bunch of other people. So thank you, everyone. Congratulations to all of the projects that won, and thank you to everybody else who participated. Stick around, a lot more happening over the next 6 to 12 months, and we're going to be, amplifying it all for all of you. So thank you all so much, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. And congratulations again to the winners, please.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we made it to the end of Redacted. I think that this has been one of our best events yet. But before you run off, there's some things you need to know. There is a party tonight at 9 p.m. Check all the details on the website, redactedbangkok.ai. You must take your badge. If you don't take your badge, you can't get in. A huge thank you to every single person, every single partner, every single organization that's been involved in this. It takes a huge amount of work. A special thanks to the NEAR Foundation marketing team, to Rob, Kiana, to Yadira, to Stephanie, to Olga. You are all doing God's work. It's absolutely incredible. And of course, and Stephanie, fuck, and Jared, my goodness, there's so many. Right, and look, we're all here for a reason. I think Edward said it best. There's a fraternity here. There's a shared love for something greater than ourselves, for digital sovereignty, for digital freedom, and for a right to a life that we all deserve. So I think the event has been a huge success. We've had incredible announcements from the Ethereum wallet integration. We've had Infinex announcing chain signatures. We've had an absolute revolution in AI on NEAR from Ilya and Alex, and this is only the beginning. So if you walk away with one message, it is this, that NEAR is the blockchain for AI, but it is the people in this room, it is the people watching online that are going to make sure that we have full control over our data, our assets, and our right to choose. So I will leave you with this. The final comment from my favorite speaker of the week, Mr. Edward Snowden: stay free, God bless, and I will see you next year. Thank you very much.
Shaking her umbrella, and I look the other way as they are kissing their hellos, and I'm pretending not to see them, and instead I pour the milk. I am waiting at the counter for the man to pour the coffee, and he fills it only halfway, and before I even argue, he is looking out the window at somebody coming in, da 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 da. Listening to the bells of the cathedral. Da 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 da
É desse jeito, é desse jeito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. É desse jeito, é desse jeito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. E mais um.
Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz.
Como ficar rico se nós tem... Como ficar rico se nós tem pensão demais? Se eu vou lá no sapo, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha, me chama de pai. Se eu... E como ficar rico se nós...
Mais um. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz.
Como ficar rico se nós tem... Como ficar rico se nós tem pensão demais? Se eu vou lá no sapo, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha, me chama de pai. Se eu...
so we don't get attached to the current spin, no flurries. The rhythm won't worry if you fall behind. I'll be humming till you hurry. With the horn, we on it all. Can't take a loss with the flow in the wind. With the horn, we on it all. Can't take a loss with the flow in the wind. Top, all the way to bottom, but I've never seen it all.